A very good morning to one and all present here today. I, Drishti Goyal, on behalf of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, extend a warm welcome to you all. We at IMI New Delhi are elated to inaugurate our third chapter of HR Conclave, Vimarsh 2024. Vimarsh serves as an enriching platform where thought leaders and HR heads from notable companies and sectors across the nation converge to exchange ideas, foster collaboration, and explore innovative approaches shaping the future of human resources. As it has been rightly said by Henry Ford, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Vimarsh embodies this spirit, aiming to deepen industry engagement while providing students with invaluable learning and networking opportunities. The insights shared today will undoubtedly help us in shaping a more industry-centric curriculum. This year, we're excited to present a bigger and better Vimarsh. The event has grown to a 2-day extravaganza, each day focusing on critical themes shaping the future of HR and organizational success. We are also raising the bar by embracing sustainability in everything we do. From our eco-friendly travel options to the environmentally conscious tokens of appreciation, you will see our commitment to going green in every corner of the event. We are taking meaningful steps to reduce carbon emissions and ensure Vimarsh leaves a positive mark not just on the HR world, but on the planet too. Day 1 of Vimarsh will focus on talent acquisition, a strategic cornerstone for every organization. Talent acquisition is more than just filling vacancies. It's about identifying the right people who will drive innovation, culture, and contribute to a long-term success. It involves a deep understanding of workforce needs, staying ahead of market trends, and leveraging advanced recruiting strategies to secure top talent. Today's session will provide insights into how these practices can drive organizational growth and success. As we look ahead to tomorrow, Day 2 will focus on learning and development, another crucial pillar of HR. L&D extends beyond traditional training programs. It's about creating a culture of continuous growth, helping employees upskill to meet future challenges, and ensuring that organizations remain agile and future ready. Join us tomorrow for an in-depth discussion on learning and development. Now, I would kindly request our Director General, Professor Himadri Das, to say a few words to lay the foundation of this event.
Good morning, everybody. A special thanks to our industry speakers. These next 2 days are going to revolve around them. So their being here is extremely important for this to work. As a student said, this is the third edition of Vimarsh, and it has grown from strength to strength over the years. This is the first time Vimarsh is going to be over 2 days. One whole day dedicated for talent acquisition and another whole day dedicated for learning and development. Last year was 1 day, first half was TA, second half was L&D. But this is the first time we are going to do it over 2 days. It just shows that our engagement with TA and L&D functions is increasing, and we have industry speakers who are willing to oblige us when we invite them. So it's a combination of outreach that we have done and the reciprocal consent or acceptance that has come from industry. So we're very fortunate for that, and it's been a lot of hard work, but there's also good fortune involved in us engaging with the right set of people, and some of them are already sitting here, and the rest will join us over the next 2 days. For our industry guests in particular, I'll do a very, very brief spiel on IMI. Started in 1981 as India's first corporate sponsored business school. The lead sponsor was the RP Goenka Group, which is now the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, the part that this comes under. We had other funding coming from ITC, Nestle, Tata Chemicals, SAIL, British Oxygen, and Williamson Maker. Initial collaboration was with IMI Geneva, which is now IMD Lausanne, therefore the name. 2 other campuses got set up in 2011 in Calcutta and Bhubaneswar. So now we are a 3-campus institute. There is a very contemporary highlight or milestone that I would like to talk about. everybody here must be aware of the Financial Times FT Global Rankings of Business Schools. And the ranking that is relevant to most Indian business schools is the Masters in Management ranking, or MIM. That is for schools where there is no pre-experience requirement for admission into the MBA program. So all Indian 2-year MBA programs have people coming in from freshers to 2-3 years experience. So it is, and there are a lot of schools in the world which do that. It's only some of the US schools which have a minimum experience requirement. So it's a global ranking, and this campus was ranked in the global top 100 3 years in a row. We first participated in 2022, and we cracked global top 100 that year. It's been 3 years in a row. But what makes it particularly interesting is that we are one of only 5 Indian business schools which have been consistently in the global top 100 the last 3 years in a row. There are only 5, and we are one of them. And so schools come in and they get out. They fall off the top 100 radar. So this year there were out of 100, 14 were Indian schools in the top 100. Last year was 11. The year before that was 7. But the common denominator is only 5, which was there in all the 3 years. And we are one of them, something we're very proud of. Other than that, there are some other interesting metrics. As per the FT rankings, we are number 1 in the country in percentage increase in alumni salary, measured over 3 years from the time they graduate. We are number 1 in percentage women students in the country. We are number 1 in percentage women faculty in the country. And as our student just said about green and all that, and sustainability, we are number 1 in the country in carbon footprint, which means in the country, as per the FT data, we have the lowest GHG. And in fact, our GHG emissions have been audited, and we have a report out there on our website. And we have taken a net zero target for 2035, which is scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 1 and scope 2, not scope 3. But scope 1 and scope 2, we have taken a 2035 net zero target for this campus. So we are serious. It's not just a little bit of green on the banner and all that. And we are very, very serious about this as an organization. So I thought this would be, some relevant information for especially our industry speakers. So thank you again very much for all of you for coming, and we look forward to a great 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence and wisdom. Moving ahead, today's event has 4 panel discussions. Each discussion will last for an hour. In addition to the panel discussions, we have 2 corporate insight sessions led by industry experts who will delve into recent trends and best practices in the corporate world. These sessions will highlight successful strategies and their outcomes, provide invaluable insights from real-life projects, share lessons from industry challenges, and evaluate the effectiveness of various approaches.
We shall commence the first corporate insight by welcoming Mr. Amit Pal Singh. Sir is the Chief Technology Officer at Mercer Metal. With a remarkable career spanning over 18 years, Mr. Amit is a distinguished leader in IT transformation and innovation. An alumnus of IIT Roorkee and IIM Calcutta, Mr. Amit has been at the forefront of digital transformation, cloud computing, and IT strategy across global organizations. His visionary leadership in blending technology with business needs has empowered companies not only to adapt and grow, but also to thrive in the fast-paced, ever-evolving digital landscape. Let's gear up for a notable corporate insight session.
Very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I am thankful to all of you, especially the organizing committee, for giving me an opportunity to be here and to interact with bright students, future leaders as well. I will, start with about our company, what we do, the products we do offer, and we extensively use AI, within our platform, and then some real challenges, opportunities with the use of AI, and then we will be opening up for any questions if there are any. So I am CTO with Mercer Metal. Mercer Metal is a global SaaS product organization, and we provide online assessment services to companies across the globes. So Mercer Metal, a brief context. So Metal was a Indian startup. We started in 2008, and like typical startup, we started with something, and then eventually over the time we found a niche or a space in assessment area, and then finally in 2018 Metal was acquired by Mercer. Mercer, if you all are aware, is a global HR leading consulting organization, and Mercer is also part of a company called Marsh & McLennan. Marsh & McLennan is a global parent company. It's a company into multiple businesses, financial, insurance domain. Mercer is also part of that. So we are part of Marsh & McLennan group, and I represent Mercer Metal as a CTO. So the product and the platform which we have developed is managed by our team. So let me give you a context around when we say assessment services, what assessment services are all about. So if you recall, let's say 7 or 8 years back, if people have to give any entrance or any assessment, for example an aptitude test or a any corporate hiring test, even like education institutes like IMI, they used to conduct the offline test. Now if you recall 7 or 8 years back, everything was physical, right? People have to visit to campuses, to colleges, write exams. Now we found an opportunity that this is an area we can automate. Why not, since technology is there, so why not provide a flexibility for people to sit at remote locations and have a platform where they can write exams in an online manner. It's a win-win situation for companies as well as for students, because companies, obviously when we talk about developing a software, it is mostly we talk about automation or more about efficiency, but it is much more beyond that. It is not only efficiency, it is, for example, if any company has to hire, right? So if they have to hire in a physical manner, offline manner, then obviously they can't and their reach would be limited to a particular geography, right? If they were set up in Delhi, and they can't call everyone from different locations and cities. Now this online assessment world, it has widen people can apply sitting in remote areas, right? So the pool from which companies can hire has widened. So that is one thing. And obviously with technology, with AI coming, there are new methodologies, new tools, new techniques which are helping HR organizations, companies, learning and development to use it in a more effective manner. So this whole the way processes used to run has completely transformed. It is not only about efficiency, it is all about changing the complete experience, providing new kind of processes, efficiencies around that. Now one interesting thing has happened with COVID, right? So earlier, before COVID, we have to convince people, we have to reach out to them that this is one offering you have to use. Now with COVID, suddenly everyone's sitting at home, and but businesses has to run, right? Education has to run. So then suddenly we saw there's a lot of demand of our products, and that was a phase when we really grew. And then the time when and Mercer has just acquired us before that. So now after that, what we have seen now, when people have realized the benefit of this online assessments and hiring, then it has become more of a standard. It's more of a part of their core processes, right? So right now, if I tell you some data points, we are working with 4,000 plus organizations across the globe. So India is obviously, we started with India, but India is one of the big market, but we are across, in Europe, in US, in Latin America, China, in Africa, all the places, all the companies, all the organizations across the globe. Now we started with assessment, but we have expanded our product portfolio. Now we are into learning and development as well. So there are 4 areas our services are in. One is hiring, obviously, which is with the freshers hiring, lateral hiring, companies hiring, and then there is a learning and development. For example, if companies have to assess their employees in terms of their potential for next level of promotion, growth, and all those, so for those learning and development areas. Third is the transformation. What is happening these days, the business environment is very dynamic, so a lot of merger acquisitions happening. Now Gen AI is coming, so cultural shift. People have to acquire at an organization level, people have to acquire a different skill set. So training people for those aspects. And then finally sustainability, because organization is not only about growth, it is also about how you sustain, right? Because and for sustainability, what is required? Your assets, which people is the number one asset, right? Well-being of people. So those areas, cyber security, privacy, AI is there, effective uses of AI. So all those comes under sustainability. Now in addition to that, we are very big into education space. So a lot of MBA colleges, in fact ISB, IIM Calcutta, they all are using our platform. So so they run multiple courses like online distance learning, evaluations. Professors are using platform to evaluate. So candidates coming on platform writing assessment, and then auto evaluation is happening with the help of platform, which is a big benefit in terms of bulk evaluation of candidates. So we are growing. Now coming to one point, I think, which is central to this session, which is the use of AI, right? So it's a very interesting concept, and not an easy one. It looks easy, but it's if you go deeper, it's very complex. Regulators across the globes are still have not figured out what boundaries it should operate. So just to give you context, so we are among the leaders in AI space. Last 5 years we have done a lot of R&D in AI, and our platform is core use cases are based on AI. For example, once you start with assessment, right? Assessment is people are writing exams in a remote space. Now the questions which will come typically to organizing committees is that how do we ensure that that person sitting at the other end is taking exam in fair and transparent manner, right? Because in a physical setup you can monitor someone, but how do you monitor that? So that is where we have implemented one of the best use cases, or the biggest use cases here, proctoring. We call proctoring. Proctoring is monitoring candidates sitting on their terminals in different locations. So there we have implemented AI. So AI is, while candidate is writing exam in an online manner, we collect a lot of data points that if there is any browser second questions are authentic, not available outside. And these days you can find everything available on the internet. So we use AI to ensure that things are not available outside onto the internet and all those things. Now though we have been using, but there are major challenges, because just one thing I would like to highlight, because AI is again an evolving space, right? So a lot of regulations, a lot of frameworks, especially Europe and US, they are the leading, they are leading this space. So one very clear recommendations is, because we are a global organization, so we work globally, so we have to comply with standards, local as well as global standards. So one of the major thing about AI is that AI has potential, no doubt, but the guideline is that you can't use AI for making a decision, for a recommendation, right? So AI has to can only provide input to the human evaluator. So final decision has to be taken by someone human. So AI cannot recommend or cannot decide on your behalf. If you are if you are using AI for that, we are in violation of policies. And so that is the boundary so far. Frameworks are being formed. They will evolve. Maybe restrictions will become easier, but as of now it is like it is. So so what we do is we in the entire process chain, we automate processes using AI. For example, content generation. Content generation is a question creation. It is not end user recommendation. It is just one of the process areas you have automated, right? And but as a final outcome, you can't AI. You can't say that this is AI driven. AI has selected this candidate or AI has given this score and all that. It has to be human has to evaluate and assist. So I think these are the boundaries, these are the limitations. I would not say a limitation. It is obviously any new thing comes up, you have to define framework, regulatory things, how to not to misuse it, not to manipulate it, because AI is something. It's all about data, right? So it can be manipulated. If if you corrupt data at the back end, you will get not the right insight. So it has to be governed in a very tight manner. So I think any questions so far? Anything?
How do you generate questions?
So
There is a domain of the subject, right?
yes. So you might be hearing these days LLMs, right? Yes, Gen AI. So question. So LLM. So we are using that technology. So basically, what?
Your own LLM or
Yes. We are. So okay. So just to give context to it. So metal. We are into this business from last 15 years, right? And in order to generate your own content, your own question, AI works on data. So it is the company who has their own data can become the leader in that space using their own data. So so we are building our own LLMs because we have a lot of data and using that our own data. So obviously software, we are using open source software for open source LLMs. We are customizing them with our data and then generating questions with that. Any other questions? No, nothing from students? Yeah. Sorry, who is this? Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, as you mentioned, there are a lot of restrictions, like AI can only give input and not make decisions. Do you think it...
I think some disturbances they are not able to.
Sir, do you think this is a necessity to make this restriction, or it is just to make humans feel job security?
No. So jobs will come later, right? So that is secondary. First thing is whatever technology you have to ensure that it is being used in right manner, right? Because AI is, you have seen, for example, you have seen a lot of deep fakes, right? So and now if companies want to use AI and they are using that AI in their system, it is their reputation, brand at stakes, right? So any recommendations company are providing, it has to be it has to be clear and accurate. So since AI works on data and if it falls into wrong hands, then it is prone to misuse, manipulation of data. So I think it is more about the right uses of that technology. Yep.
Is it?
Privacy, Yes.
So how do we make sure that these laws are being followed and the people who are working on this data know about these laws and are being properly trained?
Right. So obviously it's a tricky question, not an easy answer, because that's why we said first recommendation is that AI cannot recommend. Right, that's why AI can give input to a human person, and human person, because human person sitting in the company knows that what my data is trained for. I give you one example. For example, let's talk about two countries, India and let's say China. So let's say we are hiring, we are using AI to evaluate people coming from Indian uh, you know uh, background. Now data is about human. If we evaluate the same parameter with Chinese people, obviously uh, parameters are same but data is changed, algorithm is same but output might be biased, right? So AI is based upon kind of data you are using, you are training. So that's why custom domain specific LLM. So data, same parameters, same use case working for a financial company may not work for some other industry, right? So it is always in the context. So that's why companies have to ensure that whatever they are using the right data, right models. And that's why within companies also, even we are part of Marsh and McLennan, so there's a global AI framework governance we are very strictly adhered to. And the bottom line is AI cannot recommend. AI just give you a data, and person it is has to evaluate. Any other questions?
Hi, good morning, sir. First of all, thank you so much for such amazing insights. My question to you, sir, is what are the major challenges Mercer has faced while trying to integrate AI into their training programs, and what has been done to address them?
So AI, as an organization level, we are very actively using. There's a big focus on that. The only challenge is how to avoid misuse, how to ensure, because organizations are very, so this Chat GPT, OpenAI available. So one of the major challenges organizations are facing, that any information they have inside is, the moment it goes outside, it is available to OpenAI, ChatGPT. So privacy and data confidentiality, security is one of the biggest challenge, apart from misuse. So obviously, once you are within a company, misuse you can contain, right? Because you give a particular, use case to a team, but uh, how to ensure data confidentiality, data is not going outside, that is the biggest concern. That's why whenever we are using a AI, there is a very controlled environment. We don't have access to internets, we can't go outside company network. So that is the biggest challenge companies are facing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I think one more question.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for all your insights.
Yeah.
What I wanted to know is, can the metal platform also be used by individuals for their own upskilling, or is it just available to companies for their employees?
Yeah. Every person has to choose his space. So we have chosen enterprise business. So we are in B2B. We are not in B2C. Though we have a community building up where we invite people to take hackathons, but that is more for tech people, right? But we are into enterprise space, B2B. So far not into B2C space.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your insights. So my question to you was, how does Gen AI play a role in personalized learning curriculums for associates, even if it is a B2B?
So Gen AI is having, so whether Gen AI, so basic, best use case, or one of the biggest one is that AI can be used for generating a personal learning path. For example, uh, all, suppose all the students are writing a particular exam, so all may not be at same levels, all might have the ability, but their level of readiness, for example, someone is scoring good, someone may not is scoring good, they both might be good, but then person is scoring less might require a different learning path. He's weak in some subjects, strong in some subjects, other person. So you can create a customized learning path. So obviously that is a use case, and I'm sure companies are there in the market. But again, the challenge with this that we talk about AI, if you ask AI to create that learning path, how do you ensure it is free from bias, right? So that's why you can take AI as an input, but then learning path would require human assistance, because the biggest challenge is how to ensure that if you rely completely on AI, because AI is based on data, right? Your output is as good as your data. So that is the challenge, not an easy problem to solve, but obviously more the data, more data you train. So things in future might be there, but it has to be regulated. Any other question? Thank you all.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sir for such an insightful session. I'm sure all of us gained a lot of wisdom from your insightful talk. I would like to invite our Secretary Prabhat Tripathi on stage to felicitate Mr. Singh. I would also like to invite Sir. As Satya Nadella wisely said, it's not about man versus machine, but rather man with machine. This perfectly encapsulates the evolving relationship between technology and human element in recruitment. To embark on this insightful journey, we shall now commence our first panel discussion, Navigating the Future, Balancing Human Touch with AI in Hiring. This will explore how AI in transforming recruitment by making candidate screening faster and more efficient. While AI enhances speed and precision, the challenge remains in preserving the human touch, which is critical for assessing cultural fit and building meaningful relationships. Today, our panel of experts will discuss the integration of AI into the hiring process, how we can harness its potential while maintaining empathy and understanding, and what the future of AI-driven recruitment looks like. To take this discussion forward, I, Shreyansh Vasa, would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Swati Dheer, for this panel. Ma'am is a professor of OB and HR at IMI. As an associate professor, she combines her academic prowess, industry background, and prolific research contributions. Her expertise extends to disc training, fostering productivity and teamwork, making her the perfect guide for this discussion. We are honored to have you here, ma'am. And now, I shall introduce you to our esteemed panelists for this discussion. We are honored to welcome back Dr. Vipul Singh, a distinguished HR professional with over 25 years of experience across IT services, telecommunications, and consumer durables. Dr. Singh holds a PhD in Human Resources from Commonwealth University and an MBA in HR from IMI New Delhi. Currently as the head of People and Places at Lloyd's Technology Center, he has scaled to the center over 1,500 colleagues and enhanced the Lloyd's brand in India. Previously, he had held leadership roles at ADP, Accenture, Tata Teleservices, and Vodafone India, driving significant HR transformations. At ADP, Dr. Singh was the SVP and Head of HR, Communications, and CSR for Global Business Solutions, offshoring locations, and served on the board of ADP Philippines. Under his leadership, ADP ranked among the top 50 great places to work in India and the top 10 best companies for women in India. Dr. Singh is an early investor in the HR fund, supports HR startups, and serves on advisory boards for multiple B schools. He has over 100 publications in HR and business magazines and has led large teams through agile development practices. Notably, he has also played great cricket for India. We are honored to have you, sir. I would now like to welcome Ms. Shruti Walia. Ma'am is the head of HR at Curefield Healthcare Private Limited, where she has been instrumental in shaping a people-first culture. Over her 17 years of experience, Ms. Shruti has held key roles in talent acquisition, people and culture, and HR leadership. With experience at leading companies like Flipkart, Zivame, and Convergy, Ma'am has consistently driven impactful HR strategies that cultivate growth, innovation, and a positive work environment across organizations. As she continues to lead and inspire, Ma'am remains committed to fostering workplaces where employees are at the heart of every decision, ensuring that organizations thrive by nurturing their most valuable assets, which is their people. We are glad to have you here, ma'am. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Arnab Guha Niyogi. Sir has worked on end-to-end mid-management to CXO level recruitment and headhunting professionals across industries in management consulting, financial services, banks, ITAS, supply chain, and logistics. He comes with more than 15 years of experience. Currently leading the talent acquisition function at Delta Capita for India, he is responsible for end-to-end recruitment activities along with vendor management. He works closely with both internal and external stakeholders to achieve Delta Capita's India expansion goals. We are honored to have you, sir. Now, we would like to welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar on the panel. With over 22 years of experience in human resources, Sir is a credible, seasoned, and hands-on senior HR leader with rich experience across industries and sectors like pharmaceuticals, infrastructure, service, and manufacturing. We are pleased to welcome you, sir. Now, I'd like to request ma'am to take this discussion forward.
So thank you so much. Once more, welcome to this panel. I think the topic is very interesting about how do we actually balance the AI and human touch in the hiring. And on the background, I teach this course, HR Planning, Recruitment Selection, and I also teach HR Analytics. So I think that was the best combination. We can discuss how, what is the role of AI in hiring process. We have heard Mr. Singh talking about a lot of nuances and a lot of interesting insights about the misuses, the boundary, why are we still not giving the full power to AI. So it would be interesting to hear from different industries how companies are using AI in the hiring process, especially in the talent acquisition when they plan for the long-term hiring. So we can start with Mr. Singh, Dr. Vipul.
First of all, thank you very much for having me over. I passed out from the school a very, very long time back. And when I was driving all the way from Gurgaon, I was pleasantly surprised that I remembered a few things around here. But I remember one thing very, very, very clearly. I'm sorry, I'll take a few minutes, Professor, and I should share this. In 1996, in the month of February, we were having industry conclave. I don't know what is it called. And, we were all placed by that time. And so we had to fill this room. And so and of course I was placed and we had a bunch of people coming and we had some really, really senior guys coming. And one of those guys coming was Gautam Thapar. And Gautam Thapar in those days used to be called Thapar Industries. Some of you don't know. Gautam was he continues to be a very, very good looking man. And we were not able to get people inside and I was part of the placecom. So, I went and told one of my friends on the team, there were 4 of us on the placecom, said that, he's such a good looking man. And those days were not days of internet and we used to put the pictures. And the room was full of a lot of girls in the room. So, I've done this and why I'm telling you the story, because this is the first time I'm actually coming to a business school to speak. I just stay away from talking in business schools because, I get into a lot of pressure in terms of post an event. So I stay away, but I'm also coming here for the first time because my son is in grade 12 now and when somebody called me from IMI and I said, no, I'm not interested. Unfortunately for me, he was next to me. He said, no, you should go because, you should go and tell your stories. I said, okay, let me just get there. So this is my first time. Also, I'm on the wrong panel because, ma'am, I did talent acquisition really way back. Of course, I moved on from that. I became an HR head at the age of 27, 28. But I'm glad that, I'm speaking to all of you. I should tell you all that there's a girl called Deepa Vadwani. Deepa used to work for me in ADP. And, she was a very young girl when she started working for me about 13 years back. She's one of the finest talent acquisition leaders. She's in the afternoon. Please listen to her. And she will be able to tell you of a lot of stories that we did in the level of technology and how we build a few products in ADP, which we have gone to market from a tech standpoint. It's just not AI. But it's a great topic and I want to talk to you all about it. And I was doing some research. My team gave me a lot of things to read about, so that I get a point of view. The most dangerous thing, of course, I was listening to Mr. Singh. The most dangerous thing that I was reading in the Forbes 2020, November 2023 report, that only 7.2% of the talent acquisition leaders across the world actually understand the lever of AI into anything that they do from a talent acquisition process, which I think is a very dangerous thing. So we are talking about what it is doing to the industry and how it can be used over a period of time. But that's something that data is telling us. We all know about the challenges that we have around it. We all know what we can do, advantages from speed, accuracy, cost, etc., and all that. But the biggest risk that we have is how well do HR people themselves understand. There's a McKinsey report in 2023 which says that, which are the industries which are using AI and machine learning in a very large way. The largest industry is, of course, the retail industry. About 62% of the retail industry is using it in a very big way. And the bottom in the 10th place was HR, not talent acquisition per se, which was using it only to about 16% of what the potential is all about. So that's where we are sitting on from a level of overall technology, just not AI, machine learning, robotics, etc. Of course, I used to be a CEO of ADP's HR Tech Lab. We built close to about 500 bots, which we automated close to about 1,600 processes and sub-processes. Talent acquisition has 16 individual touch points that exist. If you break the processes into sub-processes, it has 15 touch points. Of course, the 16th one is a conversation that is happening, so I call it only 15 processes, out of which 9 can actually be very easily automated. But how many talent acquisition people actually understand that whole piece? And why is it that is required? We talk a lot about how humans can actually make a lot of impact. But yes, look at what's happening in the US, and I'm sure my colleagues will be able to add. Hispanics and blacks, which constitute about 40% of the population in the United States, they have the lowest education qualification. And if you use AI as a tool to screen resumes, you're pretty much missing out on 40% of those people because they do not have educational degrees. Just basic. I'm talking about something very elementary and basic. So it has some great advantages, but it's at a stage where HR managers, talent acquisition managers have to really invest in terms of getting to understand the lever of it, both from a positive and negative standpoint. So I just want to leave these are some of my starting thoughts. Of course, there'll be my panelists who will talk a little bit about it.
Yeah. So I think that is something very important, because it's like GIGO model, which works, right? So if you put garbage in, you will get garbage out. So very important point Sir has touched upon, that it depends on data. And I think Mr. Singh also has emphasized that we are, AI is dependent on data. So if we manipulate data, we'll get the manipulated outputs. So that also depends, and that is leading to our next question to Mr. Arnab, that what are some of the challenges which we are facing, especially in terms of skewed data set, in terms of biases AI can have, and how do you think that we should have, industries would be able to overcome that? So what are some of the challenges for using AI in the hiring process?
Yeah, maybe I will add on 2-3 points, and my learned panelists can add on to that. I think the first and foremost is the data privacy and the regulatory compliance, because AI is all about data sets, as Mr. Amit was saying some time back, right? We are using large subsets and subsets of candidates' data. How we are using that, storing that, right? The data is not getting misused. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. Also, at this point of time, I guess these regulatory laws around use of AI in recruitment are still at a very nascent stage, right? So the companies should understand this, and their team, the legal team, they should always be much more in line with the compliances, because using of personal data can have devastating effects, right? So that's number one. Second thing is that it's related to this only, as Dr. Singh was saying, there's skill gap. So when I say skill gap, I mean to say when the people who are implementing these AI systems and the end user, that is the recruitment professionals or the HR professionals, there seem to be a difference, right? So the HR professionals or the recruiters, I believe, should have good amount of training, because from my personal experience, I work with a very mid-sized firm. We are around 150, 200 people here in India. Worldwide, we are close to 2,000 people. I joined this firm, Delta Capital, around 3 years back. We, at that point of time, were using AI in our ATS. It was already integrated. It took me 6 months to understand all the processes or the functions, the features. So I believe this training is very important for someone who is using AI as part of recruitment. And last but not the least, there is over reliance on AI, as Dr. Mr. Amit also pointed out. Over reliance on AI can lead to depersonalization, right? AI can take a few decisions, maybe screening through large amount of resumes, writing a job description, posting a job, sending out interview invites. All these things are fine, right? But AI can't do a soft skills check. AI can't do a cultural fitness check. AI can't do a salary negotiation, right? So maybe the initial 30-40% of the things can be done through AI, but at the end of the day, the rest of the 60% or 70%, maybe soft skills, cultural fitment, salary negotiation, onboarding, this needs to have a personal touch. Otherwise, it gets too robotic. I think that's what I feel. Others may add if they want to.
I think Ms. Walia would like to add something.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Feel so nostalgic. I passed out in 2007, and entering a college feels like it's just about yesterday. All right, so first I would like to, I have some input on both the questions that you have asked our fellow panelists. We all know that AI is, in today's era, it's a mega trend. Industries and companies are heavily investing in AI intervention. Most of the companies, they're coming up with some OKRs, your objectives and key results also. They're giving targets to the respective functions that what AI project will you initiate with. We all know that AI is super powerful. It has immense offering. It not only streamlines the process, but it enhances the productivity, it increases the efficiency and whatnot. I mean, we can completely do away from the mundane task. We can give away, replace the repetitive or routine task, and it frees up the bandwidth of the employees to take up some meaningful or meaty projects. But AI also has its own pros and cons, its limitations. We must focus, as an organization, we should focus on the AI tool that complements the process or augments the process rather than replaces the human intervention, because at any given point, human intervention is a must. So if we talk about the benefits of AI in recruitment, there are 3 categories that you also mentioned some time back. Number 1, in general, how it impacts or how it is helping recruitment process. In general, your resume screening, it can take care of your overall volume hiring, resume screening, where you have to screen profiles in bulk, where you take hours of time. It can be done in just a couple of minutes. Resume matching, candidate matching, you have certain skill sets. You want people from candidates from certain educational background, certain industry experience. So it can just, rank the candidates in an order where you can pick up the relevant candidate. Third one is the chatbot, pretty famous these days, pretty common. It can save your time, it can give a stellar experience to the candidate, all your initial conversations, tell me about the company, tell me about the rounds of interviews, what is the process, when will I get my feedback, all the processes can be taken care by. Last but not the least is your predictive analytics. AI is such a powerful tool that it can help you predict the performance of the candidate or the tenure basis the historical data. It also helps in different industries, like our fellow panelist also mentioned. If you talk about tech and IT, it can help you in checking the technical skills by coding challenges and programming skills and whatnot. You talk about healthcare sector, it can help you assess the clinical skills. It can also do some simulation test on how do you interact with your patients and whatnot. And as we spoke about retail industry, it can check on your sales skills and whatnot. Level-wise also, if it is a entry-level role, basically you want some basic skill sets. You want candidates from certain educational background, certain industry, and it can just do it in a couple of minutes. When we talk about mid-level roles, we need to check candidates' experience on certain soft skills, culture fitment, so AI tool offers that as well. And when we talk about leadership roles, most of the leaders do not have their resume. You have to headhunt the leaders. You won't find them on any of the portals, so it can help you that way as well. Now, if you talk about the challenges, you have covered most of the challenges here. But another thing what I want to add up here is lack of empathy. And I'll give you a very generic example. Let's say I'm a candidate and I have been scheduled an interview in one of the organizations and I'm not having a good day. I go to the organization and my recruitment team, the other recruitment team, greets me with a smile. It makes my day. That is missing in AI. At times, candidates end up oversharing the information, or when during the interview we end up reaching a very sensitive point where the candidate might not have had a good experience or in personal life or maybe professional life. Human intervention knows when to stop, when to draw a line, when to change the conversation, when to show empathy, and when to tweak the conversation, which AI usually does not do. Another trending thing which is happening with most of the companies is faking profiles. This is happening with LinkedIn also. Again, in a very simple language, I'm a candidate and I'm not sure about what I want to do, and I have just 5 best companies, my dream companies, and 5 best roles I have seen on portal, and I will tweak my resume as per each requirement. Now, AI tool will only assess basis the training that we have given to the data on the historical data. Now, it will not predict if the profile is fake or real. That you will only identify during the time of interview, and you end up wasting your time there. So these are the challenges. Like I said, while AI is a superpower, but at our disposal, it is not a superhero, because it is end of the day for augmentation of process and not to replace the human intervention. So it comes with its own pros and cons. Yeah. Thank you.
True. I think that is also leading to my next question. How do we handle impersonation? I mean, that is one of the biggest challenges. Some of the students have done their SIP project on that, and they have come up with very, very beautiful insights. So I would like Mr. Prashad to cover that. Is there anything we can actually cover up or do, to avoid this impersonation? Somebody he was part of the interview, he or she, but actually that person was not the real person. So anything which probably your company is doing or based on your experience, how should we handle it?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank you all, IMI Institute, for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm an odd man out on the panelist with my experience, where I worked, the companies which I worked. Here I have my friend Vipul, Madam, and Arnab. All they are into service industry, IT industry, and most of them are into a business which is much more softer than where I am coming from. I work for a companies, I have an experience working with Tata Group of Companies, Tata Projects Limited, which is into projects, hardcore construction projects, engineering, procurement, construction, and as well as the current company which I'm working for, NCC, is a pure construction company. the base is very, very big over there. You have 250 project sites, 260 project sites working across the country, global, and you have people from the bottom level of a mission to project manager, project head, and you have project sites where it is on under the sun. There is no roof at all. You're not under an AC, but you have to work under a roof. Now, in this kind of industry, how are you using your AI, or what is the limitations? All my panelists have covered very nicely that these are the limitations, these are the benefits, but in future, the garbage in, garbage out, whatever Singh was saying, it's absolutely right. But I captured one question from one of the students when Mr. Singh was asking, giving his talk. He said, all this limitation, is it because of job security of others? Or is it a real limitations? That question hit me. The only thing is, when you want to use this AI completely in every industry, I don't differentiate whether I'm from which industry, whether it is software industry or a hardware industry, AI can be used. A lot of industries are using in recruitment predominantly today, not yet gone into the level of L&D, not yet gone into the level of performance management system, but predominantly it's in the recruitment up to a level of screening CVs, calling candidates for the interview. The whole purpose of AI, if it has to be succeeded in India or globally, the leadership qualities, the leadership has to be evolved to a level where if AI is coming into a place of a recruiter, what is that recruiter has to do? What's next in for him? What's the next job for him? If I will be able to convince my head of recruitment, boss, your 100% of your job, 70% is being outsourced to AI. In a minute, I can do everything for you, and candidates are into the boardroom for a final discussion. There you enter as we all know, that empathy, cultural fitment, everything. But that 70%, if I outsource, what is that I will do? What happened to my job? If I, as a leader, as an organization, if I can be able to evolve the next step of the role for the HR folks or anybody, there the AI will be used 100% in any kind of industry. That's one input I wanted to express. The other thing is, it's all about between intelligence and wisdom. AI can work very well as long as you want to use your intelligence area. Absolutely fine till 90%, 80%. But when it comes to the question of wisdom, where you have to really think about the hiring cultural fitment, the empathy showing, how it's showing. And today there are a lot of pitfalls, like somebody else is answering on behalf of you, the CVs are being prepared, the resumes are being prepared by professionals, experts, and it's been given and candidates are uploading and AI is shortlisting those CVs, and in the process, are you missing the right candidates? That's one more question. So the intelligence part can be given or can be handled by AI 100%, but the part of wisdom, there is a limitation, and the wisdom has to be handled by the leadership, and the leadership is nothing but the organizations has to focus on more on leadership development, so that the AI can be used much more in India and across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you,
I just
Mr.
want
Prashad.
to your question, I just want to, and I think Chandra made a great point. If you look at the industry that of course, I used to work with the Tata Group for a very long time, and I used to, being a task officer, of course, I've been on construction side when hotels were being built. But yeah, the point that I'm hearing that he's making is that there are a very large set of companies that actually work with blue collar. And what is it that we can do in that space? So that's something that, is for all of us to think about. But to your question, ma'am, you said that, how is it that people are actually faking interviews, impersonation is happening, etc. And I think there are organizations who have done a very, very good job, and there are organizations which are still learning, and there are organizations which are still not very, very aware. This is very, very similar to what used to happen when, people were starting to moonlight, etc. And there are some companies, by the way, the penetration of ATS, which is application tracking system, in this country alone is just 19%. And that too, I'm talking about all industries. So, just an ATS which is smart. I'm not talking about things like Talio, etc. So that's where we are sitting on. So we need to be very, very cognizant and conscious of what we are really, really talking about. All of us, have different understanding. And by the way, pardon me for my language, but I work for the world's largest HCM company. It's very sexy, all the tools that I use, etc. It makes our life very, very easy. However, we have to be conscious, because when I moved out of ADP into a different organization, another 500-year-old Lloyds Banking Group organization, do they have the same technology that exists in the world's largest HCM company? Not really. So there are organizations which are actually catching up. There are organizations which do not have. There are organizations which are trying to understand. So from an impersonation standpoint, we do not have, of course, there are organizations which have iris, which is actually built, where you're actually doing an iris scan through your ATS system. So that's something which is done. So the moment you come in, you actually know whether it's the same person who's coming in, etc. There are voice modulations. There are lip sync things which are currently existing. And we can talk a little bit about what's happening from an ethical standpoint. We can get into details, etc. around it. So these are some of the things that are existing. There is technology available. Whether people are using it or not, we are not fully aware of. The whole hierarchy in terms of hiring, there are different, AI is used for different organizations, use it for, like, for example, why is it only for hiring? The whole talent management standpoint, like Wipro does a very, very good job in terms from an AI standpoint, in terms of actually doing people from an internal field standpoint. But they don't do a very, very good job at the entry level hiring standpoint. TCS does a very, very good job from a cultural fit standpoint. So it's just not hiring. If you look at it, it's the full life cycle of talent management, and that also includes recruiting as one of the pieces that, that's something. The real monkey in the room is the lever of technology in the entire life cycle of a candidate, or the life cycle of an employee or a colleague or an associate is what we talk about.
Thank you so much. I think
I will just quickly add on one thing. In terms of fake interviews and all, I think it's it has been more prevalent after COVID, because pre-COVID.
No, I totally disagree with my friend. Before COVID, I am from the city of Hyderabad, okay, where there's a place called Amirpet. And anybody who's from the city of Hyderabad will pretty much know that, there's one person who would come for the interview and there's another person who would come in.
I've experienced
So it was very, very prevalent. Post-COVID, this has become, the technology has taken over, and that's why it's becoming a lot more tighter. Pre-COVID, it was a very, very different animal, and we've gone through that. So I'm sorry I disagree with you, but that's the reality of life.
One second, Mr. Gopal, I was just reflecting on what you said. The percentage of usage of AI in recruitment, it's way too low. So I'll just talk about some use cases in CureFit. For about last 8 months, we are heavily invested in horizontal AI, especially in engineering, tech team, design, creative team, and operations team, heavily using it. 80% of our tech team are using horizontal AI. 100% of our design and creative teams are using, for last 6 months, horizontal AI. And the productivity has been increased by 25% to 50% respectively.
Absolutely, actually. That's all good companies are getting there, actually.
Absolutely.
If you look at it. If you look at retail, you look at banking per se, because you're from the same industry. No, you're not from Delta Capital, right? But that's a huge, huge thing. Banking, yes. The world's largest the world's best oncologist is actually an AI tool called Watson. I don't know if you've heard of this. Yeah. The manner in which Watson can actually detect cancer is better than anybody else, because why? Watson actually has crammed millions and millions and millions and millions of use cases. Yeah. So I totally agree with you.
Absolutely. But my worry is if we talk about CureFit, I was just talking about CureFit, and one more use case. Have you all, any one of you has seen a Cult Fit Center? Yeah, so in Cult Fit Centers, what we are doing, again, this project is called Vision with our CCTV. It will capture multiple things. It's work in progress. It will not only capture what time the trainers and center managers are opening and closing the centers, but they will also have the on-floor alerts. If the bags have been put on the floor and not in the rack, if the footwear has been put on the floor and not in the rack, it will capture all of that. If someone is entering the storage room which permission is prohibited, it will capture all those details. If the trainers are wearing the right uniform or they are with the member at the time of workout as per the allocated location they're there or not, it will capture all the details. But in recruitment, in CureFit, we are way behind versus what our other function heads are doing. So that's a question, open question to all of us. Why is there a gap? The percentage of usage of AI in HR versus other functions. When we do our OKRs, our objective key results, it's open to everyone in our organization, and we see hardly 5 to 10% OKRs which are AI-led in HR team or in recruitment per se, but 15, 20, 25% AI-led OKRs in other functions. Is it because the human intervention is a must in HR? Or we are not open to taking risk, or people are reluctant about this change? So this is something that is open to all of us to think and deep dive.
Yeah, I think that is also, I would like to take a pause here. Any questions in between before we proceed with the next phase? Yeah, there are a few questions. Otherwise, we would be discussing something. Maybe the audience wants to listen something else. Yeah, any questions from the back row? Yeah. Can you please pass the mic? Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead.
Can I? You want to go, Chandra.
See, we'll be able to balance it. And up to what level it is. See, up to a level of calling, screening and shortlisting, we'll be able to balance it very nicely. But yes, as people said, there are a lot of, the newer development has happened to restrict all these limitations of, fake CVs or some other candidates is attending the initial interview on behalf of you. There are a lot of technology has come, so we'll be able to balance it. The only thing is that I want to emphasize is, if you want to balance that, as Shruti was saying, the other functions are using it very nicely, much more efficiently than HR. It's because in our own fraternity, I think all of our HR students, most of them, are 100%.
They're from different programs.
Okay, so most of our HR, still we need to evaluate on the leadership, and the organizations have to think that where is that this HR has to deliver from the mundane jobs of earlier. Even still today, most of the organizations, hiring is still 60% of the HR head's job. If my panel members disagree with me, still I want to discuss on that. If I am not expert on hiring, I may not be hired in any great companies. Still we are in that, because still the India is being seen, HR is being seen as a supply of numbers candidates, not the leadership material which is coming up. Of course, there's a lot of long journey we have done. We have progressed a lot when I compare with when I have started career in 96, 97 and what's today to 24 is completely different, but still there's a lot of long way to go. But wherein other functions like engineering, etc., or safety, all these people are using AI much more efficiently, because they're the organizations, they're the investors wanting that the global practices has to come into the India. They are thinking and they're positive about it. But I don't know how many of the investors, entrepreneurs are really curious about HR, international practices human practices has to come into the India. That's where the biggest lacuna why HR is not completely using AI. I think that's a issue in the country.
Yeah, true. Yes.
I'll just try to answer it a little differently than what Chandra said. But I definitely agree that the biggest, my fellow panelists just talk about the lever of technology in HR. The biggest resistors to technology in my 25 years career has been HR. And having worked for the world's largest HCM company, you know, whether we like it or not, you know, the monkey is in the room is all of us ourselves. So please, and of course, there'll be different points of view. So just keep that at the back of your mind. So a couple of things, just to answer your question a little differently. I think technology, and I'm not going to talk about just limited to AI, technology and a process will have to coexist as the world moves forward. And Narayan Murthy said a very, very good, you know, something he said very, very interesting in the year 2008. He said that, you know, the tech industry is going to grow at a faster pace because the human mind thinks faster than what a computer can still. So if the computer can do ABCD, the human mind will ask for ABCD, EFGH, and that's when the computer, that's when the tech industry will keep on catching up. So they will exist. You know, it will never be that, you know, it will be fully driven by technology, or never will. Now the era is gone where it will all be done by humans. A Gartner report that, you know, that came out says that, you know, AI actually improves hiring accuracy by about 40%. Hiring costs get down by 40%. Speed of hiring goes up by about 50%. Unconscious bias comes down by about 25%. Helps build diversity by 25%, by 20%. Cultural fit goes up by 7%. By the way, these are some things which my team has given, so I'm just reeling it out for you just to make my point very, very clear. 70% accuracy from a cultural fit standpoint. So, you know, both of them will continue to exist. No one thing will go faster. The only thing that I can predict as I get older and older, and maybe some of you become HR heads over a period of time, the reliance on technology will get a little higher. What happened in the banking industry in the 80s, where banking clerks actually gave up their jobs to things like Finacle, and what happened to robotics in the 2010 to 2020 is what I see in the next 15 years from the lever of machine learning, AI, and other tools that will come up. So just, I don't know if I answered your question very, very clearly, but that's the way I look at it. You know, the coexistence of both of them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Any other question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the insights. And what I really believe is there'll always be a limitation to the utility of technology or AI in the human resource life cycle because of the fact of employee relations. The fact that you have to know your associate, know your employer. And I feel I want to get your insights on how this is impacting the blue collar labor industry, right? There, I don't think that they have that much idea about what technology is. So how do you think AI is going to impact that industry in specific, and what use cases are there?
I think Mr. Chandra is the right person to answer.
No, no. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the technology is being used in that blue collar worker ratio is much better than in white collar, let me assure you. There are a lot of skill development programs are being done both by private sector as well as government sector. The government is allocating budget to a large extent. In this budget also, the central government said 1,000 crores towards skill development has been put aside. There are a lot of skill development program coming up where the workforce has been asked to register themselves in the portal, and they will be registering themselves what is that their interest, which of the trade they wanted to be, whether they want to be a barbender, whether they want to be a simple mason or any other worker, fitter, turner, welder, whatever it may be. And those kind of, then they will be writing their location and all those things. That portal go into the central government as well as the private sector. Large industries like L&T, Tata's has got their own internal portals where they pick up this data, and they are training internally the people pulling from across the country in their learning centers, and they're training from 90 days to 120 days and even 180 days free of, they are giving the stay, food, everything, and they are training, and they are employing after 6 months or 3 months in their own organizations, and if their requirement is fulfilled, then they are being given to the society or for other industries. That's a blue collar. There are a lot of things are happening in blue collar area, but when the question comes is how much we can use mechanization over there. I'm telling you, in the next 10 years, we will be seeing that the mechanization, the artificial intelligence, the technology will be used much, much more in the blue collar area than the other areas, because we have a shortage of laborers. Every year we have a shortage of labor, about 30,000 workforce in this country alone. We have 30,000 workforce shortage across. Now that's where L&T, our Tata Group is saying that we need to get the workforce, because today no 10th class fellow or +2 fellow wanting to work as a worker. He wants to sell something on the market but don't want to work on a, as a worker. So therefore what's happening now, the mechanization pre-costing has come in the construction area. The complete construction has been mechanized more than 10-20% in the ground level, and at a higher level it's mechanized much more than that. The whole gamut is how much you can invest. You have to invest a lot of amount towards mechanization. If I have to get away with all this machines job, I need to get all those mechanization from the other countries, and I need a lot of capex investment. Is our investors ready to invest that much of amount? Can I invest or can I train people? This is the question which is happening in that industry.
Yeah, I think we need to make a trade-off here actually, because this is where the developed nations and developing nations are actually, competing and struggling. Moving ahead, my next phase of the question was, we do talk a lot about, as of now, in terms of screening, in terms of shortlisting, in terms of using some of the competency mapping with our data set, pre-existing data set, used cases, and the more data, the better predictive modeling we are able to do. How do we use AI for some of the very, very, knowledge-oriented, knowledge-rich jobs where the nature of the job is very uncertain? We are not hiring people for today, we are hiring for long term. And the nature of the job is changing in such a dynamic way that we ourselves are not sure that whether this person would have a high potential to grow or not, whether this person would be open to learn or not. So how can we use, AI and in the hiring process to identify the intent or the, that person's orientation towards the future required skills? So, yeah.
I just wanted either Vipul or someone can answer. I cannot answer, but only the question is, as I started saying that, you will be able to assess the intelligence part of it, the performance knowledge part of it,
correct.
The wisdom part of potential part of it. How it is possible, I don't know. These are the big people has done a lot of work on this.
Question, so but I wanted
is
to
it possible to put that potential assessment in AI? Can we done away with human intervention? If you do that, then you can done away human intervention in many areas.
Actually, I was hoping that Chandra will not pass it to me. But that was on a lighter note. So a couple of things, and if you look at it, I alluded to this whole talent management piece just when I was answering last time, that, you have to lever technology from an entire HCM life cycle standpoint. And if you do not do that, then, you'll really not be able to do justice to it. And a question came up from a few of you all over here, which pretty much talks, and it's touching about it, and I thought it's important that I talk a little bit about it. If you really look at it, about 70% of the CEOs in this country do not think that they have the right talent in the right seat. So, so if you look at it, 60-70% of the CEOs feel that way, and that's what a MAC report is telling us, which means that there is the CEO, to me, the CEO is very confused because he himself or she himself does not know really what talent they need. 48% of the HR heads actually feel that there's not enough talent required to do the job today. And I'm talking about just the tech industry. That is where what we are sitting on, guys. So, if you look at it, what is it that we are looking from a future potential standpoint? And I alluded a little bit of India's 4th largest tech company doing a very good job in terms of doing internal fills, because there's a potential that we see in a particular. So the 9 boxes, etc., are very, very mundane. I think they are very cliche, etc. You have to do a little bit more than what exists from a succession or a future planning tool that exists. And the level of technology is very, very important that I clearly see. Whether, there are 3 sets of people who actually get hired for potential. One is what we hire from campuses, because we see that, okay, we have got somebody who's got a very different perspective, somebody who's going to challenge the status quo, somebody is from a different generation, and most importantly, somebody who has got no biases will come in and actually do something. So that's one potential that we do. The second one is that, people who have the 6 to 9 year period, we call it the junior middle management in most organizations, is where we say that, okay, we have seen defined performance, we have seen defined traits, and we've seen defined behaviors, and we think that, we actually have skills and competencies that these people have who can go and take up something over a period of time. So that's the second thing that, and that's where does the data come from? The data pretty much comes from multiple systems that exist in the organization. And the last one is when you're doing high-level selections. And I don't know if all of you have read this, but now organizations, earlier the background check of organizations used to talk about what you're doing from an education standpoint, what you're doing from your residents, of course we've got to financial this thing also. But your social media scan is also becoming a very, very large piece in terms of what are your interest levels, what are your hobbies, what are your friends, what do you follow, what you don't follow, etc. So these are kind of things that the technology will be able to do in terms of helping organizations think about the future. There's some organizations who've done a very, very good job. They've done a phenomenal job about it. There are organizations which are catching up. But we need to be conscious of one thing which is very, very important, is what stage is the organization in. Yeah. There are different stages that organizations sit in, and they use some of these things differently. So there's no right or wrong around it. There's no a future planning of somebody. But I just want to make one controversial statement. If an organization is able to tell me that 10 years down the line I need that particular skill, I think that person would be very, very close to what Nostradamus is. So I would think that way. I'm sorry, but and I'm not being cynical. I'm just talking about my own experiences. Who could have imagined that some of you who are almost as old as me, you could not send text messages to more than 3 people all the way up to 2003 and 2004. And today, look at WhatsApp, it can get up to, I think 250 or 1,000 people, or 500 people can get into that. So, some of those skills that, and Harvard Business Review, I was reading a beautiful article which says that skills that are required today, about 70 odd skills will never be required by 2030. Yeah. Who could have ever imagined there will be a job for the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer 15 years back in this country? Who could have imagined that Tech Mahindra will have the chief wellness officer in a company? So, some of these things are something that, I think about. But yeah, these are things that, keeps all HR managers awake, including me. So I'm hoping that, we will really know, or my boss or my CEO will be able to tell me that, people, I need this in the next 20 years or next 5 years, next 7 years.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Singh. I think adding a good perspective about the future skills. I think Shruti wanted to add something. Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to futuristic potential hire, I'm not sure if it is possible or not. We all know one person can just change the role, but not the function. An engineer cannot, can do HR role, but HR cannot do coding here unless you are from technical background. So more than skills, it's more about investing in the intent. We need to be sure about the intent. So the organizations can invest more on the culture fitment and, analyzing the soft skills here. So few things that comes to on top of my mind. One would be very clear with the culture, the kind of organization culture we want to have. And trust me, these days companies are investing heavily. I know more about startups because out of 17 years, 12 years I've spent in startup, and it's a non-negotiable thing when we talk about culture fitment. We are okay to let go of a highly skilled candidate who is a relevant, perfect match to our role but is not a culture fit. And this goes same with our existing employees also, so no compromise there. So one thing is probably we can integrate, so have clear listing down your culture aspects. How do you want to see your company as? Where do you want to see your employees to be? And integrate those cultural metrics to your AI tool. Invest in some AI tools that does behavioral assessments and whatnot. And this way we can at least analyze people's intent. If today you have been hired for one particular role and few months, years down the line you have been offered another role, additional role, or some tweaking is happening. So how open are you to that change? So the ability to, to be able to be open to change is again very important. So I think we can invest in checking the culture rather than, checking the skill sets in future.
I think that's most important, the agility, the adaptability of the, the person who we are hiring, because that's something which is going to change, and we ourselves are not very sure what is going to change. So both sides are actually struggling, because as HR students, I keep on telling them that you have to think from both the sides of the table, right? As an prospective candidate, as an hiring manager. So I think we would like to come towards the concluding remark. And the most important question for me also as an academician, that what are the boundaries? Where should we stop? And how can we actually, as we were talking about the balance, but apart from the balance, don't you think that what would be the points where we should be very clear as from the industry point of view, the usage of AI, and how can we also be more prepared actually to make sure that there is no, there is no side effect of technology which is overcoming the health of the organization. So Arnab, would you like to add?
I think I've added a couple of things in the first thing. So I think still, I think we are in the very nascent stages of AI in recruitment, right? So I'll definitely feel, though cultural fitment is one very important thing that ma'am told, but in terms, and we have a few cultural fitment AI apps and all as well, right? Where a few companies use that, like HR Brain and all those stuffs are there, right? But even it is you are using some assessment tools or some culture fitment tools, I think the final decision should be on the hands of the recruiter or the stakeholders, right? That is very important. Cultural fitment to soft skills, all these things, there are tools. There are a few companies as well, startups as well, who are doing a good job, right? But they can only predict. They shouldn't take the decision. Right, so that's what I feel. You can always use and leverage those tools and AI platforms, but the final decision should be on the hands of the interviewer, hiring manager, or the business stakeholders.
Thank you.
I mean, we have been talking about it, that it can make a recruiter's life completely easy and take away all the routine tasks. Having said that, the crucial decision making, where we need to take a call, basis the some data-driven insights, but I think, like you rightly said, Arnab, decision-making should be with human intervention. We need to put a stop there. I personally believe leadership hiring, leaders comes with a lot of experience, a lot of expectations they have, and we really cannot mess it up. Initial experience of sharing call letter, follow-up, and whatnot can be done, but apart from the initial 10 to 20% of investment in AI-led tools of experience with leadership hiring, I think rest must be done by human recruiters. I think these things must be taken care of. So these are the areas where we need to put the hard stop there.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to give a live example of yesterday, how human intervention is must in a leadership positions. I joined this company very recently, as I said, it's just 3 months old. There's a very, very high level critical position was pending for the last 8 months.
Okay.
And the executive director said, Chandra, I need this person. And we are struggling for the last 8 to 9 months, and I've seen more than 5 to 6 candidates. Probably they are the best in the industry, but I didn't satisfied. I said, what was the process? He said, I've been given profiles. Profiles was too good. I called 6, 7 people, but when I intervened with them, when I spoken to them, when I spent time with them, I didn't find them what they have been writing in the profiles and what they are where I was looking for them. Then I asked him, what are you looking in this candidate? Is it a technical ability or is it a knowledge, experience, industry? What are you looking? He just said, I want someone who can really fit into the culture of our organization and who can really work along with the promoter-driven, family-driven, or a biggest, public limited company, but a family promoter-driven company. Then I said, I want to give you 1 or 2 profiles. Then he said, don't give me any profiles. Now I'm bored about it. You just, if you are okay with the candidate, just call him. Only after seeing I can tell you how good you are an HR head over here. That's the challenge he gave me. He said, I don't want to look at the profiles now. I just wanted you, whatever you want to do, background you do. But I will decide your efficiency based on what candidates you are going to present to me. And that's a challenge for me. And I don't know how I have to use now technology.
Yeah, great. I think that was a very, very beautiful used case. And this is how, as HR managers, we are going to be assessed that do anything and everything. But at the end of the day, you need to, as Dr. Singh also said, right people at the right time, at the right place, at the right cost. I think use technology, that is something which I have learned over time. Use technology which is going to help you. Make them servant, don't make them masters, otherwise it would be difficult. So use them for in your own way, and try to just, be very, very, future oriented in terms of see what is needed, how should I use it. Ask right questions, and that's how I keep on iterating that in my classes as well. Ask right questions. Because AI can help you to solve those problems, but AI cannot create intelligent questions. So I think that is where we need to be always on our toes, that this is where my intelligence lies. The artificial intelligence will remain artificial, and human's intelligence will remain a human intelligence. So this is where we need to go ahead of technology. We need to make the right use of technology and then moving ahead in our careers. So use it, right? Don't do the mundane things which can be done in the simple clicks, but do something which is really, really useful and important for the organization. I think we are coming to the closer of this panel. I'll not take the time of the other panels. And thank you so much. But before we close up, is there anything comes to your mind? We would like to answer those questions quickly. Yes, please.
Diversity hiring with AI, and I recently read in a report that India is doing pretty well. There's a 33% year-on-year growth with diversity hiring in India, but we still have a long way to go. So from an Indian perspective, do you think AI will prove to be more powerful in bridging that gap that we have when we're hiring for diverse candidates? And if yes, then how?
Yes, actually, you touched upon a question which I think I should have talked before, because I think a couple of things which have happened. What does technology do? Technology gets you to scan the market, get the most relevant, and get the best people on the table to get interviewed. Of course, I don't want to work for Chandra's manager, because I don't think I can do that. But that's what it does. So if you look at it, a bunch of people who are not very, very active on social platforms, if you look at it, women stay longer in their jobs. There are not too many portals that exist for people with disabilities. A lot of people from the armed forces are not very, very active in terms of their social profile because of what they're doing for the country, etc. But whatever they do, and if technology is able to get to those people and that's what technology is doing, it'll do a great service to the industry from an inclusion standpoint. I'm just not going to talk about gender. That's one. The second thing is that, is India doing very, very well in terms of inclusion? Not really, because, when I was maybe of your age, my class used to have an HR class, used to have about, in 65 people in our class, there used to be about 25 girls, is what used to, which was very good. But if you go to a tech school at that point of time, in a class of about 50 people, you'd have 1 or 2 girls. So that has undergone a humongous change. That means the talent supply chain has become more inclusive in various ways. I'm sure all of you agree with that. But if you look at the mid-management layer, where it's between 26 to 34 years of age, in junior management, we are about close to about 40%, at least in the tech industry. In the other industries also, we are close to that. But if you look at that 26, 30 to 35 years of age, our actual numbers fall down to the mid to high teens, which is where the maximum drop happens. And if you look at what's happening in the senior management, I think the numbers are even more alarming. Some of them, of course, are running, the traditional industries are running in single digits. The tech industry is running in high teens over there, and we are doing all our best possible ways to get there. So what the level of technology will actually help us in terms of touching people that we should be touching. But of course, all this also has its own sets of challenges. There are biases that will exist, etc. And that's a very, very different conversation to have that, we should do. And culture, etc., are very, very unique. And I was actually, this is very, very personal, but I should share this with you all. Till I didn't fall ill, I actually fell ill at one point of time. So but I used to have hair till here, and imagine an HR manager having hair till here. I've had this goatee from when I was like, from the time I had a beard, and I used to have multi-level, multi-layered hair color in my hair and all that. I still did okay in my life. But if you look at it from my social profiling, if that would have happened, a lot of companies would have rejected me. Okay? So, this has been my own experience. And when I was interviewing for a company called iShared Industry, that was my first job that when IMI came to campus. That was the first job, and I wanted to get a job in that company, with hair like that, with a beard like that, for a traditional bullet. They just acquired that bullet at that point of time. They hired me, and somebody actually told me, bullet, they need hippies, that's why you got the job, and I did not. So, that's not AI, but that's stereotyping. But AI in some form or the other also stereotypes, because, you're actually feeding in, garbage out. So just keep that at the back of your mind, so these are some of the things that, we can talk a lot about, but this has been my personal experience, guys.
It's all relatable what you said towards the end. I could completely relate to it.
Any other question? All good. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I mean, whenever I get an opportunity to speak to the industry people, it's always something which I really love to, because that's how we also get to know what is something which we need to discuss in the class in a very, very prevalent manner. Apart from that, thank you so much for educating all of us together, giving us the picture what is happening and how the students can be well prepared for the coming roles. Thank you so much for spending your time. I know it's Saturday morning, but yeah, taking out time and sharing your experience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your valuable insights. We are sure that this discussion has been extremely beneficial for the budding managers in this ever-evolving world. Now, I would like to invite Swati ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Dr. Vipul Singh. I would like to invite Ms. Shruti Walia. I would like to invite Mr. Arnab Guha Niyogi. I would invite Mr. Chandrasekhar. I would now like to invite our senior team member, Drishti, to felicitate Swati ma'am. Thank you everyone. Now we'll be having a short break, post which panel 2 shall commence from 11:45 a.m.
Everyone is expected to be at their best behaviors. No talking and especially no sleeping at all. Your phone should be on silent at all times. You are required to ask relevant questions. Whenever you have to ask questions, make sure you're raising up your hand, standing up, and then asking the questions. If anyone is found using mobile phones or any unprofessional behavior, repercussions will follow. One more thing, make sure you have the mic and then you are asking the questions. If you don't have the mic, please ask the team. They will hand it over to you.
forward, I, Shivani Bhavalkar, member of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, would like to introduce the second panel, the emergence of gig economy, build, buy, or outsource. This panel will delve into how the gig economy is reshaping business strategies by providing flexible and specialized talent. Gig economy involves short-term, freelance or temporary work, offering flexibility to both workers and businesses. With more companies turning to freelancers and independent contractors, the question arises: should organizations build internal capabilities, acquire expertise, or outsource to freelance platforms? Today, our panel of experts will discuss the benefits and challenges of each approach, how to effectively balance these strategies, and the critical factors to consider in navigating the evolving talent landscape. To lead this discussion, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Amrit Bhasin, our esteemed alumna from the 2009 Executive PGDM HRM batch, who brings over 20 years of rich experience. Currently serving as the recruitment head at BT Business, she has previously held notable positions at Hero Moto Corporation. With specialized expertise in talent acquisition, onboarding, training and development, and employee engagement, her experience would be invaluable for today's discussion. We are grateful to have you, ma'am.
I'm indebted. Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelist. We are glad to welcome Mr. Aziz Diaz. He is the AVP and Head Human Resources of North, East and West region at IHCL. With over 28 years of experience in the fields of talent management, employee engagement, employee training, employee relations and strategic HR planning, he has also published an article in Tata Journal of Management about Vivanta by Taj, which conveys the interesting learning and development story with an effort to bring the brand alive through various initiatives. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Delighted to be here.
Our next panelist is Mr. Suresh Kumar. Mr. Suresh Kumar stands as a distinguished HR luminary, boasting over 2 decades of extensive experience in a variety of industries, including technology, consulting, and financial services. Sir is experienced in multiple functions inclusive of HR strategies, specializing across talent acquisition and talent management, which includes diversity, employee engagement, and benefits. With the ability to lead diverse teams, multitask, and work under pressure to meet aggressive targets, he is driven by challenges with a strong focus on process and result orientation. Currently, he is pursuing PhD in Human Resource Management from Geetam University, Visakhapatnam. We are happy to have you, sir. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Abhishek Bhardwaj, India Talent Acquisition Leader at Cisco. Sir is a global talent acquisition leader with a proven 19-year track record of building and leading high-performing recruitment teams. He is an expert in developing and executing strategic talent acquisition initiatives to drive results in fast-paced environments. Welcome, sir. We are happy to have you here. We are delighted to welcome Ms. Shweta Govil Singh, Global Professional Development and Talent Business Partner for the banking and insurance practice at one of the largest and global management consulting firms. With over 2 decades of experience in the talent attraction and management, Ms. Shweta has had extensive exposure with organizations scaling up, going through a turnaround, or building newer capabilities. She is an expert across topics of talent acquisition, performance management, talent strategy, and operations, diversity and inclusion, and corporate social responsibility. She is also a certified strengths coach with a post-graduation degree from XLRI Jamshedpur. We are honored to welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would request Amrit ma'am to take the discussion forward.
A very good morning again. It was nice. I know this is your second session for the day, but you know, while you were prepping up, we at the backstage were discussing on how things work differently for us in our sectors. So we come from different, industries and likewise. Although the lady here set the context, but let me just share a few numbers with you. Why are we talking about this pertinent topic? So gig economy is here, and it is here to stay. And why I say so is because we all know we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and an estimate from a very, very notable digital platform says by 2027, we would have more than 15% of our workforce increasing and getting the gig workers come in, and the rise would be of the tune of 15% every single year. So by 2027, you would have a notable 36% and more in different sectors, from this segment. Another report says that an absolute number of 86.5 million freelancers would be available in this economy globally. And as you understand, a substantial number would be from India. So you got people from different walks of life giving shots and asking us to make different work arrangements. Yes, so, and you also know for a fact that all of this happened after the pandemic. Pandemic taught us a lot of things. Yeah, a lot of traditional setups started to learn to get hybrid, to work from remote models, to get onto platforms and have more performance by having workforce from alternate walks of life. So having said that, the point I'm making is the jobs and their locations were decoupled, they were separated, and which is why all of our esteemed panelists and I are here sitting and talking about this. So without much ado, we'd like to hear from all of them the future of workforce and the rise of the gig economy. It's here to stay, how and why. So let me begin with my first question, lady and gentlemen. The first question is, as the gig economy continues to expand, how do you see the traditional employment model working? Also, what fundamental shifts should organizations prepare for in the future of work? We're working in a certain way. How do you see this moving?
Sure, happy to take that. Hi everyone, very good afternoon now. I hope we can make this enriching and interesting for all of you. And so I think coming back to your question, Amrit, the traditional organizations, I think the traditional employment or operating model is up for a change, and I think there are a lot of reasons why it will change. How much, I think that's still something that needs to unfold. But yes, clearly the talent recipe where you had almost like 70, 80, 90% of your workforce pretty much sitting and having traditional operating models is undergoing a huge change. Every organization typically has, I would put it across like 3 broad structures. There's an internal structure, there's an external structure, and then there are networks that they build, right? I think over a period of time, I think the external structures will kind of gain a lot more momentum, and the internal structures would hopefully limit themselves to more strategic, more capability building talent, more innovation based talent, only which would largely be internal. So therefore, and some of the drivers, of course, there's automation, there's AI, there's digitalization, all of that's driving it, right? All these kids who are sitting across me, I think I can tell you, when I look at them and I look at myself, when I was your age, I just feel you guys are just so much more sorted.
Yeah.
So much more sorted in your head. You know what you want to do. You're so much more assertive. You have a need for purpose in your life. You have a need. You need to be empowered. I think that fundamental psychological shift in the workforce is also going to drive a lot of this gig economy uplift.
Totally echo with you.
And what organizations will eventually need to gear up for is, of course, first and foremost, be able to build collaborative technology around holding up remote working models, risk controls, because when you are working in a gig setup, then you have to have a fair amount of control in terms of the risk aspect as well, because a lot of work could be confidential, client information, and so on and so forth. The traditional organizations will have to gear up for a collaborative model that I said, where the internal structures will have to learn to collaborate with external structures, where you could have people coming where there could be JVs, there could be people who are just working on project-based assignments and so on. I would say the next big thing which traditional organizations need to gear up is their performance management system, because I think right now, because everything is a lot more internal, it's easier to measure. I think when a lot more work population is dispersed, how do you measure population? How do you measure their output? How do you measure their impact? I think all of those matrices will have to be very clearly defined. And I think the third big avalanche is going to be the cultural piece of it, right? What defines an organization? Organization has its identity because of its people indeed, but the glue is the culture of the organization. How would you integrate a gig workforce into the cultural fabric of your organization? I think that is clearly something which the organizations will have to solve for, because there's a fair amount of cost optimization and workforce psychological transformation which is underway on this.
Quite insightful, I must say. To begin with, the aspects of culture that you brought in are the ones. We all understand the gig economy, don't we? Because the whole discussion's based on whether we should look at internally building up our capabilities. Should we be outsourcing to complete freelancing platforms, or should we look at a mix and match of these models? How should we go about them? I move on to my next question, panel. Looking back at the decision to outsource or work with gig workers, were there, I'm sure in some of your setups this has happened, in case you've tasted this, were there any unexpected benefits or drawbacks that you initially did not see, but whilst you worked with them, you actually ended up understanding that this is a possibility? And my part B to the question is, how has that shaped your current strategy for talent acquisition? Ajit.
I think I'll take that. All right, thanks, Amrit. I think it was great context setting that you've done, Amrit, and I really liked and agree with what Shweta said on what organizations also need to do. So just to add to that before I come to my story is also the piece on legislation, the piece on the kind of benefit culture or kind of equality culture that the companies are going to do in the future or should do even from now to be more progressive. Okay. So having said that, I'm very curious. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands. How many of you all in this audience would like to start as your careers as gig workers?
Yeah.
Let's just see a show of hands.
Final year students, questions to you.
That's a googly.
Actually, yeah, we weren't expecting.
I'm really surprised that I thought I actually expected to see at least 10 or 15% of the people, but I'm surprised that nobody's. I mean, this seems to be a scary word out here, the gig workforce.
And which brings us to the point that gig work is just not about your food deliveries, etc. There are highly specialized, portfolios, jobs for which, or for certain projects for which organizations might not want a full-timer. They would want a highly specialized resource come in, deliver within the timeline, and leave. And so from there, we're asking, after your full-time program, the ones who are in your final year, how many of you would actually want to get into this economy, to get into this kind of work setup as your first jobs, or perhaps, one of your first jobs?
I agree with Ajit, because so last time I had been with IIT Chennai, so I asked the same kind of question to them. Half of the batch actually they raised their hands. Yes, we already started working on that.
Sure.
So I know that being a management, because I am interacted there with the technology guys. So starting from the first year onwards, so they had been part of a lot of projects. So they are been imparting and seeing how it is really affecting their experience while before completing the course. So how actually the IITians are different from a regular BTech colleges. So like that, because see, that gig is the part actually when Shweta has clearly mentioned that the time we started our journey, we never had these kind of opportunities for us. We are waiting for the campus opportunity, who will come and recruit us. but now the thing is totally changed. We are actually, you guys are dictating the company saying that I want this. So those kind of things, it is not, I didn't see a single man raising a hand saying that yes, I had been, don't take it in a negative way. See, we are actually asking you to be better proactive in terms of getting into these kind of businesses, because the four big consulting firms are actually requesting most of the institutes to be a part of their gig working style.
Thank you so much.
Can I
Ajit,
answer
you
your
were-
question, by the way?
Yeah, please, please.
Your question that you raised to the audience. So I think if you would have asked this question, maybe in any other geography, because in my role I kind of do a lot of other geographies also. There's a huge amount of a cultural difference in Asia versus when you go to the Americas and the West. I think we attach a lot of importance to stability. Still,
Yeah.
we attach a lot of importance to getting into traditional jobs. And I think, like you said, they would dictate terms. They would get inside the organization and then dictate terms when they are in full-time jobs. But I think the point that my friend Ajit is basically trying to bring forward is that I think the avenues are like really open. So I think your question, you would have got a better response if you were in America, maybe.
So there's no dearth of opportunities is what I hear from the panel. And yes, studies are backing this up. The gig workforce will be dictating terms. They will be dictating the way organizations work in future. And we need to open our eyes and ears to them. It's time to bounce. It's time to leap. And would you be answering your...
Yes, let me come back. I think thank you. I mean, I'm glad it generated a lot of interest. So just coming back to the question, so we did experiment. In fact, this was pre-COVID, where we decided to say, okay, let's see if part of our sales workforce is what we could sort of get in gig workers. We wanted to do it also because there was an additional need. So we were trying to supplement this. And also we have a second careers program, what we call Second That. For the women workforce who want to come back, after taking a break.
Returning mothers and likewise.
Yes. And so, the biggest challenge that we saw was not so much external. We were getting good quality of hires, but internally the mindsets were not really tuned. Right. Secondly, also, there is always this, and I know most of you all in audience must be the marketing guys, future CEOs. So the fight with the CEO as well as the other functional heads from an HR perspective is also that they sometimes think that, okay, these guys have got very excited and they're trying to do something new, and is it really required? So what I've learned is that I think primarily it's about culture setting, it's about mindset setting. Before you start, before you go into something like that, because there are a lot of things that we learned on the way. We suddenly realized, oh, we don't have, it's not the same benefits, okay? We also realized that even in terms of, the governance piece, like what Shweta was talking in terms of risk, we're giving out an email ID. What is our IT risk? So, our internal audit teams jumped on us, and we had to do a lot of rethinking as we went along. And of course, it was learning. It was learning to say that, these are the things that we should do, or these are the things we should not do. But from an HR perspective, I think one of the big challenges or one of the big learnings which came through was the fact that, it takes a lot more, and especially now because it was nascent, and we were getting into that, into that kind of a workforce in terms of coordination, in terms of onboarding, in terms of, even making sure that there is a certain level of engagement among the gig workforce, right? So a lot of effort from the HR front was required, and like I said, the first step, of course, is trying to get all the stakeholders on the same level or same thought process.
Yeah, and like to add to what Ajit mentioned.
Please.
It's very important, and Suresh also highlighted that we need to think within what's happening. We need to open our eyes and see what's happening around. If you see in US, and Shweta mentioned that briefly, by 2027, 50% of their workforce will be gig. Right? That's a big change. In India, again, if you see the Niti Aayog report, it is happening at big stage. Now, I know it is industry specific at times. IT has maybe, that's the reason that even in IIT, people do take, let me give you an example. Now, at school level, education level, when was it, at least not in my age, I remember, a student, a humanities student, would say that, I was speaking to a student and she said that, I would like to take design thinking with psychology. And I said, okay, what combination is that? Yeah. And she was like, okay, I am taking psychology to understand people. I'm taking economics to understand the economy, how it will work, because she wants to get into, she wants to start her own business. At the same time, English she's taking to create a good storytelling when she will go in the market. And design thinking to bring a process and a structure to all of this, to present. When was the last time any thought like that, right? So if it is happening at a school level right now, think of when people will come in college and stuff, it will happen. Maybe it is a societal thing that our parents have thought in a certain way and that comes to us as well, right? By legacy. But we have to break those legacies as well, because the way organizations are moving and technology is moving very, very fast. And technology will ensure that we need to change.
Absolutely. In fact, we'd like to hear more from the panel on the compliances side, administrative for that matter, and otherwise, what is it that you faced? But while we do that, my next question to the panel is, with the flexibility offered by the build, buy, borrow, or bind model, how do you determine which approach best aligns with your organization's long-term goals and the ones which are shorter? Who'd like to take that? Yeah.
This is Suresh. Good afternoon, guys. So the three major things: build, buy, and borrow. So anyway, the last one will be with the employer and employee. So it depends upon how we are doing the workforce planning, because see, it is different from a services company to a product company, because I am facing the thing now, because I started my career with TCS, so that time it's a services, so it's a volume game again. So we have a workforce planning, so for next year, how many I need to recruit, I need to plan accordingly, then I can start the work. But now coming to, from the last 2-3 years, I've been working in a product company. Every time is a challenge for me. So I cannot recruit a person with higher compensation with niche technology, and I cannot keep him on bench if I'm not getting revenue. So those kind of things are differed from the way we have seen previously and now what we are seeing it. But in the gig economy now, it is really helping us in terms of whenever I want to use that resource, I can pay him and for a certain period, and after that I can say that we'll call you back again. So if you are a full-time employee, I cannot say that, okay, you can leave, you can join and all this. Yeah, statutory, I totally agree with you all. But at the same time, my work is getting done. Okay, so
yep.
So those kind of things that we are looking forward from the gig economy, and we are fulfilling our requirements and doing our projects with a timely effort, and we are successful in that. And the second part is, while doing the product, so lot of things will occur. See, some of our like CEO, CTO talks about what is our next plan for next year, 2025. They come up with 3-4 products. So I need to prepare myself as a talent acquisition guy. So I need to see how I can leverage what is the existing team and what is the new team that I need to hire, and how many resources I need to hire as a freelance or a gig workers. So those kind of new challenges is coming up in a different way altogether. So these three play a key role. And the last one is the bind, where it's a full-time resources, where if at all he wants to, I need to retain the resource if he is very valuable for me and I cannot lose him because of that, I need to lose something. So I need to pay, I need to give him some kind of extra incentives or whatever.
Retention bonuses and stuff.
Those kind of things. That is what.
Sure. Right. So now that's helpful to everybody on the panel here. Also, does the gig economy work better because it's more cost effective?
It depends upon we see how the product, what revenues you can generate. You can work on according to that. If it's a long time project, so where better you need to hire him as a full-time employee, not a gig. But the gig, how it really affects is because if the I will give you an example. Computer vision is the new one with AML. I'm working on a product now. So it is hardly I will get some guys from different locations. So it is not useful for me if I hire with a higher compensation because their salaries are pretty high. So what I need to do is I need to talk to him and at least 1-2 hours per day or on Saturdays where he can support us, where it leverages me and it will be more helpful for us to get the things done. So those kind of things, because I'm using it now, so it is very helpful in the way what I'm looking forward.
You want to share what skill buckets are you hiring them from, just to give a perspective, you know?
That's what I said, computer vision with AML, that is a bigger one, and DevOps, majorly on the computer vision is the major one. That is the heart of that particular project where that guy has to be, we recently hired one director and even tech leads for the same product. It will be released by 2025 starting itself.
Other panelists you were adding?
Can I just
please?
Sorry. So I think it really depends, like what is the stage of your organization, and that's where the whole cost arbitrage game will actually come in, because for our kind of an industry where client information is super critical, I think there are a lot more. There's a whole spectrum of gig workers that I see. There is one which is more at an entry point, which is more of very, very non-firm analogous roles, which are like, okay, we don't even have that kind of a talent on the roles of the organization. They're very medium skill jobs, and which is what's typically outsourced and done from a gig perspective. Then there would be a spectrum of roles which we don't have talent for. We've not even onboarded that talent, and probably from a long-term perspective, we don't even have the vision to do performance management for them. We don't have the people architecture, we don't have anything, and we won't be able to manage them for a long term. So we will just take them on a project basis, get our project delivered to the client, and they collaborate with our internal structure that I was talking about initially. And then there is this third aspect of the gig workforce, which is super high-end talent, which again we may not have, because these are probably veterans in the industry. These are people who've spent like years maybe writing policies for countries, for governments, or people like those stature, which would typically not want to take up a full-time assignment with an organization, and therefore that's the other end of the white-collar job where they would be the gig economy workers for us. So we've used that kind of a skill set, and therefore I believe cost arbitrage really depends on your organization evolution and the spectrum of your context, basically.
So it's a huge spectrum, you just don't have the frontliners as we may think, from the initial definition. It's just not the frontliners who are gig workers. There are very specialized ones who are picked up for certain specialized roles. You were adding.
Absolutely, and when I said it does, it is, so whatever that we do, the technological advancements, the societal changes, and the regulations, eventually they impact the cost piece, for sure. When we move to gig economy, and at least in technology, and I was managing before this in IBM, and that was a technology, non-technology role as well, we have hired extensively and we have moved to gig workers. Cost was one piece, and the way industry is moving very, very fast, very nimble and flexible, you need to cost plays a very vital role in how policies will change, right? So,
thanks very much, panel. Before I move on to the next Question. I have a little something to ask you all. You've been hearing everything good so far about, gig economy, this, that, how it's going to impact. I want you to now focus on the fact, can you think of a flip side? Can you think of a pitfall of having the gig economy workers in the main workforce? Can you think of something?
I'm sure they have. Nobody
Somebody
raised
with
their
a
hand initially.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronit. The pitfall that you asked for is for the students like us who are going to join the workforce now. We have got a lot of us have an education loan with them. And I would like to point out that that is going to be a big mental health issue for them if they're into a gig workforce and they have to leave at a certain point, and that would cause them to have some anxieties regarding what would be the next job because they have a debt outstanding with them. So the mental side of it is a big issue, I think.
We want to hear more. Yes? Do you have a similar?
No, first point was similar. Second point is from organization point of view, moonlighting will happen. So, and many gig workers will take up different jobs from different organization. I would like to give an example. If a person takes a job from Google for a data analyst role, he'll give some insights. Then from Microsoft, if he takes it, then he has a preconceived bias from Google's data. So he'll try to adjust and may give a better or worse result to Microsoft based on the data he received from previous organization. So that data privacy thing that everybody in the panel was talking about, that will be lost even if we have some guidelines or policies to prevent that, but our brain will still keep that data, and there will be a bias in our analysis there. So
you want to respond, panel?
See, the first question, what he is talking about, the first guy. So there are a couple of things here. One is the passion towards the thing what you are going forward. It is not that every time I feel that the pressure is anywhere, everywhere. It is not that it will be happen here or there. In my entire 23 years of experience, there are a lot of pressure while I was started my career with TCS. So there are no Saturdays, Sundays for me. Okay, so see, that's what I'm saying is now the things are changed dramatically. It is not the old-fashioned when I started in 2000. So you guys need to prepare yourself. We are not asking you to jump in and join some organization now itself, get the things done. It's all passion towards what we are doing. Because now I am doing my PhD in AA in HR. So nobody asked me to do that. It's my passion towards that how the economy is moving to the next level. So if I am not doing that, or if I am not aware of how AA is getting into HR, so I will be sitting in the last corner and I am listening whatever somebody is saying about. So if I am a part of it, so I am with having an experience of 20 years, so that I will move into the next level also. That really helps us. Okay. So the second thing about the dual employment, yes, I totally agree, because we won't allow any associate, because we took an NDA with all the associates who joined as a full-time employee. But at the same time, some of them we took as a gig workers. They are not a full-time employees. They work with one or two organizations as a part-time or freelancing kind of part. So we will look into all this policy, legal proceedings, and imbibed with the organization policy that we won't allow anyone to work in the same company. Only on the hybrid model, sometimes it really works out for us as a freelancer if he is really interested to work us. And the second part is how it really helps us and for him as well. That is what now, thanks to COVID, because after COVID no one is interested to come to office and work. It is very hard for us. We are giving a lot of incentives for everyone. Please come, you will get extra incentive. So a lot of things are changing nowadays. It is not that I say that earlier TCS say if you are not coming, you please better sit at home and work. Now it is changed and it is not working in all the companies. But still some companies, they accept, they allow some employees to work from home in a hybrid model, and they fulfill whatever they are having it.
Can I talk on behalf of these bachas also once, please?
Please do.
Yeah. So let me tell you one of the biggest flip sides. And I think as you start your career right now, and the fact that gig economy is still evolving, is the fact that to get that taste of the culture of the organization, I keep going back to the culture.
Yeah, my
you know,
next-
if you kind of start off, and unless you're so entrepreneurial and you have such unique value proposition that companies will want to come and take you so on early on, probably you might need a little bit more time to get into organizations, stabilize yourself, learn the basic skills, and get the knack of moving from a campus to a corporate kind of a mental mode, and then probably try your hands on it. But through this, when you're thinking about it, I think to your point, mental health issues, I think Ronit, you said that. It's very subjective. Let me tell you, mental health issues happen when you have a full-time job also, by the way, and you have a well-paying,
Yeah.
high-paying job also. So
Yeah.
those two things may not have a direct correlation. It's very subjective, right? However, earning capability, I think, is highly dependent on your ability to create your unique selling point and your value proposition. So unless you haven't had that and you have aspirations to really earn well, yeah, so that's the other flip side of it. So that's why I wanted to talk on their behalf.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with both what Suresh as well as Shweta have said. And but just to add on to that first question about, and I'm coming back to the mental health question. I think yes, if today you're a gigger, you do have that stress and strain of moving from one gig to the other, finding the right opportunities, right? Because you are so-called a freelancer in the true sense, right? And perhaps what Shweta said also made a lot of sense, that yes, you get into understanding how do organizations work, understand the culture, understand what are those actual build some credibility before you're able to get those gigs that you would like to, right? So, but yes, it is a pitfall, I would agree, because the mental health issue is relatively, I mean, of course, I do agree, we all do have those challenges, but it's relatively a little bit more because this sector needs to get, or this workforce needs to get more organized, so to speak. And I think eventually what will make the difference is if the gig workforce looks at parity in terms of everything, pay, working hours, benefits, and that will make the difference. And I think that's the answer to your question.
Yeah,
Yes.
and to your point, I think very important, and the gist of it was continuity in work, right? And if continuity in the work, there is a lot happening. These are online platforms, they are gig platforms which are available, where you go in today, you enroll yourself in, right? And you put your skills there. There is an assessment which happens, right? The assessment happens, and then the system, the AI algorithm, throws up different trainings at you to say, hey, this is the role that you aspire to be in, right? And then if you want to get into this role, you lack here, or this is your strong point where you can amplify yourself. And that helps, because if you are upskilling yourself, then a regular job, and never happened in regular jobs, right? All these training programs came very, very late, when people understood that delivery is one other thing, and then performance management. But then it's already happening here at a very big stage. So you go there, you apply, and then it throws a lot of opportunities. And the biggest positive that I see from an organization perspective and product engineering that we manage, now we can, in gig workers, we can hire people globally. Right? I have a job, I don't need to hire somebody locally here. I can hire somebody based in Mexico or Argentina.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Yeah, so that's why we said, the jobs and their locations are decoupled. They are not together. They don't come as a mandate, as a package. And a very pertinent point made here is the upskilling. See, today you've grown with those smartphones. You've grown up with those apps. We come from a time, all of us here, come from a time when we saw our phones in our first jobs, perhaps. Yeah? And so we didn't have that opportunity to learn, to upskill on the go. You guys consume the first 10 seconds of what you see on the app, either builds your interest on the further content, or you just move away from that, whatever the left stroke or strike or whatever you call it. So yeah, we didn't have that opportunity.
organizations are spending a fortune to get their workforce, all forms of workforce, traditional, alternate workforce, upskill themselves, giving those opportunities for them to be capable to apply for jobs that they aspire to get into. And that's something that you can leverage on, and that's a big plus of this shift that we see. I would like to take one more response before I move to two very important questions in the go. Yes, please. Nobody this side? No? Sure.
Good afternoon. My question is related to core competence. So organizations across all industries have a particular set of talent that they would like to protect, that they'd like to groom and develop, right? We've spoken about this competence being commoditized, and hence a gig economy may be coming up 10, 15, 20 years in the future. A downside to this may be that, as my friend mentioned here as well, that if this core group of employees, their competence or an organization's core competence skill set gets commoditized, the gig workforce might become too expensive, because then companies will have to bid for very, expensive talent, or very talent that will help them get that competitive edge, right?
Yeah, I can take it. I can take. So it's a valid point, and that's the reason I would say while gig economy is growing, at this stage it will still be a hybrid model, right? There are few core competencies which should stay with the organization where you see a lot of risk, and you're not prepared to address those risks right now, right? And there comes a lot of regulations, and Suresh mentioned about disclosure agreements and stuff. We do all that, but then we know that where the impact will be very, very drastic, we still keep them with the organization.
And while we are growing as organizations, we are also learning. We do not know a lot of security-related measures. There are compliances which I tried asking about. There are a lot of administrative issues in handling this workforce. So organizations are also evolving, and that brings me to my next question. If any one of us has really worked in this area, what do you think would be the future of people policies, employee policies in organizations, especially the TA policies, if this kind of a workforce is growing at the pace that it is right now?
I'll take it, because that's a hot topic for us, right? And my fellow panelists have spoken about culture. In terms of strategy, it's a multifaceted strategy, right? It covers the compliance, at the same time keep the human element into place as well, which is how we keep people motivated to a gig economy, to the organization. So let me give you a few examples that we have done. From a regulatory perspective, it's very important to classify where they stand, right? To understand that if a gig worker is there, is it a independent contractor or what is? If you don't do that, then you get into legalities.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Very important point. At the same time, it's about the agreements and the non-disclosure agreements that we sign with them. And there is a review which happens as well, which is very critical that we do in our space. Now moving to the human aspect, when there is culture and taking steps there, we have, let me give you a few examples there. When we onboard people today, right, we have a policy that like we do for regular employees, the onboarding happens the same way, which means when somebody gets onboarded, there is a welcome kit which goes to the person, right? There is a complete orientation happens like for a regular employee. At the same time, there are regular touch-ups with different functions of the organization where they go and address them, so that they don't feel alienated, that they are not part of this organization. They have a purpose with that organization, right? It does help a lot in a long run. At the same time, there are different training tools which are available to these new employees, like any other regular employee, which helps them to upskill themselves. And believe you me, if you know the organization is taking care of you and is investing in you for future, even if you're working for a short period of time, you value, right? It motivates you to be part of it, and like one of the gentlemen mentioned there, that what if I'm working for one organization and then the other day working for another organization. If you stick to one organization, there are ample opportunities as well, and there are projects which are which don't go away. There are one project and then you get another project, and that flexibility you need at work, and that's the reason we are here. So.
Right, thanks so much. In fact, like we say, you know, there, and to put perspective to the things he's mentioned, it is because even the gig workers are not just one of a kind. There are ones who are into, like you said, different jobs, and they do this particular gig for some time in the month or a week, likewise. Some of them are available about, 14, 15 hours a day, and this is actually what their full-time job would look like, but they're gig workers. And then there is a mix, there's a hybrid, this thing bit. So then all of them differently to be engaged in different industries. You've got heavy engineering industry, you've got manufacturing, you've got the ITES space. The whole the plethora of jobs, the skill buckets that they're hired for, and the kind of deliveries they're expected to have is very different. So there is no one size fits all kind of a solution. I move on to my penultimate question, and I'd like to ask this to the panel. Now, see, the way employer branding initiatives play a very important role in today's world. What's seen is what sells. So having a good, an umbrella of benefits and imagery that works well with all forms of workforce is very important, as we understand. How do you think, panelists, should with the current economy, the current workforce coming in from the gig world, will the pitch from our recruiter side and TA or overall employer benefits, the bundle that we share it with the workforce outside, will that change? And if yes, how? What?
You rightly said, because branding starts from the recruiter end, because he's the first person, he's the face of the company.
Usually the first touch point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he talks more about the company in the first phase, because most of them doesn't know what the company do and what are the benefits and all these things, because that plays a key role actually. That's what we, before inducting any person in my team, I do a specific induction for him in terms of what he has to talk to the candidate and how it leverages, because whatever you rightly said, even my panelists about, so there won't be any differentiation between a freelancer, a gig worker or a full-time employee. So everybody we are giving the same leverage. So most of the employees talk about nowadays on the learning management system. It's not only the work. So we are giving 20% of our revenue goes on the learning management system, where we go with a tool or internal, it is instructor-led or it's an online course or any kind of part. So the recruiter has to be the face of the organization, where he has to talk in the same lines of the CEO, not on the HR head. It's the same lines of the CEO, what he is thinking and what is that where we are going ahead. I think the branding suggesting coming out from the recruiter till the employees of the organization, when they talk about more on the benefits or how the company is leveraging them, not only the work, the engagement in terms of how the culture and how the fun at work. So those are all the things that we need to update at the first stage itself, so that we'll get more leverage from that.
I'd like to hear more. Yeah.
Just to build on this and give you example, I know there is a long way to go in terms of benefits. When we talk about a gig worker who's working, there are benefits which are there, but then not like regular employees, not in all cases, but a lot is happening. For example, have you heard of Niti Aayog? Right? Are you aware that there is a platform on which people who are gig workers, when they are unemployed, there is a amount that they get, right? So there are changes happening at the government level, in corporate as well, in private sector. They are covered with their different kind of insurances, right? Whether it's a health insurance, whether it's an accidental insurance or a maternity benefit, those are there. There is a lot that we can also do, for example, in terms of incentivizing them. In regular employees, it's easier to incentivize them, but then what we have done recently, it is performance-based. So for example, if you get into a project, okay, and you get into a project and there is a timeline given to you. If you close that project in maybe earlier, you get more incentive. That's how it is, right? So which means it is developing and it will grow.
Can I be a little provocative here, please?
Certainly.
Employee value proposition, at least as we speak now and at least in the next few years, and my personal view is that I'm not sure it is going to be completely aligned for both the kinds of workforces, because what you're going to hold eventually, even when your talent landscape within the organization is going to shift more towards gig, I think you will still want to hold back your key disruptor talent internally, the strategic talent, the talent which is going to set the vision for the organization, and that's a very, very different kind of a talent. And your employee value proposition for that kind of a talent is going to be very different, coming both from tangible and intangible benefits, right? Everything put together. For a gig, of course, for a gig workforce, I think it is going to be extremely important to lay out the benefits and advantages from a cultural, financial, social integration, everything from that standpoint. It's going to be very, very important to put it out there. But I personally am not too sure whether it is going to be a complete 100% amalgamation of the value propositions. I think there will continue to be a difference, while the quantum of it, the talent will shift more towards the external structures that I was talking about versus the internal, but internal will continue to be super, super critical then.
Mm-hmm. Quite interesting. Adding.
Just to add to that, when you ask this question about what do we need to do from talent acquisition perspective, so just suddenly this example came to mind of an ex-colleague of mine, who was a fellow trainer, and she went gig. She first went and of course joined another organization, worked across, and today she's gone solo. So when we asked her, would you want to come back, so she said no. She said, first you won't be able to afford me, and secondly, she's saying that, I mean, there are 2-3 things that I'm just going to add on, even in terms of flexibility. What organizations really need to put out there in their promotions and from the talent acquisition perspective, how flexible are you really going to be, because today that hybrid is really literally back to work. So that's one challenge which we will deal with. But yes, looking at what Abhishek has mentioned about the statistics, no matter what you look at a McKinsey report or you look at the Niti Aayog report, it's going to be there, So that's something which you guys perhaps, when you hit the road running, you will have to deal with these challenges of because the need, the cost. That question which was asked is very futuristic. It may take some bit before we reach there where companies are going to literally bid for a gig worker. But right now it's about attracting, making it more attractive. So how are we positioning ourselves? How are we putting out those? And of course, I mean, what is the infrastructure that we are creating from all aspects, legality, benefits, welfare, compensation, fairness of all of it. I think that's going to make a difference.
I'd like to add one quote, okay? If you see in my, even in my phone right now, I always write, no risk, no story, okay? Which means, and you know the financials, I'm sure more than me now, I learned it at a very later age, that you can take risk in finance at an early age, and so you can invest into different kind of mutual funds or something which are equity, and then you move to debt. That's how it is, right? Which means this is the time for you to take a risk and think and look at all successful people around you. You will find people who have taken risk in their life. I'm not saying that everyone should take risk, then that's how I am, right? I have charted my journey like that, but then please, at your age, take risk. Take risk and you will see the dividends. It's break the monotony It's difficult to break the monotony, but it is very good.
Right, now time for googly questions from the audience. Anybody? Yep. Oh.
So fast forward to the future. I don't know, 5 years, 10 years. If we fast forward, do you see gig workers being a very significant part of TA strategy of companies going forward? And the reason I'm asking this is, let me give the remaining part of the question, because I think it's going to happen. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, but if gig workers becomes a significant part of TA strategy, then it's going to change the expectations of students in top engineering schools and business schools.
Yep.
Because today, you expect if you get into a top E school or B school, you're going to get placed through campus and you're going to get wonderful salaries. Maybe the metrics will change. It'll be, maybe less than 50% get placed through campus. And that's par for the course. And the remaining people get gig jobs. So the campuses which can facilitate, not through the learning, their students to get better gig jobs will stand out. So the focus is going to shift from picking up degrees and getting this brand of the school rather than on skill sets that they learn. And the skill sets are what is going to sell in the market. So the focus will shift from CGPA and degrees and reputation of the school to specific demonstratable skill sets. And I think that will make learning better because it will put the onus on the students to learn things which matter as opposed to just passing courses and getting good grades. So do you see that happening going forward?
I'll hold my, please.
Shall I take this? Dr. Das, absolutely. I think you're spot on. I think that is going to be the need. Also, so in terms of the pay, I think organizations will always pay the right price for the right talent. So that's not going to change. But yes, there is, I mean, in fact, today the difference, and when we speak to more academia, we also realize that there is this challenge. There's an expectation gap for the skill gap that exists, So yes, what you've said, I think that's going to be a game changer where, the organizations are really going to look forward to campuses to come and, produce the talent which is the right fit for them, for those kind of skill sets that they are looking for. And the more that happens, I think the more this will get facilitated. And of course, I mean, if we are to crystal gaze and see, look into the future, this is one important aspect which was there in our minds also in terms of how do we facilitate this, for the future. And I think that's going to be a key factor.
So I can share from my side of the world briefly. I think there has been this huge, especially on the consulting side, there's been this huge thing around hiring the top 5% of the talent only from a particular batch and stuff like that. Very, very centric to marks and so there is a huge change, and I have witnessed this in my last, I would say, more than a decade in the industry. There is a huge shift from what you could call pedigree to potential. Yeah, to the fact that, to your point, sir, the change that we are seeing is that your core profiles would still come from your top campuses. There is no doubt about it. But there is still an influx of talent which could be on the tech side, which could be largely, I have seen mostly tech inclusions, where people bring in very, very niche skills, which you typically not get on the typical management campuses. And I think those two pathways eventually coincide at a certain point in time in the organizations, where there is somebody who's entered primarily because of the skill that person brings on the board, and somebody who probably comes from a top-notch management institute. I think somewhere after a few years, their talent pathways start to overlap and they start to follow a similar kind of a journey and growth journey in the organization. So to your point, yes, that's happening, but I think again, the fact that you are still trying, organizations still trying to pick up their strategic talent through the traditional models, but the tech talent right now, a lot more tech talent is coming from a skill-based direction.
Absolutely.
Specific, say 5 years, 10 years down the road, do you see organizations picking up talent from a Fiverr or an Upwork, which is a gig platform?
I find it inevitable. Yes.
Why not? They would eventually have to, because I think they have to.
Yes.
There's no choice.
Campus strategy forever.
Yes.
They cannot forever be going to the campus and doing the same stuff. I think eventually after.
The talent from a platform which is more democratized.
Correct.
Because you have global talent sitting on that platform.
Absolutely.
The ones who want to do which come to mind today are Upwork and Fiverr. There are many more, and there'll be many more coming along. So I can see organizations are going and hiring talent from the platform.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
And we have a live example in my previous role with IBM. We were doing that. We are not only directed to campus hiring, right? We were using a lot of platforms, and in those platforms, like you mentioned, that it is skill-based hiring now. We pick people on skills and not on experience, and that's where we have seen the difference. You pick the best talent, and that best talent gives you the efficiency and the performance that you actually look for in a candidate. And for you as well, I think try it out while you're doing this. Go in one of the platforms, put your profile there and see if there are opportunities available, and do something around that. You will find some way there. I think that could be a start for you when you go from here.
In fact, today, in a lot of top engineering campuses in India, these kids, while in college, are on these platforms.
Yeah, they are.
And they are getting gigs, like you mentioned IIT Madras. They are getting gigs through these platforms while in college. So they build a portfolio of skills before they even graduate.
That's a very picking up trend, you know. Like we said, we don't go for internships a lot traditionally anymore. We'd rather, you know, erstwhile there was a platform Dare to Compete, now they've rechristened it. I'd rather go engage with 40,000, 50,000 candidates there and, you know, look at somebody, 4 or 5 of them coming from there rather than visiting 10 campuses and having somebody do that. Here at British Telecom, we already are inviting alternate work forms, you know. They come in for different gigs. They come, they deliver, they have time-bound, you know, projects, they move. If we want them again, we try and engage. If that works for both the parties, great. We're already doing that. So, yeah, it is a reality. It is inevitable.
Yeah, and one last thing. When you go on such platforms, you do a project, right? That project is rated. Yeah. So we rate that project that, okay, on a scale of 5, you fared 4.5 or a 5 or a 4, right? That goes into your file, and when a new project comes, you're picked. So which means there is a performance management happening for you, and that's available for you across. I think there is a lot to do in terms of standardizing those metrics across, but then that will happen.
We also have skill-based pay, to one of your points mentioned earlier. It doesn't matter to us that, you know, it's somebody with 3-4 years of experience or 10 years of experience, as long as the value that they bring to the table. If a younger, you know, workforce resource is bringing in more value, we'd be paying them higher, and it's evident. And that's why a lot of traditional forms of, you know, having those pay ranges and the compa ratios, and then it also brings us another challenge. If we are paying higher to the gig workers than some of our internal workforce, that's also a reality. There's a challenge that we are facing, that tomorrow we will not have internal parity. How do we bring that vibe inside the organization to us, an element? But we are still exploring and struggling, moving ahead and learning in this journey. More questions, anybody, before we close? You know, we are past time. So any last 2 questions? Yes, please.
So So first of all, very good afternoon. So we can see that there's a trend for DEI, and if like there's a lot of talk about the skills and competencies. So if down like 10 years down the line, if we are hiring just for the skills, the competencies, how would the DEI aspect come into play?
Please take.
Okay. I ask this question to all my managers when they come back to me and they question me on that diversity targets are very high. I ask this question, do you feel that the diversity candidates are any less competent? No, they are not.
No.
But yes, I understand that the pool, if today I open a search, I'll find 70% non-diversity candidates. That's okay. Let's talk about just gender right now, right? But at the same time, in my previous role, our diversity percentage was 50%, right? Our target was 45%. We are at 50%, and when I left, we will close somewhere close to 53, 54,
Wow.
which is very, very high.
It's
and I tell you
huge.
I tell you the reason what we did. We spoke. It is a top to bottom approach. We spoke to all the leaders and told them very, very clearly, this is an organizational target that we have taken. Now, when we showcase you people, even if I get 7 people who are non-diversity candidates, I'll still make it a conversion of 50%. You have to choose whether it takes time. That's absolutely fine. We bought some time from them, but over a period of time, we were able to achieve that because of technology, because of pre-screening people at very, very fast pace. And 50% is if you ask anyone, I think it's a very, very difficult. It's phenomenal.
Massive,
Right?
yeah, in all forms.
It will happen. It will happen. I think to answer your question. It depends what culture that you want to imbibe in an organization and how you want to do it. What steps are you taking? If you're taking steps, baby steps, you will be able to do it. Still getting the right talent.
Yeah, there's a birdie who just came and said, we can't have more of these questions, just respecting time for everybody. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for their time, their contribution, and most of all, sharing ideas, which I'm sure a lot of us hadn't thought about, or maybe, were forced to think for the first time. Thank you very much. That's indeed a pleasure interacting with you all.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable insights. Your contributions and engagements have enriched our understanding of this vital topic. Together, we can make a difference. I would request all the panelists to remain on the stage for felicitation. Now, I would like to request Ms. Amrit Bhasin ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Dias. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Kumar. I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek Bhardwaj. I would like to invite Ms. Shweta. I would now request Drishti, our senior team member, to kindly felicitate Amrit ma'am. I now kindly request the panelists to remain on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you. Now we request our respected panelists to please proceed for lunch. Students are to be remain seated. थोड़ी देर बाद.
All right, thank you for having us.
अच्छा BOC room.
questions, make sure to raise your hand first and then stand up and then ask question from the panelist. If any one is found using mobile phones or any unprofessional behavior, repercussions will follow.
For the second session, Anshu Arora, Senior Manager Sustainability Development at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. He brings 15 years of rich experience with a specialized focus on sustainability leadership. His expertise encompasses a broad spectrum of sustainability areas, including ESG strategy, net zero roadmap, decarbonization process, and climate finance. He also holds a PhD in ESG. He has also received a fellowship for sustainability studies at KTH University, Sweden. Welcome, sir.
Hello, I think so. The mic has also the post-lunch effect. So good noon, everyone, and it's great to see so many sustainability champions here, and as we are going through the transformative stage, we know the climate change is a problem, and everybody, even the next generation, they have an important role to play for saving our Earth. So as we speak, we have just faced the warmest year of the year, warmest month till now we have faced, the Earth has faced, and there is a lot of catastrophe, not only in the developing countries, which we called South-South, but also in the most developed countries, Europe. There is a lot of floods and hurricanes, and we have in the summer which has passed, we have just seen the heat strokes, how it can affect. So we are going through really bad times of humanity. So when we say save Earth, it's not basically saving Earth. Earth has a capability to revive itself. It's saving humanity and save our species. And to understand that how we are interrelated with other species and save them also, so that we can survive on this planet. So with this background, I am working as a senior manager sustainable development. My job is to look for sustainability initiatives of the company and to report to the stakeholders. And when we say sustainability, so sustainability, I think so everybody, if I ask sustainability definition with each one of you, it would have a different definition for every one of you, because everyone comprehends differently. Same is with the sustainability definition for the corporates, for country, even for NGOs, institutions. Somebody take only the E part, some only considered social, S, and for many it's a G part, mostly with the government who deal with making the policies. So bringing together E, S and G is really a tough challenge, and that is how we even the corporates and all the institutions, we are facing the challenges. So it's for presentation, any help from presentation? Done. Yes. So as I am saying, when we used to say about sustainability, the earth and the profit is taking the difference. So when we talk about sustainability, it's only the environment part which we used to share with the different stakeholders. And over the time in 1997, when the Brundtland Commission and the definition of sustainability from the Norway came, that taking care of your future generation, then it was mixing, no, it is a 3P approach. The planet, profit, and the people. It's also important, and their participation is also important. But over the years, we can see the people and the companies and all the stakeholders don't know how much it overlaps. Where should it stop? Where should it start? And what is the true definition of ESG? That is still evolving, and when we say evolving, you can see there are different frameworks which are evolving, there are different definitions which are coming, and it's always in an evolving stage. Not as a financial institutions or the financial languages where everything is standardized and you know that a profit loss balance sheet, EBITDA and the profit, how it is calculated, but in an environmental sense, it is still missing. And when we say about when in 2019, a revolution came from Sweden, a Swedish girl, Greta Thunberg, and when she started challenging people, again it's a people, realize the power of people, how they are play an important role in this sustainability. She challenged all the corporates that stop doing this. This is all not good for the planet. Fossil fuel companies, coal-based companies, and how they are interrelated. You should actually capture the impact which is making by you and take steps to mitigate those impacts. But when the COVID passed, we thought it's settled now and we'll be again back to our normal life, but it's a different and very terrifying moment for us. After COVID, it was a post-COVID effect which we called recession, lots of jobs were lost, and there was a transformative stage. Many people lost their jobs, social well-beings, and there were a lot of vulnerable people and indigenous people who are most affected. And now it's a time which is the biggest wave, and we don't know how much impactful it is. Climate change. COVID, we know how many people are impacted. We can, somebody has statistics. Recession, even that can be captured, the impact of recession, how many jobs are lost. But climate change, it's no impact. Nobody is capturing the impact, and each one of us is directly or indirectly related with the climate change. And this is a very great metrics which I personally feel the overshoot days, that it captures that how much unsustainable we are. So as per current metrics, if we say these are the country-wise metrics we are capturing, and as per the current metrics, we are already used around 2.5 Earths in a year, equivalent to resources. So the Earth is generating less, and we are using more. So this is seriously a problem, not with any system or something within us, and it is us who has to realize and make the impact in the society. But how we can make the impact in the society is a challenge, and that is each one of us as a people, or as a people manager, or as an employee, or as a boss of someone. Each and every impact decision we make has some impact to the E part, environment, which is very delicately related to the social part, that is human. Now, this global risk is a matrix, global risk is an organization. They take out that how much risk is there globally, and what are the risks, and how does it affect each one of us. So we can see these are the risks. The green one is related to the environment, and the red one is related to the social. So in next 2 years, it would be extreme weather events, pollution, which are in the top 10. And in the social part, we can see there are 3 parts: involuntary migration, lack of economic opportunity, and societal polarization. So when I say migration, it is still related to environment. There are a lot of studies that there are internal migration, external migration within the countries and outside the country because of the effects related to environment also. And the most interesting thing is that in the next 10 years, around 50% of the risk would be related to the environment. So this is the time which we are going through. The risk, if you will see, in 2015 only one risk was there related to environment, and in 2030, 5 of the risks would be related to the environment. And it is a really challenging time. And if as a capability of an student, as a capability of current generation, we have to learn that how can our skills be related to the environment, because now every system on this planet, we say banks or corporates or even the academic part, are now somehow relating themselves to the environment part. You must have seen that you have started talking about SDGs in your presentation, I expect. And the topic of debate now has shifted from poverty, which we used to do in our time, to climate change and how pollution is affecting. And these are the now topics which are gaining more importance in our life. So imagine 2030 and you as a student, what topic would you choose? Around 50% of the students would be choosing the topics related to the climate change. And this is the time when our skills should be very aligned to the future of the requirement of the planet, and also as your passion. Because this is a requirement as a humanity to make yourself more impactful, not in the social front, but also it should be related to the environmental front. So COP28 passed, and again we talk about action, we should take action, and every time it fails. It fails because we are not capturing the impact. There can be no impact unless until we capture the impact. We cannot say the student is pass or fail unless until he or her has a mark sheet with the marks. It's like without exams, we cannot say whether the student is doing well or not. Similarly, it is very important for each and every organization to capture their impact, and as an individual. So before you start learning about how to calculate carbon footprinting and how to check how much impact we have the environment, it is very important that you should calculate your own carbon footprint. And there, when you Google, and now the AI is also there are a lot of ways you can calculate it. So, and this is not asked by only the stakeholders like people. It is also now being asked by the investors, banks, communities, and all the stakeholders related to the NGOs which are related to the communities. So when I say about ESG, it is the bonding between environmental, social and the governance part. And environment, as we know, it's mostly related to the climate strategy, efficiency, water management, and social, which is most crucial and related to both the governance part is the environment part is health and safety, human capital development, human rights, and how employee well-being and employee safety, which is also now getting more important in context of the human rights. And in governance, we have business ethics, risk crisis management, supply chain management. So these are the part we talk about when we talk about the governance. So since I am from a corporate background, so I will mostly focus on the requirement of the corporate and how does the ESG is related to the corporate. So the main goal of the business is to create and deliver products and services that meets the need of the customers. But are customers asking only your product, or are they asking the value associated with the product? Today, IMI did a wonderful job. They book a cab blue. Why blue? Why not Uber or Ola or some other cab, general cab? Because they understand that the stakeholder is expecting the value, not a cab. And this green initiative is similarly expected by investors, shareholders, employees. When we buy anything, you go to the market, even if it is a 2 rupee premium, sometimes you buy the organic products. And if it is a social impact, if any company is making, asking that it is prepared by any foundation or prepared by any cooperative, you tend to make your decision based on the sustainability of the S part. So this is how sustainability is now embedded within ourselves, and this is the only way how sustainability can make this planet sustainable when it becomes part of our lifestyle. So now these are the some excerpt from the Deloitte survey which I have taken from them. So when we talk about ESG, it was initially voluntary. So when I started my career in sustainability way back in 2012, joined Indian Oil, I was asked to make the sustainability report of the company. It was voluntary, no pressure, nobody was asking whether the sustainability report has to be made or not. But it was the governance part which took an initiative that it is our responsibility to share what we are doing with environment, how much it is impacting, and the company has been publishing sustainability report. But now, lately in 2021, the SEBI has taken an initiative and put a regulation that the top 1,000 market capitalized company by market capitalization has to publish sustainability report with set of KPIs, and they named as a BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Within 10 years, it becomes a compulsory, same as like printing your annual report. Again, with the annual report, we have to print another disclosures which is related to the social and environment, that is sustainability report, with the name of BRSR. And this is not it. The regulations are expected to increase. From this year, they have asked top 150 companies to print a sustainability report by third-party assured. So the credibility of the data is also very demanding. It does not have to be taken as a granted to print to give any information what is required, but also to be cross-verified with the third-party assured. And this 88% organization believe that sustainability regulations will directly impact their business. That is true, since it's a regulation. 75% organization agree that ESG is a boardroom discussion. So it has already taken a cornerstone in the boardroom. Now, when it goes to the public disclosures, the board has to sign and approve that they know what their environmental and social footprints are. Then they make it public because it is somehow related to their brand value, to the impact they are creating in the society, and the share value of the company is also related with it. And 60% organization place high importance on establishing ambitious ESG goal. So when we start disclosing our information, when we start giving marks to any student, then we do a benchmarking. You must have been calculating your CGPA, SGPA, or who is first or second or third in class. That is benchmarking. Now there are many ESG rating agencies now based on your data which is public on the sustainability report, BRSR, they are tracking you that how the company is doing. And if the company is doing better, there are research studies already available that says the share value is related to it. It means it is creating wealth for the companies. And once the share value increases, it is creating wealth for the shareholder. And once it's create a value for the shareholders, employees tend to join the companies which are creating more value for the people. Even the sustainability has relation with the employee satisfaction also. That is also many research papers are available. If the company is doing good in green energy space, or if you carry out survey within your students also, it would come out that many people want to join in the green sector. Because it's a job plus satisfaction, you are doing something good for the planet. So this is again part of the survey that it increases the trust, efficiency, brand reputation, pricing, reduced risk, and talent attraction and retention. So when I say about the regulation, the globally already the Europe has faced many regulations, and there is a regulation called CSRD with the Europe. And now India in 2021, as I mentioned, already came out with the BRSR. And there is a RBI guidelines coming on green finance, and there is SEBI has already given a license to 6 companies. Lastly, I checked last month, to 6 companies about the ESG rating from the data from the BRSR. So as we are talking, things are already evolving. Now this is not a field where it's optional to go or not, or whether you will participate or not. Somehow you will participate. If you will not join the ESG team, you will join the HR team, you will join marketing, sales, finance. You will be giving the data for the ESG report. Directly or indirectly, you will be participating in the sustainability journey. No company is taking a risk not to disclose their sustainability information, because the climate finance, or we say loans, are also going to link in the coming 2-3 years. So any companies which are not participating, already top 1,000 companies are there. SMEs are also showing interest to join, because this is a now intervened linkages with the global regulations also. So companies who are exporting their goods to Europe, there is a CBAM, there is a new regulation. You can note down all these keywords, because these are the keywords which are expected that everyone should know when we go into the interview phase of your career, of your life. So CBAM, CSRD, IAR, Sustainability Report, BRSR. So these are all already happening, and even the SMEs are also following up. So BRSR, as we talk about the regulation, so it's 3 types of format it is developed, section A, B, and C. So I will not go into the technical details, but it is a part of, has been changing from BRR. Earlier it was Business Responsibility Report from 2012 onwards. Now it is BRSR. So the questions are too much quantitative. So earlier it was very qualitative. Now the information can be quantified, compared, and the benchmarked globally and nationally. And this is a glide path for which the SEBI has mentioned. So Indian companies has to follow up. Now top 1,000 companies has to compulsory publish their sustainability report as called BRSR. And top 150 companies has to go reasonable assurance. So there are 2 types of third-party verification. One is reasonable, another one is limited. And limited is easier, reasonable is tough. So SEBI has already taken a stance which Europe hasn't, that the companies has to go for a reasonable assurance. It means your data would be cross-verified to the extent from the source where it has been generated. So if Indian oil sustainability data is going for third-party assurance, it means the assurance will come, they will visit the sites of our refineries, and they will check the meter, that the meter is giving the reading and it has been captured accurately or not, and that has been combined to give the final of all the refineries, whether everything is in line or not. Then they will give a reasonable assurance. And that statement has to be published along with BRSR, along with the annual report. So the things have already happening around us, and it is already started happening. So, and if we say in 2026-27, it will go to top 500 companies. You must all be working into the top companies, or will be starting your own career as an entrepreneur, or these things will somehow come as a part of your job. If you are working in a HR department, third party assurance would come and ask that you have given the data to the sustainability department. Show us from where you have got the data, either SAP, some other software. Show us on which portal it was there and how do you collate, what are the assumptions you made, what is the different perspective and how you have gone through this data and how it has been combined to the sustainability journey and how it appears in the public domain. So this all will become part of your job. So these are BRSR core attributes which mostly is being collected: carbon, water, energy, circularity. So these are all sustainability pillars which we say. Now when we say about ESG, so mostly the focus is always on ESG reporting. Like as I mentioned that it's a BRSR published and there is a lot of stakeholder pressure and everything. But behind this it's a very big task and too much of milestones available, too much of task available and everything is interrelated. So before making any sustainability report or the BRSR, there is a strategy of the board and even the strategy of the people who are participating in it. That on what frameworks do we have to disclose, who are actually looking at our data, whether it's a customers, investors or NGOs, who are actually the main reader of this data, who actually wants it. Then you have to make a story of your data and prepare in such a way within a storytelling that you can represent the data correctly to each and every stakeholders. And then based on the data which you are publishing, you have to analyze historically and collect all the data and make the ESG transformation into the state. Suppose you are collecting that how many females are there in your corporation. I was just going through the voucher, so there are 20% females in the batch of your batch, IMI batch. You have got your data and you have publicly disclosed, but when in the future it is expected that you will collect all the historical data and try to make the target that how much you want to make, whether you want to make 50% or in a short time 30%, and you have to disclose publicly also what are your targets and how much you want to take. That is expected from the stakeholders. So many institutions Europe have clearly said that they have a 50% reservation for girls or women in academic life. Whether the same stand can be taken based on the data which you are already comprehending. So again, so I know I have a lot to say, but I will closely try to relate with all the developments which have been, because there are a lot of flights and trains which people have to catch. Sorry. And I will quickly close it. So it's about the disclosure and rating. There are rating agencies which are companies are getting rated and they are getting their rating, and then they're making the sustainability decisions and presenting to the stakeholders. Like Indian Oil has been rated DG in Dow Jones Sustainability Index #1. So in our sustainability report, annual report, in the chairman message, we are clearly communicating to each and every stakeholder that we are rated #1 in Dow Jones Sustainability Index, and this is how we present ourselves. So when we go to these disclosure, like you show it to your friends, you are #1 in your class and your batch, and still I get many people that he is a gold medalist within his batch. Same with the companies. They get rated themselves on sustainability, and then they get a brand value out of it and also create a value from the shareholders. The most important part why I have kept this is the human capital. Natural capital or human capital are interrelated. It is your social skills. It is the employee of the organization. There is no organization without the employee. So it's a human capital actually which creates a value into the company. And you are the human capital. Whether the company is sustainable or not, each and every decision of yours will make a difference whether the company is going to be sustainability or not. And the company sustainability decisions definitely makes an impact on this planet also. So these are the different organizations on which, or the departments within the company where all the teams are interrelated. So whether you're working in the procurement team, operations team, HR department, IT departments, as a legal team, CSR department, even the ethical team, leadership and governance, internal audit and risk, health and safety, or itself in the ESG team, you would be participating in the sustainability journey. There is no department which is untouched. Now it has taken an umbrella within the central part, and it has started already. Every department is taking a part, and within our company we have made a sustainability champions within the company who from each department are the nodal person and provide and take a decision in the sustainability domain. So this is all about sustainability at Indian Oil. So this you can go through Indian Oil sustainability report and get access to the data. So these are the few excerpts, and we have a sustainability report which is aligned with the international guidelines, GRI, SAS, BTCFD, SDGs, OGSS. Now this year it would be TNFD also. Most important part which I want to focus as a sustainability professional, or what any professional which is where we would be in the future, is greenwashing. It is always lucrating to put the data in a manner, or to put in a very good format, so that it looks a very good from the outside. Like companies say that we are actually, it's a 50% green product or 100% organic, but actually they are not. Beware from greenwashing, any type of greenwashing, that is knowingly or unknowingly. If you do it, cross-validate with your seniors or other professional whether it's greenwashing or not. Then present the data in the public domain. It is very important, especially for us, to be ethical in this domain, because the future is, the big banks are taking decision. There are a lot of government policies are being made on this decision. So it is very important for us to be ethical in this domain. And there are few cases. You know that Qatar, their World Cup football came up, and it has been noticed that the carbon credit they make for a carbon neutral was not actually planted at all, the trees, and the FIFA World Cup. And Mercedes showing the nature or nothing ad campaign for its diesel after the Dieselgate things. So there are a lot of things. So this is it, and hopefully we'll all work together and make the positive change in this world. With this, I would like to close my presentation. I'm open for question and answer if there is a time if there is a time. Otherwise, mail can happen. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Good evening, sir. I wanted to ask, like, with increasing scrutiny on greenwashing, how can organizations make sure that their sustainability claims are authentic and they're backed by measurable actions?
Very opt question, especially nowadays when we prepare a sustainability report. It's always a moment when we can present the data in a manner that it looks somehow deceiving or not authenticated, or we can represent the data as we want. This is the marketing part of it or something. So it is very important, especially to prepare a human capital and tell them about greenwashing, what it is, because people do it unknowingly also. They think it is the right way of presenting the data, but actually it is not. So especially what type of greenwashings are there and how greenwashing can be avoided, it should be there as part of our education and also as part of our upbringing in the corporate, that the greenwashing should be avoided. And by law, in Europe already the greenwashing law has been passed, and it has been saying that in India also it will come in 2 years. So if the law is there, then again, I think so there are a lot of consultants here. So they will help you how to avoid the greenwashing and everything to all the corporates and show the right way. But first duty is yourself to take a knowingly decision, because it is always knowingly or unknowingly, mostly unknowingly in Indian context.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
Sir, if there are no global standards, or if government has no role to play, will corporates actually take a step ahead towards sustainability? Because governance and standards play a push. So will they take it by themselves to move? Like taking the example of Mercedes, what Mercedes did was they were masters in making diesel engines. They had to put their step forward in making electric engines. Would they do it without the global standards by themselves, realizing how the world is changing?
Very opt question, especially related to the current environment. So I will just give example of BRSR and sustainability report, and we can relate it. The company has been publishing sustainability report, not my company, but many companies have been publishing sustainability report from the way back, 2007. Some companies started like 2003 or 4. But after the BRSR come, the governance has become more active. Because now it's been submitted to the regulatory body, and if it has been submitted to the regulatory body, it has a repercussions. Voluntary information, you can say next year that has been you can backtrack that is only voluntary disclosures, but once it is submitted to the regulatory body, it has more responsibilities, and there are a lot of repercussions or impacts happening with it. So regulation, no doubt, has a major impact to bring sustainability into the forefront. But if we say the role of corporations and the role of individual, finally it's to them that how they take it. So finally, like, it's our responsibility as an employee or as a student or whatever, it's finally come to the people who is looking for it, how you want to take it. But definitely governance role come into more picture. The G becomes larger when it becomes the regulation. E and S is always important.
In the interest of time, we would like to move ahead, if it's okay with you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your invaluable insights. I'm sure all of us gained a lot of wisdom from it. I request our Secretary, Prabhat Tripathi, to join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Himanshu Arora.
Good afternoon. I, Shreyan Swasa, member of the International Relations and Education Executive Committee, would like to reveal our third panel for the day, leveraging HR analytics from insights to action. In today's data-driven world, HR analytics is transforming the way organizations manage their workforce. By analyzing key metrics in areas like recruitment performance and employee engagement, HR analytics enables organizations to make informed, strategic decisions. However, the challenge lies in translating these insights into actionable strategies that drive business success. Today, our experts will discuss how to harness the full potential of HR analytics while addressing data privacy, selecting the right metrics, and measuring the impact of these initiatives on organizational growth. To take over our thought-provoking conversation ahead, it is my pleasure to welcome our moderator for the event, Dr. Professor Swati Tripathi. Ma'am is the Assistant Professor of OB and HR at IMI New Delhi. She holds a PhD from the University of Delhi. With a strong background in teaching, research, and industry consulting, her work focuses on personal values and political behaviors in organizations. Ma'am is dedicated to creating a student-centric, discussion-driven, and learning environment. We are honored to welcome you, ma'am. I would further like to introduce our esteemed panelists for the third session. We are honored to welcome our first panelist, Mr. Sarit Padhi. Sir is the Director HR Business Partner at Third Wave Coffee. With more than 15 years of experience in human resource management, Sir is a strategic leader who drives HR excellence and business growth. He started his career with Bata India Limited in 2009 and has worked with brands like Reliance Retail, Vimarsh Retail, Byju's in the past. We are honored to have you, sir. We are delighted to have amongst us Mr. Vivek Jain, Chief HR Officer at Capri Global Capital Limited. Before Capri, Sir worked with Kotak Bank for 16 years. Sir is an esteemed alumnus of our very own college, batch of 98, a gold medalist of his batch. Currently, he is pursuing his PhD as a research scholar at IMI. He boasts a rich experience of over 25 years in the fields of organization design, career planning, change management, mergers, and cultural integration. We are honored to welcome you back, sir. We are delighted to welcome Ms. Suparna Verma, Senior People Partner at Marsh McLennan. Ma'am is experienced HR professional with over 2 decades of expertise in human resource strategy and operations. Her impressive career has encompassed renowned organizations such as Airtel, British High Commission, Putney Computers, and Mercer Consulting. With a rich background in this field, Ms. Suparna has successfully led HR transformation projects, provided strategic support on mergers and acquisition, built compelling employee value propositions, championed diversity and inclusion initiatives, and effectively managed employee relations. Ma'am is recognized in cultivating an HR culture and implementing change programs, building a high-performing culture. We are honored to have you, ma'am. We are proud to welcome to the stage Mr. Amit Chaudhary. Sir is the HR business leader at EXL. Sir boasts over 25 years of rich experience in roles such as talent development, talent acquisition, business HR, performance management, career management, and engagement. Sir's experience is a testament to his expertise in the field of HR. We are honored to have you, sir. Now, I would request Swati ma'am to take this discussion forward.
Is this on? Yeah, this is on. First of all, welcome, a very warm welcome. Good afternoon to all of you. Let me start. We have already been introduced, so I will not take more time on that. We have a very interesting panel today, a very relevant and a little bit technical as well, and I'm sure all of you would like to have some real life insights into what exactly happens when you move out of the classroom after that tough session on HR analytics, and most of it is just you don't know what happened or how it actually works in the real life, and therefore we have 4 masters essentially of what they do and how they tackle what is this upcoming idea of HR analytics and the directions in which this area is moving. So let me begin by throwing off a generic question, but a question that is very relevant to all of you, and any of you would like to pick it up if it feels relevant to you. Exactly how does HR analytics work in a real organization? Where would you place it, or what role does it play? And maybe how is it different from a traditional HR that we have been aware of or we know?
I could kick it off. The analytics space has evolved over the years. And so it has in the HR space as well. If you look at the evolution, there are 4 key stages, right? There is descriptive analytics, there is diagnostic analytics, there is predictive analytics, and there is prescriptive analytics. And I'll lay this out with an example. Descriptive analytics is knowing what happened. So, taking an example of attrition in the workplace. You could get a sense of where is the attrition happening, which geography, which career levels the attrition is happening, which skill sets the attrition is happening. It gives you a sense of what. The second stage of evolution is diagnostic analytics, which essentially gives you the why. So for example, in the case of analytics, in the case of attrition, you could try and create trends. Trends in attrition in certain skill sets, trends in and as well as correlation. For example, a set of employees went through XYZ training, and what was the attrition in that population versus the employee base which did not go through training. Or for example, onboarding, where a certain group of employees were onboarded properly, and what was the attrition, and set of employees where onboarding experience was poor, and what was the attrition in that. The third stage is really predictive analytics. It's about getting a sense of what could happen. Again, taking the example of attrition, you could predict if there is an offer drop for a certain skill, you could see, and that could be a lead indicator of your own attrition within your own company. And finally, there is prescriptive analytics, which essentially tells you what you could do to make something happen or prevent something from happening. And again, in the case of analytics, attrition, you could potentially identify certain comp ranges. And if your company has specifically taken a decision to hire people a certain comp range, then they will need to plan for a certain level of attrition going forward and be okay with that. So they will need to balance the salary that the company is giving versus what level of attrition they can manage with. So these are the different types of analytics usage in the context of HR. And every aspect of every function within HR uses different models to do this.
I can just add on to say that, most of the time in organizations, our leadership wants quick results. As a result of that, when we're wanting to kind of look at data, we're only limiting ourselves to maybe the first two steps of what Amit just spoke about, because we want to look at it quickly. So when we look at attrition, for example, we only look at matrix, and we're not really deep diving into the next stages of HR analytics. In our organization, one of the metrics that we very regularly track is engagement scores. But now over a period of time, I think it's not a matrix that we're tracking. We're now getting deeper down into the HR analytics side of it. Linking this with multiple other metrics to see, which is the group where attrition, core engagement is trending low, high. What is the area where the engagements are high, which groups, generations, age, tenure in the organization, regions. So all these metrics now play a very important part in kind of defining the HR analytics. So when we take an action around what are the HR results or actions that we want to propose, it's based on data-driven approach and not mere intuitions. We now look at, in what specific groups, what is the core engagement, and along with the 12 dimensions of engagement, which dimension is trending low, or even if it's high, but in comparison to last year's trends, probably it's not showing that much growth. So I think over a period of time, you build upon all of that. It's not an easy journey. It takes years to build in this data. Initial stages, you'll only have matrix, and then as you build upon it, you create trends to build meaningful insights into it.
Yes, so hi. Good to be here back at the Institute. Okay, apart from predictive analysis, predictive work that happens, that is, you get a CV, you know what is the probability of success of the CV. So that work is of course happening thanks to machine learning. I'll not call it AI, it is purely machine learning tools that you have adopted. So those things are there in place. We use this extensively, and it is a learning engine that evolves over a period of time. In terms of what works well, what demographics, what age groups, what salary levels. So all those things are happening. My example is slightly different, and I go back to the conventional organization diagnosis, and I'll give you how we have been able to use. This is an example from Kotak. So what we found is that the bank frauds, employee-related frauds, you're all aware, this is one of the biggest problem in the industry. It is a planned activity by a few set of employees which do fraud in the organization. And so we started looking at this particular parameter in terms of why particular set of employees. One realization happened that people who stayed in the organization longer, they were actually doing frauds. They understood the system better. They understood everything, how the system is, what are the loopholes, and they were able to crack. And so getting into more understanding, research papers, reading, knowing what is happening over there, we realized that what could be the possible reasons for these people behaving this way, isn't it? This is our organization diagnosis problem that we are facing. And so using data in terms of looking at constructs that are there, for example, is there a possibility that the person is there in that role for a very long time? And is there a possibility that the person is being vindictive to the organization? It is a method to give back to the organization that you have not taken care of me, so I'll go ahead and do some fraud. So these are the constructs that you get into. And so what I'm trying to explain is that you use data to establish a cause and effect relationship out there. The study that we did had an impact to that extent that it is an industry-wide study today. The results showed a particular tenor and above where these things happen more. It showed that where we have more abusive supervisors, and today we talk about work stress issues, we talk about mental health issues, we have cases in Pune, we have cases in Calcutta. There is some, if there's an abusive supervisor out there, then how do employees reconcile and behave in that? It is again a well-researched topic. We went into great detail in terms of data collection,
analysis and then presenting back to the company and to the industry. So you use data to to understand while you're seeing some effect out there, what are the causes behind it, and you proceed with the data analysis method to come to a conclusion that if you correct the causes, the effects will get corrected. So that is how we have used data. Of course, this study is being used by the industry now, and in the banking space, I am saying in particular.
Hi. Very relevant when you talk about frauds in bank, and my view on this would come from a very how I have gone through when it comes to data analytics versus corporate. Right, some time back, which I say I'm very young till now. When I joined an organization, initial first 6 months, 7 months, when my manager came back and asked, "How bhai batao, what is your attrition number looking like?" I said, "Acha hai sir." Right. The second question was, "Okay, fine. How's your engagement score?" So engagement is low, but I'm working towards it. Right. I said, "Okay, fine. I get it. So what is your pay to sales looking like?" I said, "Pay to sales is not very good, but yeah, we are working towards it." From there to today, when I ask the young graduates who join us or maybe who work with us, they say attrition is bad, but we are looking at a growth in retention of 2% in next 2 months. Yeah. Okay, fine. You're looking at a growth of retention by 2% in next 2 months. What are you doing about it? I said, we are doing X, which will give me an advantage of 0.5%. We are doing Y, which will give me an advantage of 1.75%. And we are doing Z to give me an advantage of rest of the percentage. Right? Where is it coming from? It is coming from what Vivek just started. Right? We look at data, and we use data to see how our trend lines are looking like for future. Right? For that matter, anything else. And so if the pay to sales is really not as good as it looks like, my response when I was a management trainee some time back was, yeah, we are not very good at pay to sales, but yeah, we are working towards it. But today the trainees, or today the new graduates, the new hires, the new HR executives, they talk exactly the number that is required to be spoken, because that is the base from where you will then make a decisions for future. And hence, analytics is the base of everything. I mean, I say only 10% on the periphery where you take a call basis your judgment, but 90% is analytics.
All four of you in some way or the other spoke about different metrics that you can juggle with or you have to work with, when working with an organization. So my next question is related to that. How does HR know which metrics to track and how to reconcile them with the larger organizational goals or with the strategic needs of the organization or the operational needs? Because what the outside observation as a person who is not in the industry per se, what it looks like is that more often than not, HR team sort of lags behind when it comes to being in the discussions on the strategic operational needs of the organization. So how does HR analytics keep up with those?
It's very important to link everything to strategy. Be responsive to strategy and also drive the strategy of the company. And HR needs to, of course, play that role as well. Every function needs to play that role, but HR in its own way with respect to talent needs to play that role. And therefore, when you start with strategy, you understand what are the key priorities that the business is pursuing, and then you translate that into HR priorities and HR metrics. An example that we have recently faced is our objective was to grow our margins higher than our revenue percentage. That was a strategic goal that the company had set. So we started looking at, from a talent perspective, what are the levers we can tweak to help the company in that objective. And one of the levers that we identified was effective resource utilization. And when we started to track all the metrics associated with effective resource utilization, one of the metrics that emerged out of that was bench. And we realized that we were not optimizing bench versus criticality of the skill or the role. There were certain skills or roles which were not forecasted to be a need basis our deal pipeline. But we had higher bench in those roles and skills. Versus deal pipeline analysis indicated that XYZ skills would have higher need, say 6 months from now, but you had lower bench in that. And therefore, all of this would have impacted, one, of cost, because you were keeping higher bench for skills that you did not need, and also you were keeping lower bench for skills that you needed going forward in the future. And that helps us. Then we went about, of course, tracking it all down, and that informed the choices that we needed to make in terms of retention actions for skills that we needed in the future, in terms of hiring triggers for skills that we needed in trigger. So all of those actions really came from that linkage to the company's need to grow margins at higher rate than the revenue.
I can add what Amit is saying. There is no HR metrics per se, according to me, okay? There are only business metrics, and you are driving those business metrics. Now, the question is, what are the business metrics that you're looking at, which are actually the HR-related metrics? So, previous presentation, you saw BRSR, and I would encourage you to go through that report. It has all possible data that HR people should be knowing. You'll be amazed the detailing that is there in that report and the sub-elements and sub-to-sub-elements that are there. So of course that becomes a starting point probably in terms of what does the BRSR report wants, and then you start tracking all those metrics. And of course these are reports that are audited, they are generated every year, so there is a trend. The other good method is to look at the NRC, for example, the remuneration committee that happens in an organization at the board level, and the presentation that goes into the NRC. So there is a particular format which is required by the RBI to be followed in the NRC. So how do you go about collecting the data, maintaining the data? Just for example, we had something in the banks which we call as cost of fund. Yeah, there's a cost of fund through which you get the money in. Now, the cost of fund, there are various HR elements that go into determining the cost of fund, and I'll relate you in a minute, because the cost of fund is determined on the rating agency, the rating of the paper that you have, and the rating, the way a CRISIL does the rating for your organization, if you go through the detail, there are many HR parameters that are there, including attrition, of course, including various other parameters. So then those portions of the report which are HR related, you pick it up, and that is what you run as matrices. So I believe strongly that creating our own matrices will not really help. Look at what the business requirements are, look at what the reportings are, and just follow those matrices, those are good enough.
I'll just add a small example again. So I work with Third Wave Coffee. I don't know how many of you know Third Wave Coffee. Anybody who knows? Or there are so many people who knows. I'm so happy. Yeah. Thank you. We are a young, very humble organization, and that's what the culture is, what we try to build or has been built. We as an organization, when we talk with respect to market competition, etc., we get to know this from our customer base only. I said, what are we good at? I said, your product is good. Yeah. Your coffee is good. Okay, fine, our coffee is good. What else are we good at? I said, your service level are amazing. Yeah. Okay, fine, our service level. Give us the third last one. What are we good at? I said, your ambience in the store is very good. I said, we go to one store versus the next store. It is a different feeling that we get. Now, we know by default this is our strength, and these three are our strength, and hence even I'm talking about these three, okay? I'm not talking about the fourth one, which is not our strength. Sometime back, we reflected back and we said there were some escalations, etc., that was happening in social media, Google ratings, and then etc., etc., and we were called for a meeting. I said, let's attend to this crisis, what is happening. I said, what has happened? The CPI, the Customer Pulse Index, dropped down suddenly. Surprisingly, from last 3 months, it was dropping down. None of us had a view on that. So data was there, a lot of analytics happening, but we have never seen that, okay? So the founder and the CEO, they said, okay, fine, let's put people who are answerable to it. Now, I said, okay, fine, product, what are you guys doing? I said, we have innovated 7 new type of product in the menu line. So we will introduce this phase-wise. It's a fantastic job done. Then comes ambience. I said, what are we doing new about it? I mean, our CPA has to go up, and one of the important parameter is ambience. I said, no, you know what? We have made customized design ready, and we have got 7, 8 line items ready, which as and when we open new store, we will develop new kind of design for those stores. It's a fantastic all job done. The job was done in both the area. And then the third was service. I said, Sarit, what are you doing about it? I was clueless what I was doing about it. I said, okay, fine, I'll take some time, go back, look at data and come back. We as a team, we went back, we checked what was happening, why the service level was dropping. We then could find out the top 3 parameters, top 3 areas where the complaints were increasing. We went back and checked, we revalidated, and that entire thing that has happened was through people analytics data, right? We went back and checked, there is something that we track, which today is not HR matrix, it is a business matrix. We call it as people quality index. Right? There is another thing that we track is TPLH, this is transaction per labor hour. Now, looking at the name of it, it looks like some finance metrics or some operation metrics. It is again HR metrics, but it is again organization metrics today. So matrices, as rightly Vivek said, are not function specific. It is as important as it for an HR professional versus the CEO, versus the CFO, versus the CHR, everybody in the organization, right? Till the time that doesn't come to that priority list, the matrices are not important, right? Like CPI, we were not even tracking it and we were lower there. But yes, when we started tracking it, it became all of our metrics. So today, every weekly review with my CEO, I go with the CPI number. I said, you know, staff service is in a better trend line, and that's one of the answering that we keep doing all the time.
I think I'll just add on to only say that, I completely agree. There are none people matrix or people insights that you have. It's all business. And you have to first focus on what's the business problem that you're trying to solve. And this is where, HR plays a very important role. Your HR now has a seat on the table along with business, and which was not there probably some years back. And that's really changed how business is looking at HR and HR is looking at business. It's complete partnership. Second, at any point in time, you may be looking at one particular problem to solve, but there will be multiple matrices which will be interlinked with each other. So you can't keep your eyes on only one thing to say, like for example, again taking the example of attrition. If you are solving the problem of attrition, you will have to look at multiple, which are the skills where you see high attrition, which are the areas, which are the teams that you are seeing. Is there a specific grade where you're seeing high attrition? What measures you can take? What will be the outcome of those measures? So all these measures, is there absenteeism problem? Is it related to people manager effectiveness? So there are multiple matrices that you are looking at simultaneously at the same time, and it's not just one matrix. And it is evolving over a period of time. It's not static, it's very, very dynamic environment. And today you have got a lot of tools in place to be able to facilitate, bring together all these matrix together in probably one and give you one insight. And that's really helping the whole landscape of HR Insight.
So Parna, continuing with what you were just saying, and since you also specifically work in the area, and Sarit, if you feel like it, you can always contribute to it. How about tackling with skill gap issues? Because we are speaking of HR analytics that works specifically on targeting the skills required for a certain job role. With respect to the gaps, you will always see either in a prospective candidate or in your own employees, since it is such a fast evolving, developing area. So how can HR analytics play a role there with respect to a skill gap issue?
Again, the first and foremost I'd like to say, skill is becoming the new currency at work. The way we are organizing our work based on skills is changing the entire landscape. Performance is evaluated on the basis of that. People are navigating their career based on skills. For any HR analytics, I think the first and predominant factor is the data, the underlying data that is required. You have to see trends over a period of time. Now, most of our job descriptions, if you see, are responsibilities and role-based. And it does not necessarily focus on skill. So when we started our journey, and it's almost taken us 2 years, and I'll say we are still at a very nascent stage in our journey, we first had to kind of create a repository of all the skills. We had about 300 job descriptions. So looking at those job descriptions and looking at the skills, and not only the current skills, but how are those jobs going to change in the future? What's going to bring about that change in those jobs, and what will be the new set of skills that will be required to do that same job? So the entire focus changed from roles to skill. These 300 job descriptions translated into 55 skill framework. And that took us almost about 8 to 9 months. So you can imagine the kind of effort that it requires and the patience that is required to be able to do that. There's investment that's required in both in technology, resources, and time. And at time, organization do lose patience. As you said, you know, it's a fast evolving world. You can't take 8 months to do that. But this is the core. You need that data to be able to build upon that data. The second step is in that data journey is to then benchmarking, creating a baseline of where the current existing skills are within the organization. So we did skill test. Our colleagues underwent a skill test to say what is their level of potential in terms of these skills. So today we have a skill repository. We have assessed where people are on this journey in the skills framework. We've identified those gaps. When we are now taking on our L&D roadmap, we have a very data-driven approach to say which are the most significant skills that have, that are least there in the organization where we need to build on. So we've kind of now started developing, and this is not the end of the journey. Our learning and development team is really building on not only what is the investment that is required on the current skill, based on the skill gap reports, but also what is the future requirement of our skill landscape. So over a period of time, of course, it'll build on. We'll look at what are the future skills. As Amit was also mentioning that one of his business problem is, increasing margins, which is what we have. And as part of that, we are also looking at new type of work, automations. And therefore, this skill landscape will change over a period of time, and we'll have to continuously keep shifting the skill gaps. And this whole exercise is helping us do that. But it takes a long time.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing beyond what Suparna was just talking about. It is the baseline of looking at skill and how do you see what do you want to what's the benchmark that you want to attain in future. I'll give you a much simpler example. We are a coffee QSR company, and for us, the most skilled person is the best brew master or the best barista on the floor, right? And although it sounds easy, but it has got science and art mix in it, right? You can brew a very good coffee, but latte art is something that comes with art, right? You just can't draw something on the with the foam, etc. Right? So, and there's a list of tasks that a barista does in the store, right, on the floor. While doing my task, if I'm very much engrossed in actually delivering what I'm supposed to deliver, I'll lose my connect with the customer, which means what? You're waiting on the table. I see that you're waiting, but I don't look at you and don't smile at you. Now, which skill can actually give me a definition around it that, yeah, Sarit was doing his job, but he did not see the customer. There was no eye contact with the customer, and hence there was no greeting exchanged or a smile exchange, right? Those are the complexities when it comes to actual requirement in a direct to customer companies, right? The customer's expectation from your brand or from you is so very high that you'll have to ensure that everything is covered at a 360-degree level, right? If you go to a store and you ask a barista something, right, as a consumer, and the barista answers it and then doesn't say anything else, you as a customer, you may come back and say, you know what, the barista was not talking, not very welcoming. But there are customers who would say, okay, fine, they spoke about what they were supposed to. And then you go to another store wherein you say, somebody has come and cracked a conversation and said, you know what, do you follow IPL or something like that? And the moment you get into that conversation, you kind of interact, and the dwell time of the customer on the floor increases any which ways, right? Now these are all part of evolving skills, right? So there is a fixed baseline skill which I should have. There is an evolving skill. So what we did recently is we created a store health index. Now what is store health index? I need to get certified in all the engine inside the store, right? One of the engine, customer service. Another, and that's an evolving skill. Another engine is to manage somebody who's doing cashiering, right? Another is food. Another is hot and cold brew, right? If I get certified at all level, I have a score, and by the by my store has a score, and by the by my area, my region and my nation has a score, right? And we evaluate that through those scoring mechanism. How are we doing it? We are doing it purely based data, right? There is a classroom session, and there is a OJT, and there is an observation, right? Everything gets fed into the HRMS, and we pull out the data at backend, and we look at where we stand as an organization level. So we have 3 levels within this parameter. Something which is like okay at a okay skill level is need attention. Something which is doing better than okay is brewing, and something which is the best is perfect shot. At an organizational level today we are at a brewing level, right? And hence we aim to go to a perfect shot level, and that's when we think our customers will like it more than what they like now, right? And all that we do today, skill mapping with people actually doing it, and the data that we see at backend and intervention planning is all on the 3. Need attention, brewing, perfect shot on a daily basis. It's a live data that we track. If we want to see it on an hourly basis also, we can go back, see at an hourly basis. Today I'm at Delhi. I intend to visit Delhi stores between next couple of days. I will, while I'm in car, I will access the data, where are we, and then I land at the store to see if they are actually doing it or not. So data and skill is like they are born together. I mean, there's nothing beyond that. Yeah, of course, there is evolving skill, which of course we will have AI and various other factors which will help us in those evolving areas.
This next question is specifically for Vivek sir and for Amit, because we've been speaking about data and how data essentially forms the very basis of how people management would work today. Where is this data coming from? Essentially, one, how are we collecting it? Are we collecting it every time we need it, or is there a repository? Exactly how realistic the data collection process looks like? How do we ensure that it is good data that we get from employees or wherever it is that the data is coming from, and what all can we use as tools to make sure that it is good data, valid data that we can use in organizations?
All of us have spoken about this. Data, skill is the data on talent, right? But just like you have customer journey, you have a talent journey as well, on very similar lines. And if you think of talent journey, it's an ongoing interaction with the company. Every touch point, every interaction creates data. And that data gets captured in various systems and tools that organizations typically have. And then you can feed that into various analytical models to generate insights into this. But you need to prioritize what data to track, what data to make sense of, and then you go back to the strategy, right? Your business goals. And you figure out what are the top 3, 4 things that you want to do so that you remain focused on that in your area of work. And so which is very important, as because the other aspect of it is that just like customer journey, every touch point, every interaction creates data, but it's also interconnected. Similarly, in a talent journey, every data that gets generated is interconnected. Let me bring this to life with an example. We've been talking about skills. As someone gets sourced for a position in a company, if you have clear map out of what is expected in that role in terms of skills at what proficiency level, and when a person applies, his or her resume gets mapped to the expectation of that role, and you create some sort of a score. Then the person is interviewed. He or she is assessed. That creates data on the individual. The person joins, he or she maps her or his current skills on the system, and the system picks that up and starts to recommend learning basis the individual's interest areas, basis skills, and basis also the gap that he or she has versus the expectation of that role. Then the person goes through a performance cycle, is provided feedback. That feedback is entered into the system. The feedback tells the other system, which is your learning system, these are the areas of improvement. And then that system starts recommending relevant programs to the individual. So if you think of data, the biggest power of data is when it is connected. And you're leveraging every aspect of data to inform your next decision. And that's, I think, the most powerful aspect of data analytics. Just another example is that quite often earlier, when the systems and tools and technologies and processing power are not that evolved, you got data post facto. You got data and you could do very interesting dashboards and you could draw insights from that, and then that informed your next decision. Right? But it was post the event. Now you have data which is embedded in the flow. You have data and analytics which is embedded in the flow, which means in any system, you have steps, which is the workflow. You have data flow, which means every step is creating data. And you have an intelligence layer, which is capturing the data and in real time informing the next step within that system. For example, you are on a website and you're trying to figure out what learning to, and you have a skill in mind, and you've entered that skill. And you've started to map out this available learning items available for that skill. And then you start to get recommendations that for this skill, these are the top rated courses. For this skill, this is the most viewed course or video. And the system is intelligent enough to push the relevant content to you basis what you're searching. So that's another example of embedding data and analytics in real time within the application.
So, very interesting what Amit spoke about, that data continuity and validating the data based on data continuity, and what Sadit also said, that on qualitative data collection in terms of observation based, and then you're collecting the data and that becomes authentic data because it is actual observation based. I had a fundamental, very different dilemma, and this came because of my research experience rather than as an academician rather than as a practitioner. The fundamental question is that how do you know what you're measuring is actually getting measured? There's a scale, you have the ruler scale, and you're measuring a length of a subject. How do you know that this is measuring correctly or not? So I think that is the fundamental question that I went into as a dilemma. And all of you would have done surveys in your curriculum? And anyone raise your hand? Who did the last? Anyone can raise a hand and say, what did you do survey on? As an example, yeah? And so in the consumer behavior, you had some parameters which you were capturing. Name one. The duration, time duration. And similarly, for example, if you are into a HR survey, if you are doing a survey, you are talking about what is the satisfaction level of a person, of a customer, yeah? And so you have questions out there, right, which you are asking. Now, how do you know that the questions that you are asking is actually giving you that answer or not? There is We actually, when we are in the corporates, before I started my academic journey, we used to do the surveys, turn the data, and show the results to the management, including the board, that this is what the survey is telling us. And we used to take decisions around that. And to my surprise, I realized that so much of data that, so if there are 6 parameters that we are measuring, say accountability, satisfaction, other things, one of the realization is that when I'm doing a survey, I'm giving a paper to a person, respondent at one go. So there is something which is known as common method bias that gets triggered in. You know about this? Common method bias, have you heard about that? So, okay, please, you need to know about this. What is the common method bias that you have? That is an issue. That if you're measuring 5 parameters, but when a person is giving the survey, is actually treating all the parameters at one, as one parameter itself. Is just doing 3, 4, 3, 4 and coming out of the survey. And there is something which is known as a model fit, confirmatory factor analysis. Have you heard about these? Confirmatory factor analysis? No? Okay. So probably, so statistics तो पढ़ते हैं यार आप लोग? नहीं? Start हुई है? Reliability, validity, conversion validity. So these are very, very important concepts. And to my panel, I am saying I was surprised when I was looking at the AI tool that was generating the CV match. And I asked a simple question to my IT fellow. So what are the control variables that you have? And he was surprised with my question. What do you mean by control variables? There are control variables, for example, there are particular demographic details that are important that you have to tell the machine that these are control variables and it has to be sensitive when doing the data analysis across the country. So statistics, I am saying the way you are collecting the data, understanding what is control variable, what are the independent variables, what are dependent variables, how to do validity, construct validity test, confirmatory factor analysis, model testing, all these become extremely important when you are doing a simple survey also. Otherwise you are like me, many years, I did this, rolled out a survey, got the results, and took action, which some of them gave results, some of them never gave any results, wondering why I'm not getting my results. Yeah.
I think all of you will at some point touch upon EFA, CFA, don't skip that class, sit in that class and learn, because you can see that you're going to use it throughout your careers. So it's a difficult class to sit in because it is technical, but please be there and take all of that in. An ultimate question for all of you, and it's a question related to the ethics of data analysis. We have been speaking about data and people and how people are essentially just data for the organizations, because that is where the information is coming from. And Amit was just speaking about how every interaction that you go through just becomes a data point and gets into the system, and I suppose never goes out. It's there for everyone to use. Where is the privacy and the ethics of data analytics? And do organizations even consider that to be an issue when tackling data? Because data is essentially money that is of great value. So do we cut corners, or are there ethical or privacy issues?
So I think this is one area which requires a lot of maturity. There is, of course, in the last couple of years, more cognizance of the need for data privacy. There are some geographies which are more mature than others, Europe being one of them, one of the first regions to launch or introduce data privacy related to employees and customers. And they are the leading force in that. And others have followed. But in the context of organizations, again, we have seen many breaches, and breaches lead to a lot of business impact. That goes back into companies becoming more sensitive. I think companies are largely reactive, were largely reactive. They of course realized the pitfalls of being reactive in this space, and they have started to be more proactive. And it is the same to do with customers' data as well as employees' data. There are certain aspects of employee data which drive the organization's behavior to protect because they know that if that data is revealed, their overall talent management practice will get impacted. So more often than not, it is driven initially by interest to protect business interests, then by employee interest. But again, I think it's a scale. People have got to get more mature on this, and I think we are progressing in the right direction.
Okay, then that's a very hopeful note to end on, because we don't want employees to feel betrayed after a point, or even your other stakeholders, outside of the organization, because if we are not going to speak about ethics and morality and the data policing, if I can give it a sort of a negative connotation, but I do not wish to, then I do not think data analytics will move in a positive direction, because there is no end to using data. Yeah.
I think I'll just add on to say, you'll have to be very transparent on how this data is going to be used and be very upfront about it. When we were doing these skill tests for employees, we were very upfront in terms of how this data is going to be used. Very clearly communicated that it will not be used for any performance evaluations. And also to say that, it will be, this data, your individual data will not be shared with even your own managers. You will have access to your reports, but what will be shared with your manager would be probably a group report to say where is the entire organization or the team in terms of the skill assessment. So I think we'll have to be very transparent about how the data is going to be put to use to build that confidence.
So I'll just add what Suparna said is that, again, I'm going back to the BRSR reporting, and the G part, the governance part, has definition upon data privacy and leakage. So at our company, we have a formal document, which is the data privacy document, in line with the BRSR. The BRSR has two components. One is on the when you're collecting data, have you taken permission? And the second piece, as Suparna said, and the second piece is then how are you storing the data, and what are the levels of security that you have on the data. So there's a formal policy and document that is required as per the governance structure now that every company has to follow and every company has to report. Of course, as earlier speaker said, there are stages that we are getting into. In next 2 years, the top 1,000 companies will have to do it compulsorily.
Just one point to add. There's a concept called privacy by design. The concept is that you need to be intentional about data privacy, data security, and there are multiple parameters under it. It of course includes consent, like you spoke about. It includes how will you use that data, declaration of data, transparency related to that, and other parameters. But the concept of privacy by design makes the entire process very intentional and very transparent for the organizations and public at large.
Okay, do we have time for questions? Yeah, so please.
Good evening, everyone. So my question was that, firstly, what are the most subtle data touch points that we have where we do data collection, like the most subtle ways in which the data is collected? And secondly, how does that data is used to make decisions in order to psychologically attract consumers or clients, however it is? So how do we use that data to psychologically attract those to become our consumers or clients? And if we are using the data in that manner, do we not think that it is our somewhere social responsibility to tell our consumers that this data will be used to attract them? Is there no ethical connotation attached to it?
You are asking a very complex question, so I'll break it into 3 parts. The first part is the data collection piece in terms that how do you measure. So, and again, out of my experience as an academician, that there are scales for everything. Please do not try to make your own measuring scales, the instruments. So for example, if I want to know, do you like my product? You don't ask that question directly, isn't it? You will not get the right answer ever. So there is a method to ask that same question, and it is broken up into 5 to 6 items in that scale, which indirectly measures whether the person is liking the product or is there any problem, is there any issues in the product that you are facing. So that is the first thing I'm saying. The scales are there in the industry, they are well researched. Whatever you are trying to do is already somebody would have done it. Use those scales, please. You have to do a validity of the scale. So that is the first piece of it. Use a scale which is a valid scale of measuring, and it is not a direct question while you're collecting the data. The second question is the ethics question that you're getting into. That if you are, so normally good surveys talk about why am I collecting this data? Yeah, and if you are publishing a research paper, you have to declare that have you given the declaration to the responder as a part of the ethics standards. As employers, we don't do that with our employees because it may, and I remember my boss often telling me, why are you asking questions for which you cannot do anything? For example, why do you say, is your salary low or high? What answer will you get? Nothing. And you cannot do anything about it. So of course, within the company, it becomes more of a right to know, which is also not correct. We should move towards the consent method. But of course, when we are doing it, for example, you go to a Taj, you are filling up a feedback. It is written over on the top, this feedback is being collected for what purposes. Yeah. So that is how it, that is my 2 cents.
So to answer your question specifically about the, specifically related to subtle, where it is intentional, where you obviously let the person know, I mean, why you're collecting that data, you would obviously try and stick to that. If you're not, or you're breaching certain guidelines. But subtle is a term that you used, so I'll respond to that. For example, you have released a video of a leader in your company talking about your product, and or talking about the offerings in your company, and someone on LinkedIn viewed that and has posted that and recommended that, and you get data on that, and you figure out whether that person is a potential hire or not, and then you try and reach out to the person, or so that is an example of a subtle use of data, and again, the person is on that platform, is choosing to make sure, choosing to let the platform know which content he or she has viewed, and therefore ethics, I think, is fine in that case because the person has given the consent by being on that platform and agreeing to the terms and conditions of the platform. But I'm sure there are other ways when data gets captured in a subtle way but is not declared, and I'm sure there are breaches happening quite widely on that front as well, both on employee side as well as customer side. Again, that goes back to whole system being more mature, more cognizant of data privacy and data consent and data security. I think we have a long way to go. Data will become foundational going forward, and data security will become as essential as physical security going forward.
I don't think we can take any more questions. Yeah, so we will wrap this up. Thank you, all 4 of you, for being here, for speaking to the students, for answering my questions, and I hope my questions reflected most of maybe what all of you are thinking about when thinking about HR analytics. Thank you for covering a very technical but very sensitive area of HR and the future directions in which it is moving. So thanks again. Thank you.
I would request the panelists to stay back for felicitation. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. I'm sure such an in-depth discussion has left us all with kindling thoughts on the importance of HR analytics. I would now request Swati ma'am to felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation. Mr. Sarit Padi. Mr. Vivek Jain. Ms. Suparna Verma. Mr. Amit Chaudhary. I would request the panelists to join for a group picture. I would like to invite our senior team member Drishti to felicitate Swati ma'am. Now we'll be having a short break, post which panel 4 shall commence from 3:45 p.m. Students are requested to remain seated in the auditorium. Panel 4 will be starting at 4:15 p.m.
would like to introduce the final panel discussion for the day, which will revolve around the art of crafting an engaging employer brand beyond remuneration. In today's competitive job market, attracting and retaining top talent goes beyond offering competitive salaries. Employer branding involves creating and promoting a strong employee value proposition, shaping a positive company culture, and showcasing the overall employee experience. This session will explore how organizations can align their brand messaging with their core values, leverage authentic employee testimonials, and use platforms like social media to create a positive, engaging work environment that appeals to a diverse talent pool. To guide this important conversation, I am honored to welcome our moderator, Ms. Arshia Singh, Director of Global Compensation at Boston Consulting Group. She has a rich background in talent management and total reward strategies. Holding degrees in economics, business law, and a PGDM in HR from IMI New Delhi, she has earned numerous accolades, including the ETHR 40 Under 40 and HR Top 50 Leadership Award. She has presented at TEDx and various CXO forums. She also actively mentors students and lectures at top institutes around the country. Welcome, ma'am. The esteemed speakers for this panel are: we are delighted to have amongst us Ms. Harsha Peter, Vice President of Human Resources at Corner Store On Demand. Ma'am, with more than 20 years of experience, has been an expert in the field of talent acquisition, leadership development, and people practices. She has been recognized as one of the 50 most influential HR leaders by international business conferences. It is a pleasure to have you join us, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Sheetal Sharma, Associate Director of People and Culture at Grant Thornton Bharat, who brings over 15 years of indispensable experience in talent management across various different roles and sectors such as banking, finance, and IT services. She is someone who believes in creating a winning culture of entrepreneurship and experiential learning for the employees aligned to the sustainability goals of the organization. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panelist is Mr. Alvin David, India Campus Head and the Lead HR for Newgen. Sir has more than 20 years of exceptional experience in human resources in the field of technology. Sir is a recipient of Top 100 HR Leaders Award 2024 by HR Success Talk, and it is an absolute pleasure to be joined by him today. Welcome, sir. Now, we welcome Mr. Kamal Artwani, a specialist in human resource management with more than 20 years of experience across different sectors. He has been recognized as one of 101 top HR minds by the World HRD Congress, as well as top 100 TAPI Young HR Leaders 2021 by People Business Consulting and Tapmi Manipal, and 50 HR Journeys to the Boardroom by Board Infinity. It is a matter of absolute honor and pride to have you here today, sir. Our final panelist, Ms. Deepa Wadhwani, Senior Director and Head of Talent Acquisition, ADP India and Philippines. She is also the Pune HR Site Lead for ADP with responsibility for over 3,500 employees. Ms. Deepa joined ADP in 2005 as a campus intern in the talent acquisition function and has worked across the HR portfolio in various roles. She is a strong advocate of inclusion and belonging, donning various leadership roles as a part of the Women in Leadership Resource Group at ADP. She has been recognized by a leading India media publication, Business World, as a part of the prestigious 40 Under 40 list of HR leaders. She is a postgraduate in Human Resources from SIBM Pune. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I would request all the panelists to come on the stage. I would request Ms. Arshia to take this discussion forward.
Hi everyone. I know it's possibly been a long day, but I want to promise you that we're going to try to make this as energizing and as insightful a session as we can. So we're here to discuss EVP, right? And before we start, I just want to get a sense of the room. I want you guys, I know you've done your studies, so I know what EVP is, but try to think of EVP as the CV equivalent that an organization has. It's an organization's way to sell its skill, cultures, values, etc. to you. So we're going to try to make this discussion about you and about what you will be able to take away from it. So let's try to fire up a Slido poll that I want you guys to scan and give me a sense of. I want you to answer this question. What is it that you look for in an organization or an employer before joining? And I want you to rank these options in order of your preference. There's no right or wrong. Equally, I think all of the panelists have a sheet of paper in front of them. I would request that keep this to yourself, but I want to do a little bit of comparison between how corporates are thinking versus what, our new diverse talent pool is thinking. So just for everybody's benefit, what we're trying to answer is, you guys as employees or potential employees, how do you rate the following in order of preference? So the first option is reward and benefits. The second is career development opportunities, organization culture, flex work, leadership and management style, and purpose and values alignment. Equally, I think for our panel, I want you guys to answer this question in a way to say, how does your organization, specifically your organization, think about crafting its EVP and what does it prioritize? So keep these answers to yourself and feel free to pass along your sheets once you're done. And once we have the responses in, can we see the results of the poll live? Yeah, if we can just get the results, and then based on those results, we'll take the discussion forward. Has everybody kind of input their answers? So this is great, right? And this is exactly the theme of today's discussion. It's so interesting to see, because if I would have done this 5 years ago, I know reward and benefits would have been at the top. Could you flash it up again, please? So what I did get to see, right? So you guys are telling me that career development opportunities today are more important to you than reward and benefits as part of the overall proposition, right? And it's kind of tied with org culture, which is very, very broad as well. This is a very good takeaway for us. I'm going to collect the sheets from our co-panelists and we'll look at it at the end of the session. But stay with this thought and let's kind of dive in. Now, as we dive in, I want you guys to think about the macro perspective, okay? There's a reason that, so in the last 5 years, we've recovered from a pandemic. There has been geopolitical unrest. There have been massive shifts in social preferences. We have seen increased scrutiny by government and regulatory bodies across industries. Also, we're at the precipice of what people are calling the fourth industrial revolution, right? With Gen AI and technology and all of that dynamic happening. Now, goes without saying that no individual or no organization is insulated to this. And there's a reason that we're calling today's era a perma crisis, right? It is so dynamic, it is changing so fast. Equally, the job market is changing very fast. The expectations of talent and the talent pool itself is changing very fast. So keep this macro context in the back of your mind as we go through, today's discussion.
But essentially, we've also seen that, and I was talking to my co-panelists about this, we've also seen organizations really emphasizing on its employer branding. I don't know if you guys have looked at the news or you've seen some examples, but EY launched a very, provocative kind of traditional media campaign that said, "That's why EY." And what they would do is that they would make digs at their direct competitors and say, your organization does this, but we do this, and that's why EY. Equally, BCG, which is the organization I'm from, kind of started a campaign to say beyond is where we begin. So I think all of this is kind of to say that today, employer branding or employee value proposition is important, and it's equally important for it to be authentic, which we'll touch upon as we go through, the discussion of today. 67% of candidates, even as per a recent BCG study, reflect exactly what your poll reflected, that candidates today, 67% candidates today are actually valuing culture and career development more than pure comp or reward or benefits, right? Which is reflecting in various ways and forums. So with that, let's kind of dive in and explore these topics with the panelists. And firstly, I want to thank all the panelists for taking out time. It's a weekend. People have flown in from different parts of the country. So thank you so much. And they come from, very diverse industries with a wealth of experience and very rich experience. So, please keep your attention spans at its peak. And let's go through this discussion. So if I were to start with you, Ms. Sheetal, I think, one of the questions that we kind of think about is the pre and post pandemic shift, and which is kind of reflected in so many different spectrums and areas. But if you were to kind of just shed some light on how has the EVP side of things evolved, or how you've seen it evolve in your organization or other organizations pre and post, that'll be a good start. And obviously all our other panelists can chime in as well.
Sure. Thanks, Arshia. Thanks for setting the context so beautifully, and thanks for the poll, all of you out there. Definitely is aligned to what most of us are thinking on the panel. Like she said, I think pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, we've seen a huge change and shift in the expectations of our prospective employees who are looking at organizations. So, at one point in time, so I remember about 3 years back, the concept of working from home, working remote, working virtual was something which people had to actually ask or think thrice before asking their respective managers to go for or opt for one. Right now, post-pandemic, most organizations, and when I'm saying most organizations, I'm talking about, because I come from a consulting industry, Grant Thornton is a consulting firm, I'm talking from a consulting standpoint, that flexibility is given to people. Now, because the expectations of our students or employees, prospective employees, is changing, we had to accordingly make a shift in the EVP altogether. So right now, if we just talk about that, hey, we have these 5 roles, these are the kind of roles we are offering to students out there, people question. And the first question is, what's the work mode of these roles? Or, what is the variety that you offer? Or do you give us an opportunity to move across roles maybe in 2 to 3 years within the organization? So that's the kind of expectations which is building up. Hence, post-pandemic, we had to actually modify the content of the EVP. So it no more spoke about that, okay, these are the values, this is the work culture. It clearly spoke about what is the work culture being defined as. And there are campaigns which we run around it, like she recently mentioned the EY and the BCG campaign. So an organization like ours, we believe in an ultra flex principle. So there's a hashtag ultra flex GT campaign which runs on social media, very popular, which talks about how we as an organization have introduced ultra flex policies just to ensure that we are aligned to the expectations of our students and employees. For example, we've introduced unlimited leave policy. Why? Because we know that the workforce we are attracting, they would want that flexibility and that trust to be ensured or empowered on them. Let them decide, let them figure out how they want to manage their work, and opt for a leave. That's one. Professional services industry has always been adapting to a professional work attire. But we said that, okay, let's bring that flexibility and make it smart business casuals, or make it choose your own attire basis the occasion you are attending at work. If it's a formal meeting, it's a formal attire. If it's a business or a usual business day at work, it can be smart business casual. So that trust on employees and students, that's really acing these days. So the content of what's the value proposition has really evolved in the last 3 years. That's one. Second is how we are communicating that EVP. That's also evolved between the pre and the post-pandemic age. Now it is not about us, let's say, putting banners, which is talking about our EVP, or we are making those EVP pitches in campus presentations, for example. It is also about how we are leveraging social media and different platforms. So, if it's Instagram, we know the audience needs Insta gratification. So the EVP is posted in smaller reels because we know that attracts the students. If it's LinkedIn, it's a post which is accordingly made. If it's Facebook, that's how it is. But we are using those platforms. There are WhatsApp channels. So for example, GT has its own WhatsApp channel which ensures there's a community reach to people. So that evolution also has happened. It was not there 3 years back. So what we are communicating, how we are communicating, and how we are ensuring the reach is expanding. That's the shift we have clearly seen between the pre and the post pandemic.
Yeah, no, I think, such great examples. You touched upon the fact that, there has been a shift and we have to receive it. I think there's sometimes a wave of change and it's better to ride that wave versus swim against it. And equally, I think one of the challenges that corporates face is that now there is a melting pot of generations in the workspace. And, the preferences of different generations are different, and, organizations are trying to cater to everything, and it's a tight rope and balancing act. I think you spoke about the flexibility examples. I know most of us would have read about Airbnb as well. It was all over the news that they allowed, I think they had a work from anywhere policy where they said, 90 days work anywhere, work remotely. It can cause issues. And so trust is both ways. So if the organization, and this is, food for thought for you guys as students who are going to enter the corporate sector as well, there is an umbilical cord of trust which, when extended, comes with a sense of responsibility from employees as well, to understand the intent of certain policies that are made available and not kind of abuse them in that sense. So I think you also spoke about communication, right? Which is a good segue to the next question. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Sheetal covered it pretty much, but I just want to say that EVP today is more about influencing than attraction. I think all of you Gen Zs today are looking at what's the social cause that the organization has, where's the work-life balance, right? Today it's more about flexibility, social cause. So it has gone from just focused on attraction, because I'm from a talent acquisition background, I can definitely tell you that EVPs were basically designed to ensure that you attract more and more candidates, becomes easier for you, but gone are the days. You really want people who find purpose, who are passionate about what the organization is doing and really want to join you. So just adding to that. Thank you.
Perfect. So, talking about communication, I think we all, and I can speak from, very personal experience, let's assume that my organization has a value or culture that says, it's on posters everywhere that says we promote work-life balance, etc. But in the end, let's assume I have my manager tell me on Friday evening that I need this on my table on Monday morning, but don't work the weekend. That's not our culture. So I think it also boils down to authenticity. And what is it that you want to communicate very glamorously externally, but then how is it that you're really treating your employees internally, right? So if we think about communication, and you spoke about it a little bit, but if I were to ask you, Mr. Kamal, just in terms of internal and external communication, how do you think, how important is it to ensure consistency, especially in today's day and age of access and social media and all of that? And what are some of the pitfalls and you know, any examples from your organization or across industries where you've seen, you know, lack of authenticity really detrimentally impacting employer branding?
Absolutely. A lot of organizations have gone through this journey. We all have seen that, right? So in varied experiences with different companies, I felt two things were very important. One is when you communicate, you have to be very authentic. What you say should resonate with the internal employees because they are connected externally as well, right? So you just cannot say something internally in the company and you know, something externally outside. Externally, you could say we have perfect work-life balance, we have an awesome, you know, work culture. But internally, if employees are unhappy, obviously they also have a way to vent it out on the social media with reviews, etc. Right? And the recall value as well, I would say, is different when compared to what it was pre-pandemic. It has changed, and all of us now, we would like to see reels and, you know, and also go to the direct touch point where you get the right information rather than, you know, revolving around a lot of things and then coming to that information. At the click of a button using AI, you know where you can find that information, right? So, I mean, pardon my language, but you can't just bullshit with these kind of things, right? So it's important for the internal and external communications team to be authentic, have the same information passed on internally and externally both. So I'm just relating it to all of you, right? So what you write on the resume, you should be able to demonstrate that, right? What you've written on the resume is your personal thing. But do you think you can validate that when somebody is interviewing you? Same thing applies for the company. So I would just leave it there.
Yeah, I think again, it's a little bit about how you define the culture versus what it's translating into in the day-to-day. And we've all looked at Glassdoor and Fishbowl, etc. I think there's a lot of studies that have been done. And even if you were to use ChatGPT or like AI right now to ask the question, which is the most Googled source to, you know, rate organizations, etc., you'd see some of those results come in. And so I think, again, organizations are very worried in a good way to make sure that they're staying authentic, and some of this feedback is keeping us true as well. I think, did you have something? Yes.
I'll just add based on personal experience, so no theory, but just experience. And as you mentioned, Fishbowl is how I remembered, and the reaction that you get when you're authentic is what I wanted to share with one of the organizations that I worked with. There have been, you know, instances, especially when we started coming back to office, people didn't like it. We still have, you know, two different variations or maybe even more variations of people liking coming to office. Some don't, some want to stay in between. But when that started off, there was a lot of flack that came to companies, and there were things on Fishbowl because people feared sharing it directly, so they shared on Fishbowl. And rather than running away from it, we actually took on to answering those questions on Fishbowl. Coming out in the open, and then people realize that we are okay to answer difficult questions or situations which may offend some organizations, but we are open to doing that. And then people started opening up in town halls, and our town halls actually became a Q&A. We moved on from 200 to 300 people attending to thousands of people attending to town halls because they found the interactions in the town halls very authentic, and less of, you know, the sharing of information, but more of gaining information, answering, being very candid that we don't have an answer to this right now. We are also learning. COVID has happened for the first time. We are coming back in the offices for the first time. So we are also learning. We want your cooperation, and we'll work it out. So that's, I mean, I just wanted to share an example of authentic communication, of how it is helpful when employees share and organizations respond. So it's always a two-way, whether it's personal or corporate communication.
No, absolutely, and it also kind of ties back to the point that Sheetal made right at the start, right? It's something that drives trust. In the end, you know, employees, you're trusting employees to give you open, honest feedback, but then if they go to these town halls and your leaders are just deflecting questions or faffing around, and like you said, you saw the turnout and you saw all of that kind of accelerate. So one of the things that we've been talking about is the fact that different people have different preferences, different candidates as well. So obviously internal to the organization, sure, everybody is in different life stages, everybody may have different preferences. But even as we look at the external candidate pool, people may have different, people will have different values. They'll be coming from different cultures. They'll have different goals and preferences. So, Mr. Alvin, if I were to pose this to you, how do you think organizations can best accommodate, these varied preferences and, the alignment of your organization's culture and values to, let's say, the value system and beliefs that, the candidates, equally employees have? And just to kind of add one more layer to this, do you think, and to what extent, should organizations even try to accommodate all of these preferences?
So I think what we figured out, all of us know EVPs or employer brand changed big time after COVID happened. Before that, we were pretty much okay in terms of the way it was perceived. After that, this lot really happened. So when we found that when the big resignation wave came in, a lot of people went out to the industry, we had a lot of people, and we suddenly felt that we are an organization started off in 1992. We take a pride in the fact that we're an Indian MNC doing a very niche, operating in a very niche space of software product development and then selling across 72 countries. We said those stories are not really being made aware to this generation who have recently joined us. Because when we connected, remotely, when we hired remotely, and when people left us remotely, some of them never ever got connected to the organization. At that point in time, the only thinking was get into any organization which is offering you a job to start with. And at that point in time, there's a whole disconnect in terms of nobody really understand the visions of the founder, nobody really understand on the values which we created. So we really redefined our culture at that point in time, and we set out to take it to all the regions that we operate. Even in India, we reached out to South, we reached out to West, and then in global offices, as we wanted to really push ourselves high in ANZs and Americas, we reached out to those places, and we said that as an Indian global MNC, we would like to have values that will stick and operate across regions same. But yes, it may have flavors which will be very local, it may be perceived very locally and can be experienced very locally, so build in those sensibilities into that. How that really changed in terms of, there are a lot of things. Thankfully, the good part about EVP or an employer brand, it is not made in company, it is not made in campus, it is made beyond campus and company. So there are a lot of things that should vibe along in terms of how are you doing in stock market, how are you been perceived with the kind of logos that you're acquiring, how the way Gartners and Forresters of the world look at us in terms of, so I think all those stories were in sync when we were trying to push people. And then we started pushing a lot of sound bites of our employees across regions. How do we experience when we say passion, when we say innovation, does that echo across all regions? I think that really brought the entire regions together and made us appear like a true global organization.
Yeah, I think one theme, right, that you touched upon is that EVP is beyond HR, it's beyond campus, it's beyond and that's what they say, right? For most of the aspects of EVP, it's actually the biggest success when it's owned by the employees. HR is nothing but a custodian, but essentially when the employees own it is when you see the true unlock happen.
I totally agree with that. I think in my experience, what has happened is the EVP has had a larger impact when they hear it from other employees, right? So you all may join an organization and later you'll have your own, juniors coming in, right? So you become the brand, right? What you say is what they hear. Rather than say, looking at a document or looking at our, website or Insta page or Facebook page, they'll say, oh, you know what? My senior is there. Let me ask him, right? If you say 3 good things about the organization, I think we have done a good job of, keeping you happy and you making that value proposition for us. And similarly, what happens is the other way around as well. You think about yourself when you're going for an interview as a value proposition. Don't consider yourself as an individual who's going for an interview. consider yourself as a value proposition. What does the company see in you? What kind of values that you bring into the company? That will make the best match for the company, and you can crack the job, right? So it's both ways.
Sorry, we are taking time. So externally, of course, we heard, but internally also, employee advocacy. That means the success stories that you hear from the people who are actually working. I mean, I can quote thousands of stories within ADP, how our associates are looking at the benefits, how our associates looked at the COVID support that HR provided or the leadership provided. I think these are the stories that you all should be looking out for. You all have information that is available from campuses, but the real information, apart from the leadership, is the internal success stories. Get your hands on that.
Yeah, I think all very good points. And the other prompt that I get from the discussion is that the trick for organizations is also not to think as EVP as cast in stone. We're talking about pre, post, and pandemic. And going back to the start of the conversation when I said it's a very dynamic world today. Things are changing, if not every day, but very, very frequently, right? And so it's important for organizations to keep a pulse on that. And there are various ways. I mean, Google, for example, has one, and all organizations have their employee surveys, which, by the way, it's important for you guys to know that organizations take these people surveys very seriously. Their leadership teams, KPIs, and performance are all tied to your responses to those surveys. So to kind of keep, just like anything else, have metrics associated with the EVP that you can measure, take continuous feedback, and as organizations try to refine, revise appropriately. Again, there's an extent to which you want to kind of stretch your boundaries because, like the panel has been saying, even the organization has a certain set of non-negotiable values, which we will not bend over backwards for beyond a point. So it's a tightrope and balance. So we've spoken about, this multi-generational workforce, difference in preferences, etc. But, if I were to ask you, for example, personalization is no longer, it's a luxury. Like people almost expect it when they're joining the workforce. So again, very similar. How much do you think, because it's a tight balance between scale and consistency and simplification and standardization, but equally making sure that our EVP is resonating with the larger mass. And so how do you think we can strike that balance as organizations?
Sure, definitely. And just to start with, gone are the days, like you said, of having a cookie cutter approach. And we see that as convenient, but also lazy. And we don't have those lazy organizations really now. I think everybody realizes that customization is what we experience everywhere in the society. So it's not just where the places that we work, it's what we experience outside the workplace also. So the workplaces have also changed and reimagined themselves. And the first point that most of us start, and even the organization that I'm currently with, Cornerstone, started is through listening. The way we receive information from everybody. Right now, we are at the best point of diversity in workforces. We have 3 to 4 generations in workforces. We have various different cultural backgrounds from different cities, education, genders, preferences. You can just, it's an unfathomable list of diversity right now, which is a big advantage. And just the listening tools help us recreate what we would like to customize. But the other problem is also scale for really large organizations, on how much can you customize, and that's where tech comes in. For example, if I would like to share what we did at Cornerstone, was one, started with listening through the tech tools itself, imbibed that into what we called our EVP statements, which we asked our own people to create. So when you have your own EVP statement, you have a few that come to you from the organization, but a couple you create for yourself. So those are your EVP values or your EVP contributions that come for yourself and to the organization, and that's again something that is direct feed to the organization to understand what do you want from us. And that is what then got imbibed into the journeys of our people through what we called a spark statement. So what is my spark statement? Tells my leaders that what am I aspiring for. And then again, using the digital platforms itself, I mean, the advantage for us is we sell that to customers also. And, we are customer zero there to rebuild your mapping. So the first point that we saw in the survey was growth and development. And that's what we tackled right on. Create your own map through whatever skills you put in, through whatever educational background you put in. There is an automated map that comes up for you. Are you okay with it? Not okay with it? You have the freedom to change it. The tech will then suggest what skills do you need to learn so that you can reach that goal that you have aspired for. So it's all very agile. You're using digitization to its best possible. You're using AI to its best possible. And we are getting that information as an organization directly from you for thousands of employees. And that helps us, understand what more do we give you for your growth and development? What more do we give you for your wellness as well? And ideas are always, always welcome. So I'll just close by saying that we have gone away way away from just design and deploy, and now we are in the age of converse and communicate and then implement.
No, I think there were brilliant takeaways there. Firstly, just to start with, that you do believe that your organization is customer zero. I think BCG should learn from that. I think we recommend a lot of nice things to our clients, but we have a lot of things to do to get our house in order. But I think you spoke about tech a lot, and what I took away from that is that tech for HR, we should think of it as a wonderful co-pilot. But in the end, I think, so I know that, Watson and IBM, or like Unmind, the platform that is kind of looking at the end-to-end, let's say, employee journey to say, okay, this person would possibly be at a risk of attrition. Let's find, lateral moves, or let's do a skill assessment, etc. But in the end, I think it is the decision of a human being, the line manager, and so on and so forth. So I think we're not kind of shifting that power of decision making to technology, but it's a great guiding factor and co-pilot in that sense. So I think very, very good best practices to take away from here.
The other thing, if I may add, we heard about the EY incident. What's the most hurting that is resonating with all of us? That none of them attended the funeral. At the end of it, no matter how much tech-enabled organization is, if there's a personal touch this is missing, specifically in moments like this, then probably, people will question the HR practice. No matter how much, loudspeakers and social media that you keep announcing, EY will have a hard time placing themselves in campuses like this in terms of that we do have a good work-life balance. The other thing that I wanted to mention, there were good past days. It was not that EVP was not there. It was not spoken as much as we do right now. At one point in time, Newgen was popular because the other top 5 IT giant companies, they used to, hire truckload of students from every campuses and take back to their campuses. It said, anybody can crack those. So if you can crack Newgen process, being an Indian product company, we only used to hire 10, 5, 35, then we grow to 450. If you can crack Newgen process, all those nerdies and geekies will get attracted to the fact that if dum hai, to ye crack karke dekhte hain. So it was something, and that's all we have, that has worked very well with us. The reason for an organization of our size also got glued to the fact, because if you are not there, because everybody is there in terms of establishing EVP or employer brand, if you're not there, people will judge you otherwise. And that's where the authenticity comes in, as she mentioned, Arshia, in terms of they got to be non-negotiable from the generation that is walking into the workplace. There are non-negotiables from the employer point of view. We also have to find our authenticity in terms of what is it that works for us. So we want to still be a technology-intensive brand, and we would like to create anything and everything around it. Holding hackathons across campuses, holding hackathons internally and outside. We should vibe and think according in terms of what we want to do. If it is not there, then we will struggle living up to it, because you can't band up everything inside the organization to live up to those values. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think I've been interacting with, and great points, right? I've been interacting with a lot of Gen Zers and, new campus hires. And one of the things that I get a sense of is that they're really looking for their personal value alignment to the org value, right? Like, things like pride. So BCG has a very, well-established LGBTQI drive and community, etc. Equally, what is your so I was asked this question, what is your organization's strategic roadmap on tech? If technology is a core strategy and you have a roadmap, next 3 months, next 6 months, we'll join you. Otherwise, we don't want to be associated with any company that's not looking at technology, deeply, etc. Climate change, for example. And I don't think organizations were posed these kind of questions even 5, 6, 7 years ago. So I think it's very important for us to be conscious about how much even candidates want to look at. I mean, we are being assessed as organizations by the candidates, etc. So, one last question, and then I know we're closing to time, and we'll try to open it up for Q&A. But if I were to, ask you, Deepa and Kamal, just in terms of, we've spoken about EVP being, very collective and bottoms up, etc. But I mean, in the end, there would be a certain impact that leadership has, right, on EVP. And equally, in the recent past, we've seen a lot of churn. We've seen a lot of leaders come and go, and with them, leadership styles are coming and going. They bring their own values and priorities, right? So if I were to pose this question, how much does leadership impact the EVP? And what happens if, let's say, the leadership is not in sync with the EVP or culture that the organization stands for or stood for?
Great and deep question, but I think in some way, most of us have kind of answered it in bits and pieces. Before I answer or get into details, I have a quick question. Anyone in the room knows what's our Indian Army's EVP? You all are great at Googling. Our Indian Army EVP. Live a life which is less ordinary. That's extremely smart, and it calls for people who are passionate, people who are wanting to do extraordinary. And that's the role of leaders today in any corporate that they have to play, because what they say is what internal and externally assumed that this is how the organization is going to be. So they have a very, very strong role to play when they are trying to communicate with the external and the internal forums. It has to align to the organization's core values, right? I think all of us have spoken a lot about trust, being authentic. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, right? If a leader in any interaction does not exhibit this, then I don't think anybody would believe. Act like a owner. Gone are the days, I think any one of us in the room today would agree that there is a 9-to-5 job, itne paise mein itna kaam, right? Gone are the days. We are looking for people who are acting like owners, right? You are going beyond your job. You're trying to do certain things which are taking up different projects. Like Google has a time which is it's called 20% time, right? That whatever you do as your work profile, you are allotted 20% that you can contribute anywhere. That's excellent, right? The third one that comes to my mind is transparent and open communication. And that's the most important thing. Some of you might not like this name, but Elon Musk. We know that he's extremely harsh and direct with his communication, but that's what he expects. And people who are driven with that kind of a passion, are driven with that kind of work profile, would go join Tesla maybe, right? So I think that's what leaders have to really focus on, being extremely authentic, open in communication, being purpose-driven. We spoke about D&I, which has been a focus now after pandemic. We at ADP, we ran a campaign called It's Okay. Sometimes it's a taboo to say, oh, I have, what do you call it as mental block? You call it as, I'm not up to it. It's okay to say that I'm not up to it. It's okay to say I failed. It's okay to say I feel emotional, right? So mental well-being is something that the leaders also have to own it up. They have to show that it's okay to be vulnerable. I think we are looking for those kind of leaders. And what happens if they do not align it? I think that was the next part of it. I don't think there's a surprise in guessing this, right? Complete misalignment. Definitely people can see what is being told. It's a lip service. We definitely would impact the retention, attraction. It would impact the brand of the organization. We have hundreds of examples out there, but these are my views on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deepa. You covered a lot of it, but I'll pick up something from there. Right? I think for a leader, it is very important to lead by example. So when we were asking people to come back to work post-pandemic, right? So we said, let's start with the leadership, let's start with ourselves. Why don't we do 3 days a week in office, right? We had to drive some collaboration. We meant, meaningful work should happen from office. When they come to office, there is a sense of, ownership that you get. We were just discussing, when we were sitting in that room about, cult, right? So one of your professors herself said, I don't get motivation when I have to do a workout at home watching a video, right? I just picked up that bit of thing in my mind and related it to our own organization, where I felt, if I sit at home, my motivation is a little less when compared to what I go to office and do, right? So we started with the leadership team, and slowly, people started looking at the leadership and started following. So this has happened internally, right? So what we do externally, we actually didn't put any effort on this externally because, it was led by example. It was out there. People could hear it from their own friends and, ex-colleagues or colleagues that, hey, you know what? The leadership in this company has started coming themselves. And employees have slowly started falling in line. Instead of, giving that gyan and, telling them, nahi, aa jao, if you don't come, your performance bonus will be affected, blah, 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 and whatnot. It was just done step by step, number one, and led by example. I just picked one example. There are a lot of examples like that, having the mental wellness piece, or having some collaboration for employees, or running any fun events for employees. If you lead by example as leaders, things will fall in place easily.
So I think very well covered. Just 2 inputs on that. See, I think as leaders, there are 2 things which really work and they never fail. First is when we try and specifically keeping the multi-generational workforce in mind, when we try and policitize a couple of our initiatives, so that means we integrate them and create a policy around it. It comes from the top. And the signal most of the times, both to our internal audience and external, aligned to the EVP, is that, hey, this has come in from the top, this is now a policy, and now it is to be followed to the T. That belief just strengthens when it comes in that format. For example, we at Grant Thornton, we used to run this program for women who've been on maternity leave and coming back. So the program basically ensured coaching for our new mothers from their pre-maternity to maternity to post-maternity. So it's like a 1.5 year kind of a coaching session. The new fathers reached out to us saying, and they said that we are also entering into parenthood. Why doesn't the organization do something around that? And there's a formalized program called Womentorship which takes care of these women. So we had to, in the next 1 year, introduce a program, and it was a firm-wide launch. Again, internal, external alignment was there, called Dadvisor. We said that, okay, why not? Let's introduce something for our new dads. Then came a segment, of course, the younger women who said that, hey, you have a maternity leave policy. We are also entering into parenthood, but are using surrogacy as a mode, right? So we ensured that there was a policy which was introduced for mothers who were entering into parenthood through surrogacy. So again, so what I'm talking about is personalization, but when it comes in a policy format, it is looked at as if it's coming from the top. It's a mandate, it's a policy. Similar to that, let's say adoption, right? So people who are entering into parenthood through adoption, they said we also deserve a leave. We need more time with the kid because that's how it is. And we had to again bring out a policy which said yes, why not? Similarly, when we introduced unlimited leave policy, it was a pilot. It ran like a project. We saw success, positive, negative, pros, cons, but we had to define it like a policy to then finally align it to our employee value proposition. So one, that really helps. Second bit which helps is seeking feedback. A lot of times when you introduce things, so as a part of your value proposition, it's a great idea to reach out to audience. So like, let's say something like a Great Places to Work survey, which we run internally for employees. There can also be a brand assessment survey, which we run for external population to see how they perceive us as a brand. How do they perceive us and our value propositions which we are offering? Do they find them valuable? Do they think that we can do something around it? And then the leadership evaluates the inputs and we work around it. We make that change and show that change. Both these things I feel really make an impact to ensure a powerful employee value proposition.
If I may, we all heard about Bhavish, right? We all know Bhavish. Ola Electric. Now, to your point in terms of, now EVP is Bhavish. In terms of what Bhavish has set out to achieve is something which is, at this point in time, appears to be impossible because he's really setting out big, high ambitions for himself to compete with somebody like Elon Musk and challenging him to and fro. So a lot of you will get attracted to the fact that, it's Bhavish that we are joining. At the end of it, maybe the kind of things that he's gearing up to go, EVP or work culture may go for a toss because that's how people have to really push hard, do something which is next to extraordinary and deliver something. So it's all depend. But yes, there is a cult leaderships that, for same is true for Dipinder, Zomato's and many others who there. Their cult is the one who really attract people to them. But is that sustainable? Probably no. We did hear about Byju's, the kind of things that came into it. And then people were, what I keep hearing from campuses like you all, yes, we are happy working with startups, but we are also looking for something which is organization which is slightly more tenured and stable as well. So when we recently acquired one organization which is AI and ML from 2021, suddenly that organization started getting perceived well because then Newgen of 30 years is backing that one. So the culture also changed, things that we introduced, so people found that there is a comfort of a tenured organization. So it all depends, and you will give into those kind of temptations at the end of it because the kind of growth that you will see for yourself, the kind of learnings is going to be, nothing compared to anything that you'll get in industry. So it all depends in terms of how we are gearing and what is our aspiration. Also, this is having cult following or a brand, there are both pros and cons to that.
I think such, rich insights. We spoke about so many things, but essentially, I think what I'm also taking away is that just like people are in different stages of their lives and have different, preferences, equally, organizations are in different life cycles. And culture is what you define it to be. So if it is cutthroat, meritocratic, for example, BCG is up or out. 2 years, you either progress to the next level or unfortunately bye. And that's very clear in our employment contracts, right? So there is authenticity. You're signing up for this. It is going to be, and unfortunately, I can just share a quick, I hope this is not, but I can share a quick anecdote, right? Like when I joined BCG, one of the things that I was asked to do as, in my preliminary days is we were launching an HR letter, etc. And one of the statements which we didn't end up writing, but there was discussion around it, is that we are paying you for lack of work-life balance, which is the worst thing for HR to kind of say. But again, the intention was to kind of, positively put it out there that it is meant to be aggressive. So we have never claimed our culture to be, you know, very relaxed. So equally, I mean, going back to the point that Alvin made, right? You have to be authentic. Sometimes the culture is what it is, and you kind of have to take it on your chin. And all of this is to guide you guys to make informed decisions. Whether you join a startup, whether you join a legacy-based organization, or whether you join a very socialistic organization or a meritocratic organization, that's a decision that should be a marriage between your values and the culture of the organization in the end. And obviously, like you spoke about policy and communication, in a way, it is based on feedback. I think one of the things is that EVP in the end is a sum of all its parts, right? There's communication, there's continuous feedback. Equally, all functions, all employees, all leaders in the organization have to work in lockstep to achieve that EVP. Otherwise, it's nothing but a poster on a wall. In the end, it's very difficult to do that, because in the end, to bring everybody together to align to a certain set of values is also a mammoth task. And we spoke about some of the benefits, and Alvin mentioned Byju's. Equally, you'd see the kind of backlash that, let's say, a Facebook received, right? Their whole claim to data privacy and this and that, and then the use of data in whichever way that they were. So it not just impacts. So the only point I'd like to close with, and Sheen, all the girls in the room would know, even as recent as 2024, Sheen has been in the media for such bad labor practices, long working hours, bad pay. This not just impacts employee morale or employer branding, but user experience. They were boycotted. Their business got impacted. Equally for some of the others. So there's a direct impact to business also if there is an out of sync thing. So I know we're on time. Any parting thoughts by the panel before we open it up for questions? Anything you'd like to close with or conclude with?
I think when you are joining the corporates, I think only one simple advice you have heard from all of us: be you, bring your authentic self. That's very, very important. And align the purpose that you have in your life with the organization. Select an organization which you think is closer to your purpose.
Cool, I think we can open it up for questions.
So keeping in mind the recent unfortunate event that happened at the consulting firm, I wanted to ask how can certain companies inculcate mental well-being and work-life balance in their EVP and employer branding? Or you can ask, how does your company inculcate it in case you do?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, absolutely. I feel he also mentioned about it briefly, but I think these days well-being is considered to be as one of those focus areas for the leadership in most organizations. I can say for consulting for sure. When I talk about well-being, again, the focus is on physical well-being, mental well, and there's a segregation. So there's a full-fledged core team most firms would have, which would work on focused interventions on physical well-being, mental well-being, and emotional well-being of an employee. For example, us as an organization, physical well-being, of course, we've tied up with an organization like Cult to ensure there are, every Thursday or a Friday, we have one physical session across pan-India, 10,000 employees. We do that together. So if there is a fixed time, 6 to 6:30 every Thursday, you have to have a fitness session, which we aligned as prior communication. It's either a Zumba, and we try to bring a variety to it. Like, so it could start from a Zumba to a Bhangra aerobics to a Bolly jig. So it could be anything around that. We also have, so there's something called as a Wellness Wednesday Funda. So Wellness Wednesday are focused interventions which are only talking about mental well-being. Again, 20 minutes, but there could be a power yoga, there could be a focused session which talks about mindful breathing, which talks about meditation, and it's not talking, those are practice sessions. So you just come together as teams, you do it together. right? So again, I think a lot of times when you calendarize such mental wellness sessions or physical wellness session, it really helps. One thing which helped us as an organization, it's been 3 years now, is our focus on emotional well-being, where what we did was we tied up with a third-party partner, and we introduced absolutely complimentary counseling services for our employees and their families. So it is 100% complimentary. If there is, and it's anonymous. So if people have any concern, we have everything from a one-to-one, in-person, virtual, over chat, therapy sessions to a counseling session to any conversation. And people have been using that because the focus is that, you know, if you're not feeling up there, if you're not feeling that you can do it, it's okay to talk. You know, everybody has their own ups and downs. It's okay to have those vulnerabilities. When you give that comfort to people and bring these platforms, people use that. And it is important. Everybody needs it, from me to, let's say, the leadership to our people in the teams. And we've seen people using it as well. The ratio is about, so we have about 54% at this point in time, our employees or their family members. So, when you extend it to their family members, that also helps a lot of times. One last thing which I'd like to mention, which we've just started is, there's a concept of 360-degree feedback, right? But what we've started recently is that it's not just feedback from your peers, supervisors, colleagues, or people who are there in your team that we take. We've also started taking feedback from the family members of the employees. So a lot of times, so for example, how am I at my home? How am I treating people around me, let's say my daughter, my husband, my mother, their input gives that real-time sentiment. So, if my daughter says that, Mama, why are you looking so hassled every day? That's a feedback for me. That means there's something wrong. I can't be just hassled because of, and she senses it, that, you are hassled today and you're hassled because of work. That's a feedback. So I think that's one practice we've just started. It's very recent, and somehow it was aligned to the EY mishap, and now we've tried to, we'll be we'll making a policy around it. Let's do that. Why not? Right? So those are some things which we are trying out.
See, what is important is, it's very unfortunate. She mentioned 54%, right? Why only 54%? Right? So anything to be successful, has to be two ways. Tali do haath se bachti hai, right? Companies investing so much of money, coming up with all initiatives, but ultimately, employees not coming and using it is very unfortunate. We said, okay, every Wednesday we'll have sessions, right? After like so many reminders, only 30-40% people come. Okay, that's very, very sad. And there is no manager who's pushed their employee to say, no, you come, sit and do work, don't attend that session. All of them have told them, go, it's okay. But what do? They just, I don't know, maybe they're Instaing or they're doing something else. And I think the social media is killing everybody big time, right? So one of the point that I kind of think is very important here is, when these kind of initiatives are driven, right, everything getting politicized will help. But yeah, if they look at it like a rule, not everybody may follow it. So, communicating it well is the key. Like one thing what we did is, we heard from people that we are having lot of meetings, etc. during COVID, and we don't even get time for lunch. Yeah, and you're sitting at home, no maid, no cook, you have to prepare food yourself. So we said through the entire week, between 12 to 2, no meetings. So everybody followed it. And the work-life balance came, the graph went up when we took feedback. And similarly, we said, no Fridays. There'll be no meeting on Fridays. It'll just be work, and that's it. So these kind of small things help the mental well-being. But again, it's just pushing it one way will not help. So if I say, no meeting Friday or during lunch, don't take meetings, and then the employee by themselves wants to do it because, in the night they want to hang around after 6 o'clock with their friends, etc. Then blaming it on the company, saying that, too much of pressure at work, I don't know. Does it make sense or no? I leave it for the audience to decide.
I'll just say one thing. We've spoken about what all our companies are doing, and BCG. I mean, my company, we have a lot of things that we push out, etc. And it boils down to the uptake. A lot of times, I think psychological safety is very important. As an employee, going back to the EY example, and I'm very disturbed. Obviously, all of us are very disturbed. Going back to the EY example, and this is something I really want to tell you guys as you enter the corporate world, is that find your safe spaces. More than a Zumba, the organization will try to create the infrastructure and the avenue for you to feel mentally, physically, financially, emotionally well, but nothing can replace having a safe space and that feeling of shared resentment. Sometimes it's okay. I think psychological safety, and as leaders, as managers, I think all of us are trying to, that's the unlock. If my team can talk to me openly about how they are feeling, without feeling that there would be some retaliation or judgment or whatever, I think that's true and honest feedback. Otherwise, it's a lot of eyewash. So I think psychological safety is something that organizations must prioritize in the most authentic sense, for people to actually really feel like they belong and they're cared for.
The flip side of platforms like EAP, I know we've started talking about, and from Monday onwards, all these EAP agencies will flood the books of HRs and start calling them up, because every HR will be looking for a solution now. Imagine what happened in COVID. Unfortunately, all the deaths, probably most of the deaths that happened is because of COVID. But thankfully, all of us were emotionally so connected. The first thing that we used to present to our CEO in terms of how many touch bases did we do to our teams. And then HR got extended to those managers. Managers were talking HR lingo. HR manager was doing daily stand-ups, daily sprints in terms of touching base and asking first question, how are you doing? If managers start taking that ownership, as you mentioned, psychological safety, when I see that somebody's owning me up, somebody's really interested in terms of knowing how am I feeling, that gives me superpower to work extra or do things. But I need to feel that kind of connection. Sadly, we have again gone back to the same world. So no matter all these good things, EAP will become something which is a given. You will join our organization and say this is we are already have there, and number of things will come. But till the time we start and start investing as managers and people managers on these kind of things, we won't have real time thing to solve at large as such.
I'll just add a closing thought. I know we have gone long on this question, but more for the audience that we have here and for your own benefit, just two things. Find your community. As you join the organization, finding your community is very, very important. Whoever you get along with, you need to have that community that will help you mentally more than anything else, And the second is speak up. If you know something is not right, please do not fear. Nothing is more important than your health. Speak up if something is not going right. Most organizations are very supportive, and most of them have a retaliation policy, so you would be safeguarded. But do speak up. Understand how you can speak up in the organization that you join in, and find your community. These two things, please remember as you enter into the next phase of your life, and might be helpful to you.
Hi. Okay, so we were talking about backlashes that organizations face, right? And of course, organizations are doing something about it, but at the end of the day, the brand image gets tarnished. So we were talking about channels of communication. So how these channels of communication, because on these platforms, Gen Zs, they have a lot of cross questions. So there are people, they say, oh, maybe it was organization's fault, or maybe it was maybe she was not tolerant enough. So there are a lot of cross questions. So what role the channels of communications play, or maybe what organizations need to do to leverage these platforms to communicate their standpoint, because at the end of the day, the brand image is tarnished.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask the previous person their name. What's your name?
Shrishti.
Shrishti. No, it's a great question, and the other panelists can chime in as well. I think even in the earlier question, right, when we're talking about not losing human touch, I think there's a great opportunity for us to leverage technology so that it frees up our time, to have those conversations at a more human level. On this question, right, I think technology will serve as a good amalgamator. Most organizations do this to say, okay, give me feedback, like what across all of these different forums, what is the kind of backlash that you said is being spoken about? I'm a reward professional, so I can kind of give you my perspective, from the reward and talent domain. As experts in that domain, we are very clear on which forum or channel will have authentic information versus a lot of other noise. So I think as leaders and as organizations, we also know how to cut through the noise. And there's also a lot of belief that in the maturity of people who want to join us, that they will be able to cut through the noise. I think our co-panelists talk about a lot of internal success stories as well. So there are always going to be formal channels by virtue of which you'll keep doing your brand building, and there'll be internal teams that will do it. There are legal teams that will respond appropriately, etc. But I think beyond a point, there is free speech. You cannot, curtail anybody's free speech, but there can be very fact-based responses. And I think beyond a point, you build your legacy as a brand to an extent that a lot of it is noise unless there's no smoke without fire. So if there's something there, that's the reason why organizations are wary, and you're keeping us in check. But as a reward professional, for example, if somebody comes to me and says, the comp ranges you've designed are absolute rubbish, go on Glassdoor and see. So no, Glassdoor is not our source of truth. What are the titles? What is the experience levels, etc., etc. So there's also a little bit of, extension of trust, and also a little bit of confidence beyond a point in the values and the brand that you've built to say, we're good. But that's just my very personal perspective. I'll let the others chime in.
I think if we would have been there in terms of, I would like to ask questions to the HR in terms of why were we not able to catch signals before? Why were nobody really seeing if she was putting herself to so much pressure? Because we can't take away the fact that Anna was really, really pushing herself hard enough to prove a point and making big. And she was giving it all in terms of, somebody should have asked her in terms of how are you doing? Is there a need for you to pause? Even those kind of dialogues should keep happening. And that's the reason at Newgen we have a decentralized HR, wherein those spokes are supposed to sit with the business, not at HR, and then, keep interacting, because people will not come to you if you feel that one time of the day you will walk in and ask, hey, how are you doing? Nobody's going to stand up and say, hey, I'm not doing good. You got to, build that rapport. So that should have been there for somebody to open up. By saying that people should open up, there's a free speech, we all know. It's our job, and we all need that. We won't feel that comfortable talking about it, right? So I think we should have really done that. We should do that now in terms of that is not happening in our organizations.
Yeah. So this question actually came up when I was having a conversation with one of my person. He was HR professional having 8 years of work experience. So we were talking about the trends in talent acquisition. So one thing that came up was the declining employee loyalty. So on one hand, where organizations look for organizational commitment, on the other hand, employees, we have this sense of we should not stay in a company for more than 4 years. The company is not loyal to you. So there's a bridge between these two perceptions, these two attitudes. So as HR, how do we bridge that? How we will, make something, hit the common point?
I think being a talent acquisition professional, I can say that it's easy for you to buy talent with making some X amount. There's a lot of competition, and you do a little bit more and you will be able to buy talent. But you can't buy loyalty, like you rightly mentioned. You can't buy the time of that individual, which is productive work. And it goes both ways. right? I mean, I keep saying that I joined ADP with the thought process of being with the organization for 6 months, not beyond. And I joined from campus, like one of you, and my thought process was like, dekhte hain, let's try it out. But I see the loyalty, I see how the company has invested in me over a period of time. So it's give and take. Only when you are ready to give your 100%, when you are ready to show that I'm here, this is more, apart from work, I bring this value, the organization will continue to be loyal to you.
Also, I think one quick addition, so Deepa is right, you can't buy loyalty, but you can definitely build loyalty, for employees. So a lot of times, and that's what we've tried, so the tried and tested stuff. If you create your employees and show them a path where you are building them or creating them as entrepreneurs within the organizations who are owning their own bit. You are creating, people who are owning that thing, you're building loyalty. Because what is happening is you are enthusing in them that from day one, that hey, you are the owner, practice leader for this piece, any level. So you could be at any level, but you are owning it. You are the one who's responsible. When you entrust that trust, responsibility and ownership on the person, they take it that way. So, then they own that thing. And that ownership brings in that love for their own piece. It brings in that passion. That builds the loyalty. So you don't want to leave your thing midway or hand it over. Just like, you've built in your baby, you don't want to hand over your baby to somebody else, right? Something similar. That helps in building loyalty, and people who are able to get that rope tight, they stay long with the organization. That's what we've seen. It really works wonders. But definitely 100%, no, not at all. But even if we're able to meet that 60-70% number who are loyal folks, I think it's a good win for the organization.
I'm so happy that you brought in loyalty as an attribute that we speak about till date, because a lot of organizations have replaced it with purpose, things like that. Nobody talks. Loyalty is for dogs, probably. That's how world has changed. If you are bought into the idea or you're bought into the purpose of the organization, that's how engagement happens. And probably that's how organizations have started handling it, expecting loyalty from a generation like now. When anything around you is not, you will move from Zomato to Swiggy on a fix of, you don't stick to anything in your way. So I think that's how we are evolving in terms of loyalty as a word is obsolete. We don't talk about it much more.
I'll just like to add, I think, everybody spoke about this, but in my experience, loyalty also is generated once you're proactively managing employee experience. What that means is don't wait for things to reach breaking point or a point of no return, right? What that means is that if an employee has already kind of talked to you about having a counter offer, and then you say, नहीं हम promote कर देंगे यार रुक जा, या नहीं retention bonus दे देंगे यार रुक जा, you've lost the guy. You've lost the guy. Then even if the person stays for 6 more months, it's only for money, the person will leave. The next best thing will come along. And but try to dig into why did this, was it the money? Was it something else? And then it's a little bit of reflection, like go back. So rather than, again, it boils down to psych safety. It boils down to open dialogue. It boils down to genuinely keeping a pulse for the employee. Yes, along with the ownership that she spoke about, I feel valued here. I want to stay here. This company has seen me through major life milestones. My marriage, my kids, it's supported me through pandemics, through this. I don't want to leave. It becomes an extension of my life, work-life balance, etc. It's become a core part of my life. It's my family now. And as long as once you start thinking of your organization as your family, in the end, you'll end up spending more time with your colleagues than you do with people in your family. That's a fact. But they should also make you feel like you belong. And if the organization doesn't, that's where you'll break, right? Like, why shall I be loyal to that? So it's just about proactively tapping on the pulse of the people, I feel.
Yeah, and more so it is about, the expectation all of us have. We as organizations, we expect, अरे मुझे 100% fit चाहिए, right? And you as, employees expect, I want a 100% perfect organization. Nothing in this world is perfect. Everything evolves, right? So you kind of become better every day. So walk through the journey together. And somewhere if something falls through, it is totally fine. Don't get emotional about it and, say that, oh, what, the company laid me off or something like that, right? It is totally fine. I'll tell you why. Because if you are in this situation and you say, nahi, I have put in 200%, company is not doing financially well, but my financial goals are to achieve, X amount of salary next year because I am planning a family or I'm getting married. Won't you ditch the organization? You'll ditch the organization and you'll go to another organization where you get the desired, compensation that you're looking for. And you will also do your math saying that, okay, I put in this much effort, but I should have got this much compensation back, right? So similarly, if that happens to an organization, support the organization, don't get personal about it. Because, the organization is not personal about it totally. It wants to grow with you and you also look at growing with the organization. As simple as that.
In the interest of time, unfortunately, we won't be able to take any more questions. I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing valuable insights on the topic. We believe that this discussion will prove highly valuable for our upcoming managers in this evolving landscape. I would request all the panelists to remain on the stage for felicitation. Now, I would request Ms. Arshia to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Ms. Harsha Peter. I would like to invite Ms. Sheetal Sharma. I would now like to invite Ms. Alvin David, Mr. Alvin David. I would like to invite Mr. Kamal Artwani. I would like to invite Ms. Deepa Wadhwani. I would also request Jasleen, our senior team member, to kindly felicitate Arshia ma'am. I would request the panelists to remain on stage for a group photograph. No, I want you to sit. Before we conclude day one, I would like to take a moment to highlight our sustainability efforts over the past 2 days. By using EV cabs, we reduced carbon emissions to 53.38 kg compared to 238.18 kg from petrol cabs, with an average of just 2.8 kg per person. Additionally, with the use of LED lighting, we cut carbon consumption from 6.3 kgs to 3.15 kg during the event. Our commitment to a greener future remains strong. And this is just for Delhi NCR. Continuing our sustainability efforts for outstation travel, Opting for EV cabs allowed us to reduce carbon emissions to 42.09 kg compared to 187.82 kg from petrol cabs. Flights on average emit 223.73 kg per person. Through eco-friendly transport, we further lowered emissions to 2.47 kg per person. It's all part of our ongoing commitment to a sustainable green mindset.
Hello everyone. I, Akarshita, Joint Secretary IREC, stand here to mark the end of day 1. As the 4 panels come to an end, we wrap up an enriching series of discussions on talent acquisition. I'm sure we are all leaving with new perspectives and deeper insights into critical role it plays in shaping the future of organizations. Throughout the day, we have had the pleasure of engaging in insightful discussions on critical aspects of talent acquisition, from the balance of technology and human empathy in hiring to fostering diversity and inclusion. We explored the evolving strategies organizations must adopt. We have also gained valuable insights into building resilient workforces in a post-pandemic world and the power of employer branding in attracting top talent. Each session offered fresh perspectives and actionable ideas that are crucial to shaping the future of recruitment. Let's take a moment to reflect not only the powerful discussions and insights we have shared, but also on the creative ways we have embraced sustainability throughout the event. Our journey towards sustainability is not just about reducing carbon emissions, it's about reimagining how we create impactful events that honor both innovation and the planet. To learn more about our sustainability practices we have implemented in this event, we encourage you to visit our social media platforms for further insights and updates. Well, that was just the glimpse of the exposure of deep insights we received today. As we conclude the day 1, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our Director General, Professor Dr. Himadri Das, and Dean Academics, Professor Sonu Goyal, and Registrar Sir, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for ensuring the seamless execution of the event. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our mentors, without whom this conclave would not have been possible. A special thanks to Mr. Amit Ghosh, Head of Executive Education and Career Services, Mrs. Vibha Kumar, Head of Career Services, Delhi Campus. Their collective expertise and support helped transform a vision into a reality, leaving a lasting impact on all of us. We also express our sincere appreciation to Sandeep Sir, Farhana Ma'am, Dikshant Sir for their guidance. A special thank you to Piyusha Ma'am, Tulika Ma'am, Seema Ma'am, and the support staff and the program office for their unwavering assistance. We are also grateful to our Impressions, the Fine Arts Society, for their valuable support. Finally, we thank the entire IMI family, especially the students, for their active participation and inquisitiveness, making day 1 of Vimarsh a resounding success. Tomorrow we'll delve into learning and development, another crucial aspect of organizational growth. We look forward to seeing you back here, energized and ready to continue this journey of knowledge sharing. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we continue to shape the future of HR together for a greener and more innovative world. Thank you so much.
Students are requested to be seated for now.